My name is James Blackburn. I live and work in the American Southwest. As a result, I have the good fortune to be able to travel to a variety of beautiful locations. As a professional filmmaker, I document my life through video adventures and I share them with the world. Stay tuned as I travel through the world of movies and the beautiful outdoors. Thanks for watching the James Blackburn Experience. Alright, good morning folks. It is day one of the Green River trip, which is going to be here in just a second. We're heading out to go get some breakfast first, and then we're going to head down to the river, and we're going to have a good time. 6 days and 5 nights. Pretty excited about it. It's going to be awesome. Okay, we're pulling up to Texas Riverways, where we are going to get ready to start packing to go do stuff here. Look at this awesome place. I think we're in the right place. It's going to be awesome. Everybody's prepping, getting ready to go. All right, guys, we are here early morning. We're getting ready to go. As you can see, the folks are back here getting the stuff ready to go. We're going to unload this truck here, and it's going to be going into a trailer here in a little bit. So getting closer and closer to the Green River every moment. So it's going to be great. All right, Matt and I are getting the truck unloaded here and getting ready. It's another awesome year, man.
Yes, sir.
Are you excited to be here again? There you are.
Do this again, absolutely.
All right, we're going to continue getting this truck unloaded and getting things going. So this is the gear that's going with our group of 8. That stuff right there, all this stuff right here, some more stuff in the back of the truck, and then one more pile over here. So we got 4 boats, 8 people, and a whole bunch of gear. It's gonna be awesome. When you canoe and camp, you can bring extra items and really make it a comfortable experience. It was really nice because the canoe carries most of the weight. That is, until you have to load or unload it all, but that's another story altogether. Here's the trailer and the van that will take us and our gear to the Green River at Ruby Ranch. There was a lot of excitement in the air. Alright, so the loading of the gear has begun. You can see we slowly but surely getting this thing filled up. It's gonna be awesome. Alright, it's like playing a game of Tetris, except not as fast. The outfitter finished tying down the canoes while we gathered in front of the building for further instructions. Alright, we're all here getting ready to do our thing. The group listened as the outfitter explained several things about the adventure that we were about to begin. He shared some written information with Terry, our trip leader. The outfitter explained that there would be several pickup days available, just in case there was an emergency and we had to leave early. The outfitter also went over the finer points of the chemical toilet with us, as we listened intently.
Little pressure relief valve. You notice my face is over here. It's not like right here. Because of condensation, there will be a little bit of that water and enzyme meter that can spray out that pressure relief valve. So,
and then there was time for one more picture. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And today's adventure will begin with a single paddle. Alright, here we are. We're in the van heading down to what was formerly known as Ruby Ranch, but still goes by the name, right?
Still goes by the name.
yeah, it'll always be.
I think we've all been smiling all morning. Our faces starting to hurt a little bit.
Yep.
So
Excited.
Yep, it's going to be great.
Good new stuff.
Yep, and it's a beautiful day out. All right, folks, we made it to Ruby Ranch. We're going to be unloading the trailer here just a little bit and getting the boats in the water. So probably in the next half hour we'll be up and ready to go. After we arrived at the Ruby Ranch drop-off point, we all started to unload the van and the trailer. It was a nice group effort and everything went very well. Canoes were starting to come off the trailer, and folks were prepping to go, while the rest of the gear was also being brought down to the river. And there it is, the Green River in Utah. 6 days and 5 nights, 8 friends, 4 canoes, and a whole bunch of gear. Alright, we're bringing the gear down here in a little bit. It'll start getting loaded in the canoes, and then we're going to head downstream. Looking forward to it. Comes some more of the gear right now. Gear and canoes are coming together. It's gonna be awesome. All right, we're getting there. You can see we're pretty loaded up here.
Okay, toss in a couple extra gallons of water there.
Awesome, thank you, sir.
Okay, there's an empty spot for it. You gotta get it in somewhere.
The rest of the boats are getting really close as well. It's gonna be awesome. A quick group photo before we launch. Matt, the Southwest backpacker, was the first to sit in the canoe on the water, and he was super excited. All right, folks, we are on the water, Green River. You can see all our gear here in the middle. I will say it's taken us a couple minutes to adapt to the load. It's the heaviest canoe I've ever been in. The canoe is not heavy, but the gear added up together is. And it's a beautiful day. Nice day out here, and we'll catch up with the rest of our folks here in just a little bit. All right, breathing a sigh of relief already. All right, folks, I don't know how far down the river we've gone. I'm probably assuming about a mile or so, but it's already starting to change from this sort of bosque look on the right to these canyon walls on the left. And it's just going to get bigger and more beautiful as we go here on the beautiful Green River. Pretty awesome. All right, there's some of our partners in crime on this trip. I think the other boat's back there a little ways, so we have 4 boats total, 8 people. A lot of beautiful rock, and Daniel is aiming us for some shade over here on the left-hand side. And I'll start paddling here in a second too, I promise. I can't help myself though, I have to film everything. It's beautiful.
I wish I would have brought binoculars.
Hey Daniel, what do you think, brother?
Kick ass, man. You cannot beat the feelings. It's like being high and then high and then high.
Oh yeah, look at those walls. Is that a bird of prey? Ooh, I think that's a pterodactyl, actually. Oh. My mistake. Alright, folks, check this out. I mean, I've been saying this all day, but my face is hurting from smiling so much. It's just a beautiful place out here, a beautiful day. The sound of the water against the rock wall there is cool. Enjoying the moment here. This is beautiful. And that breeze feels so good. It's a good sign to see an eagle. Look at that sky, man. Isn't that awesome? Ooh, that tree growing out of the rock, that's kind of neat. Yeah, the big one and the small one, they're both kind of neat, like Lord of the Rings looking. Matt and Terry asked us to float up next to their canoe. They had a map book they wanted to share with us. right, guys, thanks. These guys, they just gave me this cool book to look at here. I'll show you a little bit later when we get to camp, but it represents the river and all the little things that you can see along the way. So we're on page 23 is where we're located right now, but I'll show it to y'all a little bit later. It should be a lot of fun. And obviously we're not going to do what these guys are doing on the cover of the book, which is dumping their canoe. Yeah, we caught up with everybody here, chilling and like a villain. All right, looking good, guys. It's amazing how smooth these shots are on the boat.
That's fantastic. That's how I was able to get some of those smooth shots.
Trent Alcove was the campsite we hoped for, but unfortunately it was taken when we arrived. After the last of our party arrived, we agreed we needed to look for a different campsite. We decided to push on down the river and continue our journey into paradise. The way I had it figured, there's no bad campsites here. We continued down the river with wonder in our eyes and the possibility of a campsite around every bend. We stopped again a short time later, and Matt explored to see if there was a campsite available.
Well,
Yeah, looks pretty choked out.
nothing over on this other side either.
Couldn't even get in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay. Means we continue to move on, see what else we can find.
that's exactly what that means.
right.
Unfortunately.
Here comes the Southwest Backpacker.
22 miles, we're almost there.
Yeah, look at the intensity of the sky against that red rock. It's just so... It looks like a painting everywhere we look. Well, this certainly is a big area we could camp out over here, but we're going to be in the sun for a while, that's for sure. But like they said, they have tarps, so we'll get some tarps set up, we'll have some shade, it'll be awesome! Okay, let me get to paddling here so I can get us helping. Alright, after canoeing for a few miles, we found a pretty nice spot here. It's going to be sweet. You can see all 4 boats are lined up, and we're going to be pulling gear off the boats here in a few minutes and setting up back here somewhere. What an awesome spot. This day has just been so perfect so far, and now we're going to have this beautiful area here where we can set up a camp and just really thoroughly enjoy a nice relaxing afternoon and evening. So we unloaded the canoes through the magic of time lapse. Okay, mostly empty canoe. Everybody else is pretty good spot as well. And then we got a bunch of gear over here that came out of our boat that we'll be heading back down to camp here in just a little bit. And back there, you see some of the people right back there. That's where camp's gonna be for the night. So stay tuned and I'll show you as much as I can. Look at this guy carrying stuff like a pro. And that purple one's the heaviest one though, isn't it? Everyone pitched in and moved the gear from the canoes to base camp. The weather was perfect and we barely broke a sweat. Folks fine-tuned and removed the last gear from their canoes. In no time we were unloaded and felt we deserved a break. We all grabbed our chairs and headed down the sandy beach next to the river for a hangout session. Nothing beats a nice day, good friends, a beautiful location, and great conversation. Alright, so we're here taking a little break. We found a nice camp spot in Southwest Backpacker. What do you think about the first day so far?
So far, so good. We got some good timing this morning, and we managed to get past Trent Alcove. It was taken, but we might be maybe a mile or less from that area. We got this wonderful beach spot right here, so I can't complain. I'm loving it.
All right, it's looking pretty awesome. Yeah. Terry, any thoughts?
Yeah, you know what? It's kind of the first time that we've ever been pushed out and haven't been able to make Trent Alcove. So part of me wants to be bummed, but this is amazing. And the temperature, oh, the temperature's perfect. So we're outside in the sun right now, but it's not baking.
It's not oppressive.
Yeah, it feels great. And this is going to be a good campsite.
All right. Daniel, any thoughts on your first time being here?
Purple Martians.
Martians.
All right, that's perfect. I love it.
Like in the sun.
It's
What
awesome,
was that
guys.
all about,
Really,
you
really
know?
loving it.
They're not sure about us, dude.
Yeah.
There's a bigger one up there. He's good size, actually.
And this one's, he's playing dead or he's just soaking up the sun.
Playing good.
He's playing possum.
Well, he's a big one, man. He must be the Godzilla of them. His face looks crooked as fuck. There's another one.
Holy cow, dude. That's like, we've seen at least a dozen of them already, I bet.
And they're still everywhere, man. There's one down here now.
All right, we found a spot where the tents can go. Daniel's getting his gear pulled out and ready to go. Mine's right here. And it's gonna go up over here somewhere, I think. So that'll be my tent here in a minute, and then it'll be this view. Can't wait to wake up in the morning and look out the front door and see that. All right, folks. It's a few minutes later, and here you can see the tents are up and ready to go. I got to get my sleeping bag in there still, but that's coming soon. You know, for the regular viewer on my channel, you guys know who the Southwest Backpacker is because he's been in a few of the videos. He's right here today with us, setting up his camp for the night. So what are you planning on doing? I don't see a tent.
Don't have a tent with me. I brought a tent with me, but we've got a wonderful week planned ahead and there's no chance that we saw of any rain. So I like to sleep underneath the stars out here in the desert. It's a risk that you kind of take, you know, things can get on you when you're out here versus a tent where you're kind of enclosed. But anytime I've done it out here, I've never had anything jump on me or bite me or anything like that. So I'm gonna take the risk again and try to do it for 5 nights in a row out here. So I got a piece of plastic underneath here and my camp pad on top of that, and I'll put my sleeping bag on top of that and we'll call that good. And I'll have this beautiful sky that I can look at tonight with all the stars and constellations, and should be able to see the Milky Way really good out here because we're out here in the middle of the desert and away from all the residual city lights. So yeah, it should be really awesome and epic this evening. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thank you, Matt, so much. I appreciate it. I opted to go for the tent today. There's my tent's on the left over there, the gray one, and the green one is my brother's. But we're gonna possibly later in the trip sleep under the stars as well. I've been wanting to do that, and I'm excited. I hope I can film the stars or get some pictures. I watched some tutorials. We'll see if we can do it on camera later, though.
You guys get at least one night under the stars. You'll love it.
All right, thanks, man.
You're welcome.
All right, so it's getting later in the day. You can see all our canoes are here on the shoreline from earlier. They're all unloaded and ready to be reloaded tomorrow morning and continuing the journey. My brother Daniel and I, we got our tent set up here. Beautiful spot. Can't really complain. I mean, just look at that. How nice of a spot can you even picture or dream of? That just blows my mind. I love it. Okay, well, while I'm over here, we are going to check out the tents that I was just talking about. Daniel's got this cool green one here. I got the gray one over there. Let's go take a look inside. First, there's this cool walking stick my brother carved. He's still working on it, but he's done a lot of cool artwork on it. It's really sweet. And then his tent right here, it's really cool. It's a little, like, one-person tent. You can see his sleeping bag and pillow in there. It's got this cool little rain fly on it. He's ready for anything. And then mine's right over here. A little bit bigger, but equally as useful. And I always have a little front porch area. Take off my boots and stuff. And then my inner dwelling. 2 little air mattresses, sleeping bag, and pillow. I'm good to go. Alright, folks, it's getting later in the day. It's almost 5 p.m. on the first day. We have everybody set up with the tents, and about an hour we're going to do dinner.
We're going to do my famous Frito pie tonight. I don't know if it's famous, but it's going to be a Frito pie. And I'll show you some shots of it as we make it and the end result, what everybody thinks. Now, quick side note, I decided to bring some musical instruments with me on this. I brought a flute, just right here. A friend of mine made this, and I bought it for $20, and we'll get to this a little bit later, but that's one of the instruments that I brought. And my buddy Eddie loaned me this guitar. Actually, he's thinking about selling it to me. I might buy it. It's a nice little small acoustic guitar. And the reason for bringing these on a river trip of all things is I thought I'm going to make YouTube videos out of this, obviously, and why not write some music while I'm here that reflects what I'm seeing at the moment and then use that in the soundtrack later. So I'm going to jam out for a little bit, see what we got here, and see if I can come up with something for what I'm looking at this exact moment. So this is what I'm seeing at this exact moment. So jam out a little bit and see what happens. Not a bad view out my tent. No, not at all. Very beautiful.
Purple Martians.
Oh, hey there, folks. I didn't see you. Anyway, here, welcome to the Green River, Day 1, 2019. And behind me, you can see there's a plethora of kitchen supplies and foods. We're going to make some Frito pie here in a bit. So I like black beans and pinto beans to go in that. That's a good start right there. Of course, tomato sauce helps balance it out and make it not too dry. I got 2 cans of this just in case, but it probably only needs 1. And what is Frito pie but without Hatch green chilies? You gotta have this, otherwise it's not officially Frito pie. Now I got regular Fritos for the pie itself, but you know, in the theme of Fritos, had to get the scoops and the bean dip. So let's start that before we even get the meal going. One of my favorite things from childhood all the way till I'm as old as I am now. Thumbs up. Time to get to work. Yeah. Alright, the base for any Frito pie is your meat. This is actually ground turkey and ground beef pre-cooked at home. And I'm going to start putting other ingredients in just a minute. Just want to get this nice and hot and steamy, and we'll move on to other things. First, get some beans going in here of the pinto variety. Get that kind of mixed up just a tiny bit. Now let's get our other beans. And I think the juice and all really helps too, because it's a lot of meat to put in there. So. Go. Good old-fashioned black beans. Alright, let's get that stirred up. Okay, next little piece going in here. I said I brought 2 of these just in case. We'll see if one's enough. I mean, that is a lot of beans and meat right there. So, alright, it's starting to look like something, but there's something missing. We need some Hatch green chili. And I have a feeling this little can was not enough. I should have got a big can, but lesson learned. We'll get more next time. Smell that green chili. It smells awesome. There you go. Operation Frito Pie. Looks like a success. We'll get some feedback here in a minute once people start chowing down. You know, I know it's a weird concept. Some folks haven't heard of a Frito pie probably, and it's whatever kind of meat and bean substitute or building thing you want to make here on the stove. Okay, so we're going to start building one. The base is obviously Fritos, and then we're going to scoop a bunch of this stuff on top, so just give me a second. I'll take a minute. Okay, so take a nice big scoop of this. Put it right on top of the Fritos. Spread it out a little bit, maybe a little bit more. There's plenty here. It's kind of similar to cowboy beans, but it's got its differences too. Okay, then you bring it over to the cheese table without tripping over stuff, of course. And we sprinkle a little bit of cheese on top. So that is your basic Frito pie right there. Very simple, but fun to eat and very tasty and filling too.
Not bad, dude.
After that very yummy dinner and night crept in slowly, we decided to partake in the evening ritual of the campfire experience. It was a chilly evening outside, but the campfire made for a warm and inviting place for the last couple of hours of day one. The moon slowly came up, and the stars were amazing. What a beautiful campsite, and a great first day on the Green River. The evening was very peaceful, and I felt the need to get some sleep. So, it was off to the tent for a little shut-eye.
Alright folks, that finishes the first day. It's going on about 9:45 here in Utah. Had an absolutely wonderful, great time paddling down the river on the first day of our 6-day adventure. And we're going to wrap it up here, but as usual, love, love, hate, hate. Take care of each other. See you tomorrow. Good morning, folks. Welcome back to another James Blackburn experience. Today is day 2 of 6 on the Green River adventure here in Utah. Had a pretty good night's sleep last night, and sun's getting ready to come up, and it's a beautiful day so far. You can see the sun is just starting to hit the upper rocks here. It's such a beautiful color and tone. It's almost mind-blowing, but it's awesome. I'm loving every moment of it. What a great, beautiful way to start the day. So there you go. Camp number 1 served us well. All right. It's a little chilly this morning, but other than that, absolutely great. Loving it. Really quick talk about bathroom duties out here. I hate to bring that up, but there's probably going to be some folks that are curious about what you do when you're out here. And it's not as simple as just digging a hole and going to the bathroom. There's a lot of legal things you got to deal with out here. And one of them is you don't pee on the ground, because it will become one big litter box out here very quickly when there's so many people going down the river all the time. So the law is, here in Utah, you pee in the river, and the river dilutes it and returns it to the earth. But if you got to go number 2, it's another story altogether. Allow me to show you what I'm talking about. I know you're thinking going to the restroom when you're outdoors is probably a spiritual thing, and it is a little bit, but mostly it's just a thing you have to do. And right here is one of the things I'm going to have to do in a couple minutes. They call this the groover, and it is the toilet for going number 2. It's a chemical toilet. You're not allowed to go number 2 out here. You can't just dig a hole and go. It has to go in here. No one's used it yet on the trip, so I'm going to be the first one. But I will say this is going to be my view for taking care of the bathroom duties, and it's not a bad view. All right. First time on the trip having to do that, and it's done. It's over with. Now the day can begin. Whew, boy, I feel a lot better. What a beautiful campsite that we were fortunate enough to find. It was a nice, cozy spot for a night of sleep, and a very peaceful experience. But it was time to move on, and we started packing up our gear. We were about to say goodbye to this amazing campsite and head downriver for another day of adventures and fun in one of the most beautiful places I'd ever seen. I felt an almost overwhelming feeling of peace and tranquility. All right, the site looks a lot emptier without tents in it, but nonetheless beautiful. It's morning. Everybody is pretty much packed except for me because I'm always filming. But we'll be done here in a couple minutes. There's Daniel smiling nicely, thank you. So we're gonna get all this stuff and all that stuff into here. So stay tuned. We loaded up the canoe through the magic of time lapse. It took us a few minutes to figure it out, but eventually we got it and packed the canoe nicely. A short time later, we were ready to head down the river. All right, we're fully loaded and ready to go. What do you think, Danielson? All right, we're heading that direction. Wish us luck. Here we go. Yep. All right, folks, we are in the early morning part of the paddle. Still a little chilly here. We found out in the shade in the morning, but it feels nice. It's like super air conditioning. Daniel was just pointing out, look at that view ahead of us, and I'm blown away by the reflection of the rocks in the water because it reminds me of a Bob Ross kind of painting. It's just so outstanding. If I could paint, I would paint stuff like this. My neck is getting sore from looking up at all the beauty all the time. I know, it's some unusual rock formations for sure. To the left, to the left. Oh, that's really beautiful. Look at that. I mean, it's like a Bob Ross painting. I keep saying that over and over again, but it's just amazing. Bob Ross probably didn't really do a lot of Southwestern things like this, but it reminds me because he painted a lot of water features. But yeah, it's just, it's awesome. All right, Daniel, I was talking about a thing called a blind arch. To the right up here, you can see when it's starting to form, where all the light color rock is up there. See how it's falling apart, and there's like starting to be an arch above it and around it. So maybe a few centuries or thousands of years from now, that might be a hole through there, and you could see to the other side. But Matt told me those are called a blind arch, and I just thought that was kind of neat. All right, there's Southwest Backpacker and Terry. Thank you everybody for having us on this wonderful trip with you. It's freaking awesome. All right, I'll get some nice pictures to you later.
Oh, dude, I'm back.
I told him like crocodile Dundee.
All right, folks, as we're heading down the river here more, it's just amazing, all the beauty and the splendor and the different rock formations. It's just different than anything I've ever experienced before. And it's also very beautiful. And the skies are brilliant. Look at that.
Makes your life look so small. It makes you feel so small.
I agree. I feel kind of insignificant right now too in these surroundings. The style of YouTube videos that I do are meant to be reality based, kind of in the moment, no second takes kind of thing, although every once in a while we'll do a second take to get a hiking segment or you know, like a drone shot of us doing something. But most of the time it's what you're seeing on my YouTube channel is what's actually happening at that moment. You know, it's not a reenactment, it's not acting. We're just being and experiencing. That's why it's called James Blackburn Experience. I got some friends that I made through YouTube that I know him now, but kind of like Southwest Backpacker Matt, I met him because of YouTube. All right, we made it to camp number 2. Here's the last of our party. You guys come on up, I'll help you if you want to throw me the rope. I'll get rid of the camera here in just a second. But yeah, here we are. Boats are parked. We'll go up there in just a minute to see what's going on. So the whole group pitched in and got all the gear up here to our base camp. All right, there it is. It has begun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. All right, folks, we are at camp for the day. Day number 2. You can see a beautiful spot here. All 4 boats tied off. Whew, a little out of breath because we've been moving a lot of gear. But it's so beautiful here. And then the entrance is right here. So we're going to go up and show you what it looks like to see this camp. One really cool thing about it is that it's the first time any of us have camped here. It's a new discovery for the entire trip of 8, so it's gonna be awesome. It's so fascinating and beautiful, and nice little trail going back through here. Truly feel great about this camp spot. You can see Daniel's over there already getting set up in the shade. He's got a good spot. Whew, there's our view. Just can't get better than that. There's Terry. He is prepping the water with a thing called aluminum sulfate, I believe. Is that the name of it? Alum for short?
No, it is alum.
So
Yep.
what that does is it's something you put in the water and it pulls all the particles to the bottom, so the water's a lot more easy to filter. Cool little shortcut when you have silty water like this. But thanks once again, man.
Yeah, no worries.
Appreciate it.
Hope you're having fun.
It's a blast. So back here you can see we got more base camp going on, and we got our kitchen area will be over here. It's just outstandingly beautiful. Terry's gonna buy this piece of real estate and camp out there for the night. And then back over here is Matt, the Southwest Backpacker, with his classic hammock setup. There it is.
Set up nice and comfortable out here in the bottom of the Green River and underneath these old oak trees. This is an awesome spot, and glad I brought the hammock. I thought if we run into a spot like this is a perfect place to set it up, and so I'm glad I did.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Check out this awesome setup he's got. All right, so what do you say now we go back over to where I'm camping and I show you where my tent's gonna go. Thank you, Matt.
You're welcome.
All right. Behind our camp is this, also very beautiful. I mean, it's a 360-degree view. It's better than virtual reality because it's reality. All right, so my brother Daniel and I are back here. We got this cool little shaded tree area. This is kind of the entrance. And look at that, he's almost set up already. My tent will go back here in the shade, and maybe a little bit later, a little nap in the shade here. Here's all the gear that we brought. Well, mostly I brought. He had everything in one backpack, believe it or not, and I have 6 bags of other stuff. But anyway, let's get off here and get set up. But meanwhile, when we wake up in the morning, that's gonna be one of the first things we see. Can't go wrong. All right, so we've been here relaxing and getting camp set up. As you can see, it's all taken care of. Very beautiful. We claimed this little beautiful spot of real estate right under this trees here, so we're in the shade. And what do you think, brother?
It's awesome, man.
It's gonna be cool, huh?
Very cool.
All right, so we are gonna go on a hike now with Matt, the Southwest backpacker, who also happens to have a drone with him.
I've got a drone.
So we might get some shots from the sky for you guys, so stay tuned, because we're gonna go hiking back into here, and who knows what we're gonna see.
We're gonna try to get up there to the top, and if we get to the top, we'll see if we can launch the drone and harass these guys here back at camp from way up there.
You know, I guess I can agree
Yeah.
with what he said, because there is some truth to
You're
it.
absolutely right.
And then chuck it over to the right.
All right. Matt, you know what I'm going to say next, right? The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
That's right.
We start all my hikes that way. I say that same thing. But what I mean is, I'm not scared of the 1,000 miles. I look forward to it.
I do too. I totally look forward to it.
So we're journey of 1,000 miles, and we're 10 steps into it. Can't wait to see what else is next.
The road I like to take is the road less taken.
There you go.
Yep.
That is true. Southwest backpacker speaks knowledge.
Right.
He is the wizard of
We got
outdoors.
a little path that goes this way, but we're gonna go this way.
Yeah, we're gonna go up that way, I think.
All right, there we go. All right, stay tuned, folks. I'll show you as we go along.
We continued hiking through the desert for a while. That is, until we started finding our way up higher with every step. My thoughts were feeling the tranquility of this place, and I felt truly blessed to be able to hike with these fine gentlemen in such a beautiful and rugged environment. The muscles in my legs were feeling the strain of going up, but before I knew it, I was on top of the first small ridge and heading down the trail to meet up with the rest of the hiking team. The landscape was so intense and beautiful that I felt tiny in this universe, but at the same time I felt completely connected to it all. It was as if I could feel the universe flowing in my veins. I was nothing and everything all at once. The beauty was within me.
Wow. The sky is intense and beautiful. Look at these crazy guys. They're heading up to this upper ledge here. It's quite a healthy climb there. You got it, Danielson. You're looking good there, man. Nice. Yep, rock climbing skills coming in handy. Yeah, good job. All right, guys. We're going up. I just showed you a video of Matt and my brother Daniel doing this little section. It looked pretty intimidating when I was over there in the trail. It's even more intimidating when you're standing here looking at it. But I think I see a route and I'm gonna do it. And thanks to Matt, the Southwest backpacker, for capturing it on camera. It's trickier than it looks. Not too bad. Once you get to that part, that was the tricky part there. But okay, maybe I was making a bigger deal out of it than I should have. But we're gonna continue up. Just cut whenever you're ready, Matt. All right.
This is so cool.
The hiking was rugged, but rewarding. With every step, we continued closer to our destination. The views everywhere were unbelievable, and it had me starting to wonder, why am I so fortunate to be able to do something so awesome and with my brother Daniel? Well, the answer is simple, really. Because we all deserve to live a great life and have wonderful experiences together.
We're climbing up this. We're gonna try to summit this bad boy. And then Matt is going to do some drone flying. All right, we're about to summit this bad boy. Yeah, it's a false summit. You're probably right. Oh, yeah, we're not at the top yet. It always does this to me.
We realized that we weren't on top yet, so we stopped to take in the view. I had dreamed of seeing the Green River for years, and finally, here I was. It was better than I imagined. Plus, I got to experience all this with my brother Daniel and my great friend Matt, the Southwest backpacker. What a great day.
So up here on top, this is what we're surrounded by. I'm blown away by it. Look at that. There's even like a little hole through the rock up there. Right there, see the sky through it. Anyway, we're looking for a spot to take a break in the shade, have some drinks and some snacks, and a little bit of relaxation time so we don't keep sweating so much. Okay. And the clumsiest. Ooh, that is a nice spot. Sweet! Up into the beautiful overhanging rock area. Plenty of nice shade. Alright. Awesome. Very cool.
Good call.
Really neat. These different rock formations here. Yep, it's like a big arch, kind of.
The weather was absolutely perfect as we continued climbing up to the next level. You couldn't ask for a better day or a better hike at this exact moment. I was beginning to feel very philosophical, and I had this thought. We all have bridges to cross and weight to bear. At times it may seem impossible or even dangerous. It's at these times where I feel we live the most. Living life on the edge of impossible is where we feel the most alive. And I was incredibly happy to share this with my hiking partners.
All right, we just came up this to reveal what I'm seeing on the other side here. Look at this. Wow. Just amazing. Wow, wow, wow.
The landscape seemed so vast and ancient to us. The feeling of being connected with the planet was a beautiful thing. I was out of breath but full of life. I felt at one with nature, at one with the vast desert and canyon lands. I felt at one with the earth and the universe. I knew I'd felt like this before, but it had been a while, and I was glad to be back where I belonged, the wilderness.
So camp is down there where you see the trails. We hiked all the way to the top of this thing. I'll show you a shot of it from the bottom here right now, just so you guys can get an idea of where we're at. Maybe I'll put an arrow on it to point to where we're at right now, but beautiful. There's enough space to crawl underneath there if you had for an emergency. That would be awesome. All right, here I come to save the day.
We continued on further up the rocky terrain.
Almost to the top. This is so awesome. What a beautiful place. Look at all this.
We finally made it to the top and wandered around the beautiful desert landscape. The views in all directions were amazing. I mean, how could I not be blown away? Well, to be honest, I was blown away and was feeling the energy of the area flowing like an electrical current throughout my wild spirit. We all felt connected to this untamed desert landscape. It was a part of us now.
All right, this may look a little silly, but it's keeping the sun off my ears and back of my neck, so it's working. Anyway, we summited the area that we're at. We're probably in pretty much the highest spot, or pretty close to it, and we are going to do some dronification now. Matt's getting set up and ready to go. So there's the drone, there's the pilot.
We're gonna give it our best shot. Let's see what happens.
All right, rock and roll.
Yeah.
We're gonna see what it looks like. He's gonna film out here kind of pointed at us and then back away, and we're gonna get to see everything that's back here behind us and see how small we look in all of this world out here. All right, so I know I promised you guys some drone shots. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's gonna happen. It's flashing green on the back, but that's it. It doesn't seem like it wants to calibrate to fly out here, so we are not gonna have drone shots today. We'll try again at the next camp and see what happens, but you still can't complain. This view is amazing even without a drone. You can't go wrong. Right, brother?
Yes.
He is yesing me,
Yes.
so let's fade to black.
Purple Martians.
We did make it up to the top. We're hanging out up here. No drone, unfortunately, but you can't beat this view. It's absolutely outstanding. And now we're gonna hike back down and see if we can get back down to camp.
Back down to camp.
Here we go. Okay, so after our adventure on the top, we are heading back down to camp, trying to find a route down this. It almost looks impossible because there's a lot of steep, crazy stuff, but you hike around, you find a nice non-steep area, and you just kind of climb down it. I'm loving it. All right, folks, some of you know who watched my videos. Last year I had an incident in the Gila wilderness where I almost didn't make it out alive. And one of the things I had to do to survive was climb down something like this backwards to get to the water. And for some odd reason up here on top, it just got me a little bit. Something came back from last year and it got me. So I'm going to try to climb this and stay calm and not let it get me, because when I was young, I would have climbed this with no thought whatsoever. I would have done it, but Matt's gonna film and I'm gonna head on down now. So here we go. Nice thing about this rock is it's very grippy for your hands and your feet. And then Matt and my brother point out this big step here, which is beautiful. That was a little bit of a struggle, but
we can all continue the adventure.
all right, yeah. Thank you guys for being patient with me. I appreciate it.
No worries.
Thanks, brother. All right, so we just came all down that somehow. And then I came across this spot right here where there's two different kinds of rock. Kind of looks like the moon or Mars or something. Look at all this. Just weird rock here that's different than the rest of the rock that's around it. I'm on another planet.
We found a well-traveled trail and decided to follow it for a while, which was nice because the trail took us lower down the canyon, but a lot more gradually.
Okay, we made it down this thing. Climbed to the top and climbed all the way back to the bottom. I'm a little beat, but wow, what an experience.
We arrived back at the bottom near our camp as the sun was getting lower in the sky. Sunset was not too far away, and it was nice to be off the canyon walls with the light on our side. I looked back and decided I needed some photographs of the Red Rock Canyon wall that we just hiked up and back down. What a wonderful experience and fun adventure. So glad I made it to the Green River Canyonlands area and was standing here being a part of it all.
Alright, sun is starting to set on the rocks there. Wanted to show you the beautiful view around here and where my brother Daniel and I put our tents at. We found this nice little tree cove right here. It's been in the shade since we got here, and now that the sun's setting, it's really in the shade. But what a nice spot.
After that great hike, Terry and Matt went over the map book to determine how many river miles we did that day. Turns out it was around 11 miles of paddling down the beautiful Green River in Utah. The map book was great and very helpful. Matt explains a little further.
We passed June's Bottom. That's where we camped last night. Somewhere in June's Bottom, maybe even on that sandbar. And then I think you're probably either in here or maybe right in here.
Alright folks, you heard it here first. Camping is going to be awesome. Alright guys, after our epic hike of the day, climbing up to the top of that thing, we're back at camp. And we're getting a nice fire going. Matt got it really fed here, so it's going to go for a while. And it's nice and warm. I think I'll get some slow motion footage of this.
The campfire was warm and nice. Several of us gathered and enjoyed it together. The moon was starting to rise above the canyon walls as the sun continued to set. The evening came on slowly, and after a good dinner, I noticed that two of our party were standing on top of the canyon wall that we had just done a couple hours earlier. And then we had an amazing sunset, and I felt once again connected to the universe in a really good way. The scenery was beautiful and vast, and it had me wishing to never leave. What a great day.
Oh yeah, it looks like a Muse concert.
Is it?
Oh man, that's trippy. That is awesome. Very cool, man.
That was incredible.
Fun stuff.
Several folks decided to stay and enjoy the campfire, but I decided to retire and get some shut-eye back at the tent. Day 2 did not disappoint. As I went into my tent for some sleep, I was excited to see what tomorrow would bring.
Love, love. Hate, hate. Take care of each other. See you tomorrow. Alright, good morning, folks. It is the beginning of day number 3. We had a wonderful day yesterday. Great paddling, awesome campsite, and the Southwest Backpacker, my brother and I climbed to the top of this thing and went way back on it and explored, and it was amazing. Now everybody is getting the gear ready to go down. It's early morning and we're going to take off here in a little bit. So stay tuned. A lot more beauty coming our way. All right. Some of the faithful crew here doing their thing as the sun starts to come up on top of the mountains here. Or on top of the canyon, I mean. All right, camp's all broken down.
Camp's all broken down. Got
Looking-
all breakfast coffee going on, and got all the gear hauled out down to the boats. We're ready
Yep.
to start day 3.
Day 3, yeah, it's gonna be great. And we saw some deer this morning, huh, Daniel?
Yes.
We did. That was a great sight
Some-
too, man.
Some baby deer.
Coming in back behind us,
along,
just
staring at us, not seeing where they're going.
bouncing up and down.
Yeah, that was cool. All right, well, we're gonna head down to the boats here in a few minutes and get everything on the boats and ready to head out. All right, so up here in our corridor is where we prep all the gear before it heads down the sand steps here to the boats. And we do it like a chain gang, and so nobody has to climb up and down this thing a bunch of times. Works pretty well.
As the morning sun started to rise, we continued to pack the gear onto the canoes. It was a beautiful morning so far.
First boat is fully loaded and they're about to launch. There you go. Awesome, guys.
Yeah. Just float for a while.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
All right, second boat just launched. See you guys down the river.
After the second canoe launched, there was a feeling of excitement in the early morning air. My brother Daniel helped the third canoe get ready. Then we would load the last canoe and be on our way.
All right, boat number 3 is launched, and we're gonna finish loading up boat 4 and head out here ourselves in just a few minutes. Okay, here we go, folks. Boat number 4 is officially launching from day 2 camp on the beginning of day 3. We're gonna flip this boat around and head downstream. Oh, look, brother's already got it going. I'll catch up with you here in just a second, man. We make a good paddling team, we make a good team doing anything, really. Look, rock climbing is a prime example, but canoeing too. All right, so there you go, folks. We're gonna shut the camera down for a little bit and head downstream, catch up with our friends. All right, it's gonna be beautiful, yeah. It's beautiful out. All right, folks, yesterday when we were hiking, the rock here on the left, you see there's like a couple boulders on top that are separated. We think we hiked up and we're standing on that point yesterday. I guess because I have video of it, I'll be able to for sure check that out when I get home and edit all this, but there it is. Heading down the Green River early in the morning, sun's coming up. There's nothing to complain about. Perfect morning.
We continued to paddle down the beautiful Green River in the chill of the early morning air. The sun was on my face and it felt warm and nice.
All right, folks, as we're continuing our journey here, you can see we are heading down the river here, and nice sunny warm morning, feeling really good. You can see a couple more of our canoes up ahead here, but over here to my left on that rock where there's a bush just to the right of it is a blue heron. Let me zoom in and show it to you, see if you can make that out right there. We just saw it flying and it landed right where you see it now, and it was just really cool. It's always nice to be able to see some big wildlife like that, and those birds are pretty good size.
It felt really great to be out here on this river, taking in the views from a canoe as we paddled onward. Everywhere around us were these amazing red canyon walls. The Green River was calm and tranquil as we took in all this beauty.
All right, we pulled over to take a break here for a minute, but I wanted to share the view with you guys. There's Terry and Matt over on the other side, heading through frame. Beautiful place. Awesome. All right, there you go. Canoe City.
The Green River was calm, beautiful, and serene. I definitely felt connected with this place, and I was so glad I was here.
Anyway, this is where we are at on the map. This is a pretty notable thing up here from September 1st, 1909. Although it looks so fresh still, you gotta wonder if it's been touched up over the years. I'm gonna take a quick look here in the map book and find out exactly where that location's at. So let's take a look.
I've seen many videos on YouTube, but this would be my first time being there in person to witness the splendor. As we continued down the river, I felt like the luckiest person in the world. I'd been dreaming of being here and experiencing this place for close to a decade. And now, here I was in the middle of it all, paddling my way down the Green River in Utah, and it was even better than I imagined.
Man, it's just so beautiful every place all the way around. The rock is beautiful, the formations and the cracks all together. The greenery around the bottom of the river is also very neat. It's something that you probably see on every river, is everything gathers to the water, whether it's an animal or a plant, huh? We all need it. Beautiful. Yeah, that's awesome too. It just keeps going.
Go to the right, brother.
How's that? A little more?
A little while later, we arrived at our next campsite.
Hey Joe, we were getting real close.
Nice.
Yeah.
Here's our chain gang. See how this works for getting up the hillsides.
We passed the gear up the hillside and worked as a great team. In almost no time, we had the canoes completely unloaded.
All right, great team effort getting stuff off the boats and up here. You can see some up back there behind me, and then down here, you can see the chain of people as the gear's coming up this way. Makes life easier on all of us when everybody pitches in. It's a lesson that we can all learn in life. Pitch in, pull your own weight, help each other.
The views from where we docked our canoes was nothing short of amazing. Every day we spent on the Green River was better than the last. I'm so glad I finally made it here, and with these wonderful people.
Call this bee camp because there's some bees at the entrance. I'll go down and show them to you here in a little bit, but meanwhile, right now, everybody's doing what I'm doing. Prepping their gear, getting their space set up. I'm gonna put a tent right in here under these trees. It should be nice. I'm gonna have myself a neighbor over here, Matt, Southwest Backpacker, and another neighbor back there you see through the bushes. That's my brother Daniel. He's getting set up. It looks like it's gonna be a beautiful spot to stay for the night.
A great spot.
After setting up my tent, I went back down to the canoes and took in the view. The beauty of this campsite was mesmerizing, and I felt connected to this spot immediately. My brother and I started planning a short hike right after we set up our tents. We decided early on that we were going to explore as much as we could with the time we had here in Utah. This was definitely some of the most beautiful camping we'd ever done.
All right, folks, day 3. Sun is getting lower and lower in the sky, as you can see. I wanted to show you something real quick. My brother Daniel has his tent right here. I mean, it just looks like one of the most ultimate camping spots in the world. And that's what's behind the tent. What he sees out the front door of the tent is just as beautiful and magnificent as this. So allow me to show you right now. So this is his view from his front door right now. You can see the Green River down below. And we're going to be floating down this thing again sometime tomorrow. This is amazing. I'm really blown away by it. River and all.
There's another good spot. Well, here.
We hiked next to the river for a while and explored the area. The views everywhere were mind-blowing and I could not stop smiling. What a great day to be alive and experience this wonderful area of the American Southwest. Wow. Just wow.
I don't know.
Go with it.
See where, if it takes you anywhere.
We can start right here. I'm just getting that little sketchy shit. This trail gets kind of thick.
I was experiencing so much all at once that I was at a loss for words. We continued down the trail, curious about what lies ahead. The explorer came out in us, and suddenly we were Indiana Jones and were in some exotic land looking for a lost treasure, that treasure being a beautiful location full of wonder. As we continued down the trail, we found several nice campsites along the way. We knew we wanted to remember these spots for next time we decided to visit our new friend, the Green River.
Alright folks, while we're hiking along on our little river rim trail kind of here on the side, we came across this weird plant. Not sure what kind of plant this is, but I'm going to ask them back at camp if anybody knows.
Later, Matt the Southwest Backpacker was able to identify this plant. It's called a round-leaf buffalo berry. The name comes from Western settlers using the cooked berries in a sauce for eating buffalo meat. As we continued down the trail, I was so happy that I suddenly felt like singing.
It's amazing, it's amazing.
As we all journey through life, it's vital to take in where you are and what you're doing, but more importantly, who you were with in these wonderful moments. I was fortunate enough to be canoeing, camping, and hiking on the Green River, but what made it even more special was the fact that I got to experience all this with my brother Daniel. This trip will always have a special spot in my heart. It has brought me happiness and an experience of a lifetime that I hope to experience again in the future.
Alright, this was a great little hike on day 2, huh, brother? Really enjoyed it. A lot of more rock formations and stuff. We did a little scrambling as usual and just took in a lot of views and got a lot of pictures and video. Awesome.
When we arrived back at camp, the board gaming had begun. We watched the guys finish up a fun game of Meeple War. And then it was Matt's turn to make dinner.
That tasted great. Trust me.
All right, so
Yeah.
Southwest Backpackers making dinner tonight.
Doing some tamales. Tamales.
All right, they're going on.
I'm gonna throw them on here. See, we're gonna use the entire space. And I'll try to keep them all facing the same way so I know that I'm flipping them right, but we'll try and flip them over.
What do you say, 5 minutes
On
each side?
5 minutes on each side for 20 minutes.
All right, that's gonna be awesome. We'll update you later. And I can already tell you they're gonna be yummy because I've had these before with Matt out in the mountains.
That's awesome. You can just buy them and cook them. That's it.
Yep.
After about 20 minutes and a couple of flips, the tamales were ready.
Okay, so I took the corn husks off the tamales, and you can see the masa is nice and caramelized here on the outside, kind of all the way around the outside of the entire tamale. And yeah, got some red chili in the middle and some pork in there, and it's nice and steamy. Nice and
All right.
steamy.
That's
Yum.
the payoff right there for
Yum.
all the video. Looking really good.
Yum.
Matt tried a bite while in the background, Terry was preparing a pot of black beans to go with the tamales. That was a yummy dinner of red chili tamales and black beans. So after night came on, we decided to go down and see why it's called Bee Camp. I got some video of the bees, but I was very careful not to disturb them.
So this is why they call it bee camp. They've lived in here probably for years. What a great little bee home.
The campfire was a usual gathering spot, and we enjoyed the warmth of the fire after a wonderful and long day of adventures. And of course, a little slow motion campfire always adds to the experience. Personally, I've always enjoyed a nice campfire, and tonight was no exception. What a wonderful and fun day.
Last bit of lights fading here. We're having a nice campfire and this is the view.
The night was calm. The fire was a warm place to enjoy with my brother and some good friends. It doesn't get any better than this. I had a feeling of complete calm and tranquility at tonight's campsite. The friendship, the food, the canoes, the canyons, and now warming my bones beside the fire. I felt like I died and went to heaven, and if that was the case, then I was completely happy with that. During the campfire experience, Terry, Matt, and myself went down to the kitchen area and filled up a few bottles with some of the filtered water from the Green River. The water was both cold and refreshing. These guys had a proven way to filter the water and make it safe for drinking and cooking. What another great experience! We returned to the warmth of the campfire, where we took turns playing guitar before Matt, the Southwest Backpacker, played a small concert for us.
Right on, dude. That was awesome.
That was a great way to end the night, and soon it was time to escape to the tents for some much-needed shut-eye. We had the river as our soundtrack for a restful sleep and some pleasant dreams about tomorrow.
All right, folks. Thanks a lot for watching. Day number 3 is complete. I'm in the tent, about to go to sleep, and just smiling because it was a beautiful day. Lots of nice hiking and boating and people laughing, as you can hear down by the campfire still. Just a really good camaraderie, good food, and beautiful scenery. Can't really complain at all. So, anyway, as usual, love, hate. Take care of each other. Okay, we're saying goodbye to camp number 3, but what a beautiful location to have a night of sleep in and a little fun around the campfire. We played guitar last night and sang and had a great dinner. It was awesome. All right, good morning, folks. I'm in the tent. It's about 7 o'clock on day number 4, and my tent is a mess. I got to get this cleaned up and ready to go because about 90 minutes we're going to launch these boats and head down to Bonot Bend. Stay tuned, it's going to be a lot of fun. All right, now we're at the part where we're breaking down everything and packing up to leave again. Okay, well, it's that part of the morning where all the gear is down here and we are getting a chain gang going down the side of the hill to get everything loaded. So that all goes, not the black tote, but the rest of this here all goes in mine and Daniel's boat. Not to mention a cooler and the groover. So the day continues.
We're going to come around here and stop here and hike into the middle of this to where we can see this part of the water all the way around the Bonot to this part of the water. And one day that will actually join and that won't go around anymore. But
That's going to be awesome.
then we
Can't
paddle
wait.
down and ledge camp is actually at the end of this. It's on the other side. And it's actually right there.
So that's where the mighty ledge camp is.
That's where Mighty Ledge Camp
That's where we're
is.
going to be.
They call it 2 Mile Canyon.
That's our last camp of the trip then?
That is
And
the
the
last
layover.
camp, and that's our layover.
Okay, sweet. All right, good morning, folks. We are the first ones to launch today, and we are down here when the magic hour is still happening. You can see all the beautiful reflections and all the red rock shining in the morning sun over here.
I can't far from here.
Yeah, we hiked pretty far yesterday.
It doesn't look like it from here, though. It's crazy.
So everybody is getting packed up and heading out. We're heading down to the Bonot Bend here in a little bit, and that's going to be our first hike of the day.
The rest of the crew finished packing the canoes in the cool early morning air.
All right, another beautiful, relaxing day, brother. Can't go wrong, man. It's just a beautiful location. And that blue heron, again, of course, I mean, that's always fun to be able to see a wild critter out here. Bonot Bend's probably not too far away. I'm going to take a quick look here in the map book and find out exactly where that location's at. So let's take a
The
look.
Bonot Bend was here, and we weren't too far away. The landing spot was just a short distance, and we'd be there in a few minutes.
So yeah, Daniel, we're going up to the top of that thing.
The Green River had cast its magical spell. The look on my face describes it all. True happiness from within can be achieved. All it takes is some great family and some beautiful desert wilderness.
Gentlemen, how goes it?
Hey, it's going good.
So this
All
is
right.
a picture of that saddle that's in that map book. Then.
Rock and roll.
That's
I recognize some guys.
around and almost touch this.
Okay, we paddled about a mile or two this morning down to the Bonot Bend, where we are going to hike up to the top here in a minute. All the boats are here. Everybody's heading up. I'm going to start heading that direction up the trail here in just a minute. Awesome. Trail's pretty easy to follow. See the folks up ahead. Oh yeah. Beautiful.
We continued hiking in the desert wilderness. Every step forward was rewarding as we continued up the trail into the wild.
Well, that's the trail up. We're heading that way right now. Good howdy. All right, folks, we've been scrambling up this, and it gets a little bit more technical when you go up, but it's not too bad. Did you? So yeah, there's a couple technical scrambles here getting up this stuff. This is what we just came up. Whew. Out of breath. All right, so we're almost to the top of the Bonot Bend here, the part where we can see both rivers. I think it's gonna be pretty awesome. Lots of climbing. Definitely out of breath. All right, Here's the gap. We came up from down there at the river, and now you can see the river here, and then the river 7 miles away over here. It's a big loop to get back to this point. Awesome.
The views from the top of the Bow-Knot Bend were amazing. I had dreamed of being here for almost a decade, and now here I was, and it was even better than I imagined.
All right, there you go, folks. This part of the river on the right is the one we're going down, and after a 7-mile loop, we'll be on this one on the left. Can't believe it. It's just so incredibly beautiful. I would say if you're a newbie to hiking, you haven't done a lot of rugged hikes, this is definitely not the hike for someone who's not experienced. This thing is rugged and on the edge on both sides. One false move and you're gonna be hurting pretty bad.
I continued hiking across the top toward my brother and friends. Everywhere around me was intense beauty, and I knew I was fortunate to be here now. My brother went down to the edge and took in the magnificent view. I soon joined him as a bird flew through the frame. The feeling of absolute love and respect I had at this moment made me feel like a free bird, flying in a dream, on a stairway to heaven, in a moment that was one for all and all for one. After taking in the views and capturing some stunning photographs, we all signed the guest log on top before heading back down the trail. It was nice to visit this amazing place, but we had a lot more miles to cover on the river before the next campsite. We needed to get moving and continue our journey down the Green River. What a great day to be alive. I felt like I was in the perfect place at the right time and with the most wonderful people. The Bow-Knot Bend was named by geologist John Wesley Powell in 1869 during one of his famous explorations of the rivers in the American West. We felt fortunate to be able to follow some of the same river as this historic figure. We got back to our canoes and continued downriver and saw another heron taking off.
Ready to get a shot of the bird.
As we continued to canoe down this beautiful stretch of the Green River, we realized how fortunate we were to be able to experience something so wonderful. This was indeed a trip of a lifetime, and I let the wild spirit in the area take over as I became more and more connected to the Green River. This section of the Green River Canyon in eastern Utah is known as Bow-Knot Bend, because of the way the river doubles back on itself so close that the two sections of the river are just 0.2 of a mile apart. The loop carries river canoeists approximately 7 miles before bringing them back to nearly the same point they started from, though from the other side of the low, narrow saddle.
All right, folks, we are on the other side of the Bow-Knot Bend. Earlier today, we were up in the middle of this lower section. Absolutely amazing to think we hiked up from the other side to this, and now we crossed it 8 or so miles later. Still got a couple more miles to go to camp, but we're looking forward to it. Amazing day. Holy cow, the wind has been crazy. Just nuts.
Once we came around the Bow-Knot Bend, the wind was right in our faces and very intense at times. The last few miles of paddling was very tough. We needed to stay focused to keep the canoe straight in the water. The winds were gusting up to 30 and 40 miles per hour, and the waves on the river were as high as the top of the canoe at times. It was a tough few miles of paddling, but even in this adverse weather, the team came together and continued to succeed on our journey as we looked for a new campsite. Turns out that ledge camp was taken, so we landed on a sandbar downstream a mile or so. There was a campsite nearby, but the walk to get to it was too far with all the gear we had. The water in the area was very shallow and we couldn't paddle through it with the weight of the gear, canoes, and people. We had to walk about a half mile in the river to find a better canoe docking area that was closer to the new campsite. The wind and the water started to take its toll on the group.
Alright, we've been walking the last quarter mile or so in the river, trying to keep the boat from bottoming out. It's a crazy wind. It's just making everything tougher. We got lucky till now, but now it's not even light wind anymore. This is like hurricane crap.
But before we knew it, we found the perfect spot, and just like that, our canoe part of the day's journey had come to an end.
Alright folks, this is day number 4, camp number 4. What an outstanding, beautiful view that we have here. Now there's a lot of space here, so everybody's kind of spread out and we all have some good camp spots, and it's just beautiful, and it's in the shade already, which is even cooler. Okay, so this is the spot that I chose to camp. My tent will go right there. As you see, it's already there. Got all my gear over here, and check out this view from this side. It's pretty outstanding. This will be where the back of the tent is at, but the front door of my tent is going to be seeing this when I wake up in the morning. And I got to tell you, that is an outstanding view. Absolutely love it. Okay, here you can see there's a blue bag, but behind the blue bag, back in there, is a green bag. That is where my gear is at right there. Let me show you where my brother's camping at for the night. He is setting up over here, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty outstanding spot, so let's go over and visit him, shall we? Alright, that's going to be his view there. How cool is that? Alright, look at that. That's a sweet spot you found, man. Okay, so it's later in the day. It's about 5:30 Utah time. Day 4. And we decided to do a little side hike above camp here. The wind has finally calmed down. It was crazy earlier. Just white cap waves on the river and big wind right in our face, so but it's calmed down quite a bit, and now you can see where we're at. And this place is awesome. I would love to roll some time-lapse video on these clouds coming in. We are definitely going to get some moisture. You can see your tent now, dude. Alright folks, that is where we're camping. You see in the lower part of the screen Daniel's green tent. In the upper middle, my maroon and gray tent. Let me back out and show you where that's at exactly. Oh, sorry. Back out. There you go. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, so on our afternoon hike, we've been discovering some unusual and weird rock formations. Look at this. You can see through it. That's just awesome. These rocks are just so weird. Just look at all this.
The rock formations in the canyon were amazing. Everywhere we looked was intense beauty and color. Along the hike we made some fun discoveries, such as a pool of water in the desert. This water looks dirty, but it can be filtered to make it safe to drink with the correct equipment. We didn't need any water, so we just took a picture instead. Then the sun started to set.
The skies are so intense right now. I mean, it doesn't look like the sun should be shining at all when you see that. But it's just, that is awesome. Alright, so here's the camping spot that I picked for Wednesday night, day number 4. Looks like a pretty good spot to me. Can't complain. Why don't we go in and take a closer look? Okay, you can see I got a tarp behind here with some supplies on it, so I can remain organized as much as possible. Most of that stuff will get put away tonight in dry sacks and covered up. And then the tent, dun 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 dun, dun 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 dun. So you can kind of see in there through the screen. It's looking pretty good. Here, why don't we open it up for you real quick? Okay, there you go. That's where I'm sleeping at for the night, and should be pretty comfortable. Looking forward to it.
After getting video of the inside of my tent, I stood up and turned around and discovered that the sunset was intensely beautiful. I felt like the most fortunate person in the world at that moment. The Green River in Utah had not disappointed. It's every bit as beautiful and peaceful as I had ever imagined. My dream of visiting here was indeed a great dream. And now, here I was in the middle of that dream and not wanting to ever wake up. I enjoyed the last of the sunset as nightfall slowly took over the surrounding area. I looked back at my tent as I felt the tranquility of tonight's campsite take over my wild spirit. Short while later, I went to experience the campfire with my brother and friends. We found a perfect spot that was out of the wind and quite cozy.
All right, another successful day. Even with all the crazy wind today, this has ended up being a beautiful campsite, an awesome day. Having our little campfire, wrapping it up for the night. Anyway, tune back tomorrow because we'll be hiking up to a place called the Windows, so it's going to be very beautiful. Nice long hike and some rock arches, so you can't go wrong with that.
The moon rose above our campsite as we gathered to make s'mores around the fire. We melted marshmallows over the campfire and made some sweet treats. Another amazing day on the Green River, and now we got to have some evening snacks after dinner. The moon lit up the surrounding area nicely and made the ambience even better. After a great campfire experience, it was time to brush and floss before heading off to the tent for some much needed shut-eye. I knew I would sleep great tonight and have good dreams about tomorrow.
So, anyway, as usual, love, hate. Take care of each other.
Good morning, folks. It's Thursday, day 5 of 6. It's cold outside this morning. The wind is intense again and it's a cold breeze. I'm not complaining. It's just an observation of the current conditions. I'm still a happy camper, but I do feel a little sad that the trip will be ending tomorrow. So today is our last full day and we have a great hike planned. We will all hike to the Windows, and I'm super excited. We're still at the Green River and can't complain even with the cold breeze. It's nice. We got a layover day. We're in the beautiful canyon that we go exploring later back here behind me. Oh, that sun feels nice and warm. It was calm for the first part of the evening last night, but after everyone retired to their tents, the winds came back with quite some force. You can see the tent moving in the breeze right now. This was happening quite a bit last night, so sleep did not happen real well for all of us. However, we were able to be out of the breeze and stay warm in our tents. It was cozy and warm in my sleeping bag and fleece liner. I stayed toasty inside there until it was my time to start the day. I went down to the Green River and captured some photographs of our canoes and the surrounding landscape. It was a beautiful morning even with all the wind. The skies were clear and a very intense blue. I felt once again in tune with this beautiful and vast landscape.
Best camp spot here ever. Actually, they've all been outstanding.
Terry made a great breakfast for all of us called a Gila hash, which is a mix of breakfast foods on a tortilla with cheese and green chili. It was yummy. After breakfast, we decided to start our hike to the Windows. So we threw on our backpacks and we were on our way.
Alright. Hiking up to the Windows in the wind. Alright. See the whole group's here. Everybody's hiking up. We're going to see some beautiful stuff today. Should be pretty cool. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, thanks for coming along.
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and today we're going to do just over 6 miles of that. The early morning air felt good as we traversed the landscape together. I've been looking forward to this hike since I first saw a video of it 4 years earlier on the Southwest Backpacker YouTube channel. And now, here we all were about to embark on a very intense but beautiful journey.
The canyon keeps changing the further back we get in here. I can't say it's more beautiful than anything else, but it's just as beautiful as everything we've seen. It's an amazing place.
All around us were these amazing red canyon walls. The blue skies seemed more blue than usual, and I was feeling the energy of this place like a spiritual connection.
All right, continuing the trail up to the windows. We'll see where it takes us. I'll tell you what, I've canoed more miles this week than I ever have, and hiked more miles than I probably have in a long time. But it's worth it, because look at this. How can you complain? It's beautiful up here.
The red rocks were amazing, and I felt fortunate to be here. What a beautiful area to canoe, camp, and hike.
I tell you what, this is a rugged, on the side of a canyon type of trail. But awesome nonetheless. It's day 5 here in Utah, the 2019 Green River trip. And all 8 folks, I think, have had themselves a wonderful time. And it's been fairly easy, although yesterday, the last 5 miles of canoeing into that intense wind, that took a lot of extra energy. But once again, you know, all good things in life come from hard work, and this today is a good thing in life. Okay, down there where the shadow ends, there's a drainage ditch, arroyo. That's where we came up. So we came up all this stuff up here, followed this little trail, and of course some of these rock garns help too, and we still got a lot to go to get to the top. But it'll be worth it just to be able to see those windows finally. So the trail is a lot of this kind of stuff right here. Little loose, broken rock stuff, and then occasional patches of sand in between. So it's not a trail I would send a beginner up, but check it out. And keep switching back. So it's not straight up in a row, but oh boy, I'm feeling it. It's awesome, but tiring. Awesome! I will say one nice thing about this hike is so far it's been in the shade. Even though it's not hot today, when you're working this hard going up, you get hot. So it's really nice to have a shade when on our way up here.
On our way up, we passed many interesting rock formations. The hiking was rugged, but rewarding. We continued onward as a team as the sun started to shine overhead. The landscape felt so alive and full of intense colors. It had me wishing I was an artistic painter and had supplies with me to stop and paint this beautiful desert landscape. However, video was my choice for painting a picture, and I hope I captured some nice moments here. The hiking continued as we got closer and closer to the top.
Oh my goodness. So happy to be on a somewhat level trail. Oh, hell, that going up was intense. I bet we cleared 1,000 feet or more of elevation at this point, because we came up from the bottom of that, and that is a good distance from here now. So wow. Whew. Okay, so we're continuing the journey. You can see some folks on the next level up there, and they are up above where we're at, but we're getting so much closer to the top. It's a truly glorious day.
I couldn't help myself. I continued capturing video of everything. All around me was some beautiful landscape, and I wanted to take it all in while I was here. I love to capture nice moments and experiences, and then I have it documented and I can edit it down as a memory to share. On the way up the canyon, my brother and I stopped and talked about the possible age of this old tree. Has it been here for hundreds of years, or just a few decades? I guess we'll never know. The team was getting closer to the top, and our energy levels were rising while the excitement was building. The rocks along the way helped to build the suspense. What was the trail like on top? What would we see? Was it easy to follow? Well, we'd have answers to these questions and more very soon.
What do you think, man? That's at least 1,000 feet of elevation change, I bet. Whew. All right, so there's definitely some sections that you could consider rock climbing on this. Totally awesome. Are you on the summit, Daniel, or is there more?
There's like another 100 feet probably.
Oh man, awesome. There he is, Southwest Backpacker. I'm almost there, brother.
It was my turn to head up the notch and complete the steep section of hiking. I was out of breath a lot on that last part. That's because gravity can be cruel and beautiful.
Boy, that's a climb and a half, Matt. You did that 4 years ago by yourself, partially in the dark. I'm impressed, man. And I'd like to dedicate this climb, which was a very tough climb, to my other half, Karen, who can't be here today, but she would have loved this stuff when we were hiking together. So, all right, we're on the top.
After arriving on the top, I needed a moment to catch my breath and take in this magnificent view. The rest of the group had the same idea as we all stood in awe of the amazing views all around us.
Okay, so we're hiking over to the windows, which is way over there still. So we're gonna have to traverse around all this to get there, but Matt made a good point of knowing about this pile of rocks with the stick in it. That's the notch to go back down. There's not a lot of notches to go back down, so better remember this one.
We paused for a moment, and then we captured a picture of my brother Daniel and I standing on the edge of the world.
All right, folks, we are on the top of this particular section. We are heading back this direction here around in a minute. The windows are back there, so we're gonna go that direction, and the hike continues. It's been great so far. Okay, so we're gonna go across all that, but at least it's somewhat flat. That always makes the hiking a little bit easier. Even though we're exposed to the sun now, the wind is down quite a bit, and it's gonna be awesome. There goes the group, everybody's heading down. It's gonna be amazing. Oh, the formations keep changing on us, it's beautiful.
It is pretty crazy.
Alright, we're heading up this direction. Matt will show us the way.
We continued onward into the unknown. The rock was beautiful as we felt connected to the area. I knew I was fortunate to be here, and I was not going to take any of this for granted. I wanted to take it all in. I wanted to be a part of it all. I could hear the rocks, the trees, the wind, and the sky talking to me. And they were all saying the same thing. Respect us, and you are welcome here anytime. Respect I did, and I felt truly thankful to be welcomed here. A short time later, we arrived at the top of the windows. I paused to take some pictures. One of our group hiked over to take a look down. I realized then how huge the landscape here really is. My mind is blown again. We knew this place was amazing as we started our hike around the top and looked for a way down to the bottom of the arches. I had to stop again and take more photos. I couldn't stop smiling as I did. I was smiling so much that my face was starting to hurt. There's my brother taking a break at the edge of the world, taking it all in. What an amazing place. I was so happy we got to experience this together, and I felt very thankful to have him here.
Alright, we are getting closer to the windows, but I wanted to show you this interesting rock formation right here. Check this out. You can see right through it. That's pretty cool. Very neat.
The trees here were intense and beautiful. Then all of a sudden, there it was, the windows. also known as Colonnade Arch or Five-Hole Arch as it's commonly known by. It's a stunning high arch above the Green River and 2 Mile Canyon. The arch is unique with its 5 openings. My dream of hiking here started 4 years ago, and now here I was standing right in front of it. Wow! I have to thank my good friends Terry and Matt for sharing their knowledge and experience of this amazing place. It's a memory I'll never forget.
Alright, getting closer. Absolutely beautiful. Wow. Made it. It's a pretty big hike, but worth every moment and every struggle. This is the windows. There you go. See why they call it the windows. You can look out and see almost forever. Wow.
A word of caution. The hike up from the Green River is short, around 6 miles round trip, and the navigation not particularly difficult. But many groups have wandered around for quite some time trying to locate the arch. It's difficult to spot until you're right at it, so be prepared to wander a bit if needed, though a sharp eye will spot quite a few rock herons along the way. The Windows hike did not disappoint, and now here I was inside the formation and feeling really connected to it all.
Wow, guys. The windows. First of all, I'd like to thank Matt for showing this place and sharing his video with the world on YouTube, because I would have never known this place existed, and it is outstanding. You would never believe how good of a feeling it is to be here with all the work we had to do to get here. But thank you once again, and folks, check out the Southwest Backpacker YouTube channel. He's the guy that inspired me to come and do this trip. It's the guy that's doing camera for me right now, and I really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
We were high above Labyrinth Canyon in the Green River, and the views were awesome from up here. Depending on how you count them, the arch has between 5 and 7 arch openings. Some are unique skylight arches in the ceiling.
Alright, the windows from the inside.
Here's some additional information about this area in Utah. The final approach to the arch is over slick rock domes on a route marked only by the occasional rock herons. Use extreme caution near exposed ledges, especially with children and pets. A GPS and a map along with good navigation skills are strongly recommended. This area can be extremely hot during spring, summer, and fall, so carry plenty of water and wear appropriate clothing. It is also advisable to bring some snacks with you while hiking here, and don't forget to bring a first aid kit just in case. One last thought. No amount of gear is guaranteed to make a hike 100% safe. Only good judgment and experience can help with that. So enjoy, be safe, take only photographs, and leave only footprints.
Alright folks, that was the windows. Now we're heading back to camp. Got about a 3-mile hike. We're heading back down into there. You can see the trail actually. And then we'll head down to the river, and that's where we're going to be for the night. Last full day here, last full night here as well. And then we're back to town after that. So, what a great trip. So the notch that we came up on is over there on the other side. We're heading back that direction now, and then there's a lot of hiking down. It's weird because from here, it doesn't look like there's a way down the side of that for hiking wise, but there sure is, and we're gonna go find it.
We continued around the top of the canyon through the beautiful desert landscape. Before we knew it, we were back at the notch and starting down the steep sections of the hike. All around us were interesting plants and rocks. Landscape looked like it could be on another planet or something from a movie or a painting. Next, it was my turn to start down the notch and continue the journey back to camp. As I climbed downward, I had an almost nostalgic feeling about the windows and the hike to get there. It was like I was in a dream that I never wanted to wake up from. I was still on the hike, but I was in the memory of the hike at the same time. What an unusual feeling. Now we would take the long hike back to camp and have a wonderful and well-earned meal. Tonight was my turn to make dinner, and I had something special planned, but before I could do that, I had to complete this intense hike. The next section was the toughest and required total concentration and focus. But I knew we were a safe group, so I had no worries at all.
That was an intense hike, but well worth it to make it to the top up there behind me to the infamous windows. Probably going to be 6 or more miles round trip by the time we're done. A lot of that was going up, so I'm beat. But it's a good beat. I feel like I earned it. Alright, my brother out-hiked me by quite a bit. He was miles ahead of me. But he stopped and chilled out and waited for me just in case. Thanks for waiting, brother. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, it was.
Just like that, the hike was over and we were all safely back at camp.
All right, howdy folks. It is day number 5 here on the Green River, and we're about to make dinner. And I brought ramen bombs. So come over real quick. Now, in case you're wondering what a ramen bomb is, these are 2 of the main ingredients. You got your ramen, you got your mashed potatoes, and then you have some form of meat. In some cases, it's Spam. In other cases, it can be chicken or tuna or whatever you want to make it out of. So we're going to get these things going, and hopefully we're going to have a good stick-to-your-ribs meal. So join me, shall you? Okay, so we got the Spam all chopped up. We got our waters just about boiling. Got some chicken. And of course our ramen and our potatoes. It's all going to go together nicely in just a minute. Okay, so this is the chicken ramen bomb, and this is the Spam ramen bomb. We'll see how they both taste here in just a minute. There you go. Any thoughts so far?
Tasty. I like it.
Like I said, it's kind of a stick-to-your-ribs kind of food. It's weird ramen and potatoes together at first, but once you get used to it, it's really a tasty little treat.
After a yummy and filling dinner, we all retired to the campfire for some much-needed warmth. I've always enjoyed the campfire experience, and tonight was no exception. I love the warmth of the fire, the conversations, and the gathering of family and friends. And of course, what camping video wouldn't be complete without some slow-motion campfire? Wow, look at the colors and movement. It's a truly beautiful thing. After a couple hours of campfire time, I was ready to get some shut-eye and went to my tent. I would fall asleep quickly tonight after that amazing hike to the windows.
As usual, love, hate, take care of each other.
As I got into my tent, I started to think about how it was our last night here. I couldn't help but get a little teared up, but at the same time I felt very happy that I got to have this wonderful experience.
Good howdy folks. Welcome back to another James Blackburn experience. As you can see, it's early morning here in the mountains. Well, actually, I'm sorry, these aren't the mountains, the canyons of the Green River. So it's still pretty dark out. It's going on 7 o'clock in the morning, and we are almost out of here. This is the last day.
The stars still hung overhead as I took in the beauty of the Green River. The early morning air was around 22 degrees Fahrenheit, but still felt very nice. With our headlamps on, we teamed up and brought the gear down to the beach. We packed the gear into the canoes as we anticipated our journey down the Green River. What a great experience. I felt very thankful to be here right now.
All right. Last day, 6 days, 5 nights in the Green River. Absolutely loved it. And we are happy to be here. All right, the adventure continues. Camp 4 and 5, you served us well. Alright folks, well we have officially launched. Last day of canoeing on the Green River this year for us. But what an amazing experience. Loved every minute of it, even the tough stuff.
As we canoe down the river in the early morning, we begin to reminisce about our adventure. Here's a look back at the last 5 days of memories here on the Green River in Utah. Enjoy. Cue the flashback harp sound here. And there it is. The Green River in Utah. 6 days and 5 nights. 8 friends, 4 canoes, a whole bunch of gear.
Look at that sky, man. Isn't that awesome? Ooh, that tree growing out of the rock. That's kind of neat. Yeah, the big one and the small one, they're both kind of neat. Like Lord of the Rings looking.
Area, we got this wonderful beach spot right here, so I can't complain. I'm loving it.
Oh, the temperature's perfect. So we're outside in the sun right now, but it's
We're
not
suffering.
baking.
It's not
painful.
oppressive.
Yeah, it feels great. And this is going to be a good campsite.
All right. Daniel, any thoughts on your first time being here?
Purple Martians.
All right, that's perfect. I love it. I'm blown away by the reflection of the rocks in the water because it reminds me of a Bob Ross kind of painting. It's just so outstanding. If I could paint, I would paint stuff like this. All right, we made it to camp number 2. Here's the last of our party. All right, so we've been here relaxing and getting camp set up. As you can see, it's all taken care of. Very beautiful. We claimed this little beautiful spot of real estate right under this trees here, so we're in the shade. And what do you think, brother?
It's awesome, man.
It's gonna be cool, huh?
Very cool.
You got it, Daniel, son. You're looking good there, man. Nice. Yep, rock climbing skills coming in handy. Yeah, good job.
I'll be right up.
Okay, here we go, folks. Boat number 4 is officially launching. We're gonna flip this boat around and head downstream. Oh, look, brother's already got it going. I'll catch up with you here in just a second, man. Early in the morning, sun's coming up. On the map, this is a pretty notable thing up here from September 1st, 1909.
A little while later, we arrived at our next campsite. The views from where we docked our canoes was nothing short of amazing. Every day we spent on the Green River was better than the last. I'm so glad I finally made it here, and with these wonderful people. This was definitely some of the most beautiful camping we'd ever done.
You can see the Green River down below. And we're gonna be floating down this thing again sometime tomorrow. Okay, we're saying goodbye to camp number 3. But what a beautiful location to have a night of sleep in and a little fun around the campfire. All right, good morning, folks. We are the first ones to launch today. And we are down here when the magic hour is still happening.
True happiness from within can be achieved. All it takes is some great family and some beautiful desert wilderness.
Okay, we paddled about a mile or 2 this morning down to the Bow Knot Bend, where we are going to hike up to the top here in a minute. A couple technical scrambles here, getting up this stuff. All right, there you go, folks. This part of the river on the right is the one we're going down, and after a 7-mile loop, we'll be on this one on the left. Day number 4. Looks like a pretty good spot to me.
Good morning, folks. It's Thursday, day 5 of 6. It's cold outside this morning. The wind is intense again and it's a cold breeze. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and today we're going to do just over 6 miles of that.
Continuing the trail up to the windows.
The hiking continued as we got closer and closer to the top.
That's at least 1,000 feet of elevation change.
After arriving on the top, I needed a moment to catch my breath and take in this magnificent view. We knew this place was amazing as we started our hike around the top and looked for a way down to the bottom of the arches. It's a stunning high arch above the Green River and 2 Mile Canyon. The Windows hike did not disappoint, and now here I was inside the formation and feeling really connected to it all. Back to our last day on the Green River.
Here comes the sun. Do-do-do. It's alright.
Feels great. Yeah, it's 9:20, so we're doing good on time. Last day of awesomeness. All right, folks. Green River has treated us well. We have enjoyed the heck out of being out here with this beautiful surrounding landscape. 6 days, 5 nights. Totally worth it and an awesome thing to be a part of. Thank you once again, brother, for coming out and being a part of it.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it a lot.
As we continued the few miles of canoeing to the takeout point, we enjoyed the last of the beautiful views of the warm morning sun. Soon we would be to Mineral Bottom and the trip would come to an end.
The van and the trailer is pulling up here, and we are just now finishing the unloading of our boats. So 8 people, 4 boats carried all this stuff. I don't know how we made it, but we did. We are at Mineral Bottom boat ramp, and the takeout has begun. Heading back to Moab here in a little while.
We pulled the canoes up on the shore and made sure they were cleaned out properly. Then we could get them loaded onto the trailer and finalized for the journey back to town. This had been quite a wonderful trip.
All right, folks, well, we're almost completely loaded back here and ready to go, and wraps up 6 days and 5 nights on the Green River. Now we're going to head back to Moab and have some more adventures there before we have to go home tomorrow.
On day 1, we put in at Ruby Ranch, and then we traveled 6 days and 5 nights down the Green River. We canoed through Labyrinth Canyon and around Bow Knot Bend. We traveled close to 50 miles down the Green River. On day 6, we took out at Mineral Bottom, and I felt very happy to have this wonderful experience. Special thanks to my brother Daniel for traveling here and being a part of it all. Thank you to Terry, our trip leader, and Matt, the Southwest backpacker. This trip was both safe and fun with your guidance. And of course the rest of the group. You all made this a wonderful experience. Thank you all. After the gear and canoes were loaded, we all piled into the van for the long drive back to town. We all felt tired but invigorated after this wonderful trip. It was a bumpy dirt road and there was a lot of dust, but it's still an enjoyable part of the journey. Another great day to be alive. I was truly fortunate and knew it. My heart overflows as my brain face begins to smile.
Tonight we're staying at a place called the Redstone here in Moab. We are in room 205, non-smoking of course. And it's a little double occupancy room here. Pretty sweet. Little area here and television. And of course there's a bathroom in there, and then we have a little kitchenette, so not too bad.
On our last night in Moab, we were staying at the Redstone Inn. After exploring town and finding some dinner, we returned and I saw these wonderful neon lights. I enjoy seeing these type of vintage materials when I travel, and here we also had a nice old car. We then retired to our rooms and slept very well. It was one of the greatest adventures a person could ever have, and now it was time to plan the next trip, coming soon.
As usual, love, hate. Take care of each other.
Thank you, my friends, for watching the James Blackburn Experience Green River series. Your viewership is much appreciated. Please check out my YouTube channel for almost 900 additional video adventures. 2019, I traveled to the Green River in Utah with my brother and several really good friends. It was an adventure I will never forget. This was my first trip to the Green River, but it wouldn't be my last. 6 days and 5 nights of canoe camping was absolutely wonderful, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to have done this fun adventure with everyone. We experienced nice weather and beautiful sunsets, did some hiking, and enjoyed this stunning and awesome area. While we were still on this trip, I was already planning my next adventure back to the Green River. This amazing place will always be a part of me. I felt truly connected. We even hiked from the Green River to some rock arches about 3 miles away from our camp. Now I have the opportunity to do this trip again. Join me for a new 7-part series as I return to the Green River. Today's video adventure starts at Texas Riverways in Moab, Utah. This is the company that provided all our rental gear, as well as provided transportation to take us down to the Green River at Ruby Ranch. But first, a random deer walked by early in the morning, so I thought I'd get some video of it for you. This is not an unusual occurrence in these southwest mountain towns. I just took it as a good sign. So here's the van and the trailer that will take us to the Green River. We had all our gear packed away and ready to go. You can see it was quite organized, and we had a lot of gear, but we were ready to travel to the Green River. Here's Matt, the Southwest backpacker, and me on our way to the Green River. After about a 90-minute drive, we land at Ruby Ranch at the drop-off point. We got all the canoes loaded and ready to go for our first day of journey on the Green River. 7 days and 6 nights of an awesome adventure.
All right, the float has officially began on the Green River 2021. The folks are up here behind me. I'll show you here in a second. They're getting ready to launch here in just a moment. River current's taking me. Those guys will be back here in a second. Maybe I should boat back up to them for a moment. Solo Canoe 2021. Heading down the Green River in Utah. Beautiful day, sun shining. It's a slight little cool breeze. Just can't complain. Why would I want to? Awesome.
So we begin our journey on the Green River for 7 days and 6 nights of a grand adventure. We take our casual float on the first day and stick to the shady parts of the river. The air is cool and nice. It's a beautiful day for traveling. Look at these rock formations. Ah yes, the Green River. A true paradise, right here in the southwestern United States. It's a place where you can put your hat off and have a brain thought or two. Maybe even look up at the sky. I know it looks like the river is green. That's because it really is. The Green River lives up to its name. But what the Green River doesn't tell you until you're there is how peaceful and nice this place really is.
Every bend of the river leads to a different view, and they're all absolutely amazing. Also, being in the shade a little bit doesn't hurt. Now this view is very familiar to me. I remember this spot of the river 2 years ago, specifically because over here, there's 2 boulders. Each one has a tree growing out of it. And I just remember that specific spot because it's beautiful and interesting. The tree on the left boulder's like a bonsai tree. It's all twisted and turned. The one on the right boulder's still kind of young, but yeah, I totally remember this spot from 2 years ago.
Yes, 2 years ago, I went by the exact spot right now where I'm at with my brother Daniel. He couldn't make it on this journey, but he was still here with us in spirit. In the sunny beautifulness of the rocks.
Oh man, I love finding some shade out here. It's a little bit warm today, probably 85-ish it's gonna be. So the shade's feeling particularly nice right about now. Yes, yes, yes. And just a minute ago, back before there was rock on the left-hand side, there was a shoreline and some trees, and I saw a beaver. I literally floated about 4 feet from it. It was on the shoreline, and then it went under the water before I could get the camera out. But it was the closest I've ever been to a beaver, and it was a big, healthy one. It was pretty awesome. You know, I'm solo in my canoe on this trip. Unfortunately, my brother couldn't make it. He had to work. But I'm also solo on the river right now. Everybody's so far ahead of me, I can't see anybody anywhere, so I better turn. Looks like the shallow water is coming up on my right. It's warm out today. I'm feeling it a little bit. Plus, paddling alone in a heavy boat is a lot of work. But, I mean, what a beautiful place. I mean, all around me is just incredible. It might be a lot of work, but it's totally worth it every single time. I am truly and honestly alone on this river right now. Maybe when I get around this next bend to the right, I'll see everybody again, but for now, there's no one in front of me, and there's no one behind me. Just me, the river, the rocks, the sky, and the animals. All right, heading up to Canoe Cove here. Hopefully it's not taken by other campers and we can have at it, because I'm tired. Okay, once we got to Canoe Cove, there was a little offshoot creek here. It's very shallow. We got stuck a couple times, but we floated up this direction. And now 3 of the canoes are here. We're gonna unload them all and head up this direction, up there by those trees. Let me zoom in for you. Those big shade trees up there, there's a campsite somewhere, so time to start bringing gear up. All right, folks, I'll be honest with you. That was a tough first day so far. I was mentally prepared to canoe alone, but physically it's a whole nother story, and I'm feeling it. It's gonna be good to sleep tonight for sure. All right, I'm already out of breath. We just started unloading the boats. As fun and relaxing as this is, it still is work. But check this out. This is one of the spots where we can set up camp at. Nicely shaded and good. There he is, we made it. Southwest Backpackers told me many stories about this place, and I finally get to see it. This is like the gateway into my campsite. I'll show it to you here in just a minute.
But first, a few beautiful shots of the surrounding area. I was falling in love with Canoe Cove. What a perfect place to set up camp. I was truly a happy camper.
This tree is the gateway to my tent. You can see back there where I'm going to be camping at tonight. Let's go take a closer look. Oh boy, it's hot today. Plus we're working hard, but found a place that's pretty shady with a big tree here. So hopefully this will stay in the shade today, because I'd like to take a little nap in here and it won't be too hot. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.com.
This was a great campsite. As I looked through the tree, I saw that my camp was in the shade of this beautiful and massive tree. And look at the surrounding area, totally beautiful. A little while later, we played a board game called Ticket to Ride London. It was a good time. I have this game at home as well. It's a blast to have. Thanks, Terry, for bringing it. And now some beautiful shots of the surrounding area and the plant life. A little while later, the guys got the campfire going in the fire pan, and they were about to make dinner, which tonight was going to be hamburgers. Can't go wrong with a good hamburger in the great outdoors. So we all enjoyed the later part of the day as the sun was setting. Matt here was supervising the food. Thanks, Matt, the Southwest Backpacker. You're a good friend and a cook. So as evening came upon us, we saw the sun going down between these two rocks in the canyon. It was truly a beautiful sight. Glorious indeed.
A little later in the day, we're about to have dinner, but I had to come back down here to get a couple supplies out of the cooler. But yeah, look at all these awesome canoes back here. Beautiful.
After the sun had set behind the canyon walls, we realized that all our camps were in the shade, and it was starting to cool off and feel very, very nice. I was truly thankful to be able to have this campsite. I knew that later I'd have a good night's sleep here.
Oh man, the hike through here is kind of intense. Really heavily grown over. I thought this went down to the river, but I'm starting to be not sure. Ow. This is totally creepy and unreal. Wow.
Flower. Wow. This had been a great start to the first day of my 7-day adventure on the Green River. What a beautiful camp spot, great dinner, and beautiful views everywhere.
All right, night is upon us. It's very early evening right now. Camp is down there, well, at least base camp is down there in the woods where you see the fire going. We have a fire pan, of course, and we're gonna go down and have a campfire experience before returning to our tents to get some sleep. Yes, yes, yes.
It was the perfect end to the perfect day. I was relaxed and happy, as was the team. And of course, what evening wouldn't be complete without a little slow motion campfire? This had been another beautiful experience, and it was only day one. My mind wandered and thought about many different subject matters, but mostly it was reflecting on the time I was spending here with friends around the campfire on day one of the Green River. It's been a great start to our 7-day, 6-night journey as we enjoyed the campfire together. What an awesome day.
Day 2 begins with a beautiful sunrise. After a good night of sleep, I woke up kind of achy in the muscles, so I have to get up and move around to feel a little better. But this is a great way to start the morning.
Return to the Green River. Chapter 2. Trin Alcove to Inscription Camp.
All right, quick camp walkthrough. Heading over to break down the gear so we can get on the river to get to our next camp. But I wanted to share this with you guys first. I camped pretty far away from everybody. It's nothing personal. I just sometimes like to be a little further away because I snore and I don't want to keep people awake. All right. So on the way over to the tent, which you can see through the tree there, beautiful canyon. I mean, really, how can you go wrong? I don't believe you can. All right, Going through the gate, the gateway. I'll say I slept in here pretty good last night. Got 8 hours probably. It was nice. Never got too cold. Did have to put the sleeping bag on at one point, but a little out of breath already because I've been busy this morning already. So we're gonna break down the gear and get on the river.
Please leave no trace of your visit so others can enjoy this beautiful place too. There is no cell phone service within the canyon, although I had no problem connecting with loved ones with my Garmin GPS unit.
There's a beaver up there in the woods. Just came out of the water. I don't know if we're gonna get a sight of it or not, but second one on the trip I've seen. One yesterday and one today. Didn't see him, he took off in the woods. Thanks guys. Good morning to all. It's gonna be a glorious day. Still getting my timing and rhythm going, but seems to be working. Oh, such a nice morning so far. Sun hasn't gotten us yet. It's nice and cool out. I'm in a short sleeve because I'm pretty hot from just loading the boat and packing up gear and loading boats, you know. It's all part of the adventure.
We continued onward into the unknown. The rock was beautiful as we felt connected to the area. I knew I was fortunate to be here, and I was not going to take any of this for granted. I wanted to take it all in. I wanted to be a part of it all. I could hear the rocks, the trees, the wind, and the sky talking to me. And they were all saying the same thing. Respect us, and you are welcome here anytime. Respect I did, and I felt truly thankful to be welcomed here. I left the paddling parts of my video a little longer in this chapter because it was the longest day of canoeing we did out of the 7. I believe we canoed right around 14 miles this day, and it took about 4.5 hours. And I'll tell you, by the end of it, I was wiped out. But I was still having a great time because how can I complain? Look where I'm at. I'm on the Green River. Even if you're paddling for 4.5 hours, you're still outdoors in a beautiful place. Awesome. The blue skies seemed more blue than usual, and I was feeling the energy of this place like a spiritual connection, and I felt fortunate to be here. The landscape felt so alive and full of intense colors. I couldn't help myself. I continued capturing video of everything. All around me was some beautiful landscape, and I wanted to take it all in while I was here. I love to capture nice moments and experiences, and then I have it documented and I can edit it down as a memory to share. This was a trip I would never forget.
Whoa, an airplane flying that low? What the heck? Something you don't see very often. Never seen an airplane down that low in the canyon like that. That's crazy. But I will say it was kind of exciting to see.
A GPS and a map along with good navigation skills are strongly recommended. This area can be extremely hot during spring, summer, and fall, so carry plenty of water and wear appropriate clothing. And don't forget to bring a first aid kit just in case. One last thought. No amount of gear is guaranteed to make a hike 100% safe. Only good judgment and experience can help with that. So enjoy, be safe.
Check out that big bird just standing at the shore. Some kind of heron, probably. But only about 50 feet from me. Beautiful critter. Must be warming up in the sun. That's why it's not taken off yet. Oh, it just turned its head. It just turned its head. Well, we've been up and paddling for about an hour. Probably gone a couple miles down the river or so. We're not in a hurry. We're just taking our time and meandering and just enjoying this beautiful scenery and the nice cool weather here in the morning. It's always a plus to be paddling on the river when the temps are lower. My narration voice. On the river again. I just can't wait to get on the river again. Canoeing with all my friends. I can't wait to get on the river again. On the river again. Like a band of canoeists, we go down the water. I suppose there's probably a variety of reasons why people would come out and do a trip like this. Whether it be canoe camping or backpacking or car camping or, you know, anything that has the word camping attached to it. And for me personally, I think of being out here as medicine. Medicine for the soul, medicine for the heart, and medicine for the mind. And for me personally, I have to get out here and just be here and relax and step away from the concrete jungle. I always say when I go out into the wilderness like this that I'm coming out here to recharge my batteries to deal with the concrete jungle. Because I'm not happy living in a city. It's just too crowded and there's too much craziness. It doesn't matter what city you're in and what part of the world, any big city is going to have its fair share of problems. And so it's nice to get out here and step away and just forget about all that insanity for a little bit and be on a peaceful river in a canoe. Now, this is not the only type of medicine that I get. You folks who watch my channel on a regular basis, you know that I backpack, I car camp, and I just do a variety of things that include being outside. And being out 24/7 like this is awesome. I mean, 7 days, 6 nights, and you're not going to be inside one single time. Inside your tent maybe, but still, you're sleeping in great outdoors in a beautiful place. Good friends, good family, good food. And of course, the campfire experience every night is always special to me. I like sitting around that campfire and shooting the breeze with my friends and my family. It's truly and awesomely a beautiful thing. You know, the river changes shape pretty much every year. You can see up ahead of me there's a little sandbar, and I thought that might be our beach camp from day 1 of 2019, but I'm not 100% certain because, you know, those beaches change from year to year. It just depends on how much water comes through here. So not sure if that was our first camp there or not from 2019. As I canoed down the canyons on the Green River, I looked around in wonder and amazement. This place was incredibly beautiful. This was my second time coming here, and I was glad to return to the Green River, but it still felt like a first-time experience to me. We camped in different places every night. I saw things that I didn't remember from last time, and it was completely new and fun the entire time. As the miles passed beneath the boat, I felt an extreme closeness with this land. It's as if I've been here more than twice. It feels like home in a lot of ways. Now I know it looks rugged. It would probably be actually hard to survive and live down here full time, but sure is great getting to be here for 7 days and 6 nights with some great people, and solo canoeing was very interesting. And I felt like mentally I was prepared to do it. I didn't think twice about it. I just thought, okay, I can do this, no problem. And to be honest with you, I'm really happy that I was able to do it. It's the first time I've solo canoed for several days in a row like that, so I really got a good feel for the boat. And me being the controller of that boat, it was a bond that I'll never forget.
James, put in right here. Do not get back.
Okay. Thanks, brother.
Okay, we've stopped here for a little bit to see if this is indeed Oak Camp. You can see 3 of the 4 canoes are here. The other one's just down there. But we're hoping that Oak Camp is somewhere back up in here. We call it Oak Camp because when we camped here 2 years ago, there's a bunch of oak trees that offer a bunch of beautiful shade. And we're going to be here at Oak Camp for the next 2 days, layover day. Awesome.
The land is just as wild and rugged today as it ever was, and that all camping is primitive. There are no established sites or facilities here. Inscription Camp is not on the map that I have, but there are some historic inscriptions here on the rock, as well as some probably more modern day graffiti stuff. But it was interesting, and you can see by the rock face here, that's why we called it Inscription Camp. Here's me being asked if I wanted to play a board game. Of course I did. We played Meeple War. And actually, it was my first time playing Meeple War, but I enjoyed it so much, I found a copy later after I got home and purchased it for myself. And I'll play it a little bit later. Meanwhile, it was a beautiful day. And I will say this, camping is a lot of work, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I absolutely love everything about camping and plan to continue for years to come. Awesome!
All right, folks. That was great to freshen up there in the water a little bit. I was really hot. And I'll tell you what, that'll cool you off quick. I'm going to head back up to camp now and change my clothes and prepare for an afternoon and evening of relaxing. So over here are the steps that had been carved in the sand that were here when we got here that lead up to the trail that goes into camp. So let's get started. My shoes are making weird noise because they're full of water. Ugh. We didn't find Oak Camp, but we found another good camp here. It's just as awesome in its own way. Matter of fact, there's a little trail over here to the left. And you see there's some gear down there. That's where Matt, the Southwest Backpacker, is going to camp tonight. Whew. But back here is camp. Over here to the left are some inscriptions that are, some of them are very historical. So I'll feature those to you a little bit later. Here's base camp where everybody's hanging out. And then our tents are kind of dispersed throughout the forest. Let's go take a look at mine. Here's base camp a little closer up. You turn to the right, there's a trail that goes this way. This is back where my tent is at.
This campsite was amazing, and I couldn't stop smiling. The weather was perfect, and so was this spot.
This will be a long walk from the campfire to the tent tonight, but it'll be totally worth it. Wanted to be set up in the trees and in the shade in case I wanted an afternoon nap. I could chill out in the tent and it wouldn't be too hot. So I came all the way back here to find a good spot. But once I did, I knew it was home for the next 2 days. Kind of deceiving. It's like, where's the tent? There it is. All right. This will be home for the next couple days. Sorry, let me get a picture.
As I sat there and caught my breath, I looked around in wonder and felt truly fortunate to be alive. What a great day. best rewards come from honest hard work. Sometimes the amount of work ahead of us seems overwhelming. So just think about that next step, that next section of forest, that next stream crossing. Take one step at a time, and before you know it, there you are. Remember that life is a journey, not a destination. True beauty comes from within, and life is whatever you make it. A little while later, the sun had set and darkness had taken over the landscape. We gathered around the campfire for added warmth as the temperature started to drop. We had good conversations about past backpacking adventures and various camping meals we'd eaten. The Milky Way will be as bright as you've ever seen it. If you don't leave here a happier person, then stay another night or two. I felt like a happy camper the entire
Day number 3, Green River Adventure. Morning is here. It's a beautiful day already.
I wandered back down the hillside and took my time as I was really enjoying this spot. Peaceful place with a lot of quiet where you can really get inside your head and think. My thoughts were numerous, and my mind felt like this moment right now was possibly a nice dream. Or, at the very least, a great memory in the making. This place was putting me in a great mood, and I felt like celebrating life again. What a great day. I enjoyed wandering through the forest like this, and I have ever since I was a kid. Nothing will keep me away from the wilderness. As I continued my short hike to the water, I was feeling the beauty of this area take over my wild spirit. I felt the animal within start to awaken. This was an amazing place, and I felt incredibly thankful to be here.
All right, folks, went out this morning in the canoe right there with a 360 camera. And if it worked out, you'll see it on my channel eventually. And right now, it's a beautiful morning. I'm glad I did that before it got too hot.
Matt, the Southwest backpacker, continued to fly the drone over me. And wait for a moment here, folks, because he pulls this drone up in the air and you get a view of our camp and the surrounding canyon land, and it's absolutely beautiful. I have to thank Matt, the Southwest backpacker, that's him right there on the shore, for providing such awesome footage and allowing me to be able to use this in my channel, because this is beautiful. So I'm just going to shut up and let you watch.
Matt, the Southwest Backpacker. He is doing dronification this morning, which I might get some of that this afternoon myself too. This seems like a good place to take off from. Big clearing here at the beach.
So a little backstory about me and Matt the Southwest Backpacker. I had discovered his channel on YouTube a few years ago. Way before he even had a drone, he was making these cool backpacking videos. But then we go out to the Green River and he's been flying a drone for a few years now, and you can see he gets these amazing shots. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. At least that's what I tell myself every time I go to the wilderness. But I'm not complaining about the journey. That's the part I love the most. I felt stronger this morning and had a good rhythm going as I hiked down the trail. I could feel my hiker legs coming alive in the early morning air. On our way up, we passed many interesting rock formations. The hiking was rugged but rewarding. We continued onward as a team as the sun started to shine overhead. I had to stop again and take more photos. I couldn't stop smiling as I did. I was smiling so much that my face was starting to hurt. The trees here were intense and beautiful. Wow, this was an amazing place and I felt incredibly thankful to be here. This campsite was amazing and I couldn't stop smiling. The weather was perfect and so was this spot. The skies were clear and a very intense blue. I felt once again in tune with this beautiful and vast landscape.
Alright, I like to bushwhack a lot, get off the trail. I am following something that has trail-like qualities, but I don't think this is human. It's probably a game trail. But there's some nice spots back here though. It's about, I don't know, half-mile south of our camp. Man, this is beautiful. Nice and cool in the shade too. You do have to be careful though, because when you're bushwhacking you can get some cuts occasionally, so I'm gonna have to clean that up here in a minute. Wow. Alright, this is a really nice grove of oak trees here. Very cool. Lots of shade, patches of sun too. I think what I'm going to do is hike further up the canyon, which is this way, and kind of head around the river a bit, just see what's up there. But I'd like to come back here again on my way back and just have a relaxed session here. Sit down on the ground and just chill out and enjoy this fine shade and oak trees here, because this is awesome.
A little while later, we discovered another campsite in the forest. This was yet another really sweet spot to camp for a day or even an entire week. We explored the forest nearby and I felt a true connection to this place once again. My wild spirit was feeling alive and curious about what's next in this awesome wilderness. My heart felt full and happy as the wilderness released the shackles of humanity and I became one with the forest. I was having one of those moments where I felt truly thankful to be alive. The rhythm of our boots on the trail was feeling unrestricted and free. The beauty of the rock was intense and awesome, so I continued up the trail a little further to explore this awesome area.
On Mars right now. At least that's what I imagine parts of Mars might look like.
Mars indeed. Or Utah. What an awesome place. These beautiful blue skies and these red rocks. It just doesn't get any better than this, folks. So I continued my hike onward around the rock face just to see what was here. I mean, why not? If you're going to have a layover day, then you should hike around and explore and just, get some good video. Find some spots to have some shade and hang out and have some lunch. Obviously, I'm not in the shade here, but you can see there's a lot of shade available nearby. The beauty of this place is mesmerizing. I couldn't stop staring in all directions. I was definitely rubbernecking the entire time. Everywhere I looked was this intense beauty and this awesome, intense rock. I don't even know how to say it any better except here I am, there I was, and here we will always be. I continued my hike into freedom and beauty. It was like poetry in motion. Rocks, plants, canyons, blue skies, greenery everywhere. Just saw 2 deer ran right through here. They came from up in here somewhere. I must have startled them. Sorry, guys. I'm definitely in a bit of a bushwhack here. Off trail again, as usual. I do not know where those deer would be. Disappear so quickly, like magic. Not my cat, but real magic, like magicians do. Be prepared. Plan ahead and prepare for your visit. Let someone know of your plans and consider the weather. I just came from there, and now I'm back in the woods again. Lots of these oak groves here. Almost like growing down here by the river. Boy, leaves are just piled up big time. Nicely shaded in here. Feels a lot cooler than out in the sun. That much is clear. On this day, we had a very rare treat in the wilderness, homemade ice cream. Terry bought this thing online where you put ice and rock salt in one side of the ball and the cream and sugar in the other side, and it makes ice cream as you throw it around. Terry brought a variety of toppings for everyone, and I had a brownie, but he also brought a lot of fruit for everyone too, to try different things. It was really yummy. Thank you, Terry, for bringing that and having a nice, sweet, cool treat on a hot afternoon. And of course, a little time lapse never hurts either. I'm not sure how long I rolled on that time lapse. It must have been 20 minutes maybe, and then I sped it up like 5,000%. This was a good campsite here. I really enjoyed this spot. As you can see, a boat just went by in time-lapse mode there. I actually talked to those folks for a few minutes. They had a really cool raft with a shade on top. And then the inscriptions here at Inscription Camp. If you're ever in the Green River, stop and look these over. Some of these are historic, dating back to 1909. Some of them are more modern day, unfortunately, but it's interesting nonetheless. It's neat to be near something that over 100 years ago someone else stood here and carved their name in here. Way before this was a popular tourist area and a camping area. People were out here exploring when it was truly a rugged wilderness still, which it still is, but back then it wasn't as explored as it is now. So I took a lot of pictures here for you because I wanted you to see what kind of variety of inscriptions were on this rock. Apparently this rock is not that hard because they made some pretty good inscriptions here that look precise to me. And of course, if you look up this guy's name, there's a lot of history with him on this river and his boat. So look him up online. I don't know how to pronounce it, otherwise I would pronounce it for you, but it's the guy's name on the right. And evening came upon us, and we all retired to the base camp for a little bit of dinner and campfire experience. Terry brought these cool lights, and you can see it really lit up the area around base camp. Really enjoyed this. Thank you everybody for an awesome experience. And of course, what campfire experience wouldn't be complete without some slow motion? I have no idea why I love this so much, I just do. Then I retired to my tent for the evening, where I think I got about 8 hours of solid sleep before we had to pack up and go the next morning. We were all up early in the morning and had our canoes almost entirely packed and ready to go. Before too long, we would start our journey down the Green River once again.
Good morning, folks. It's day 4. It's Tuesday. I'm up and paddling. It's about 7:15, 7:20 in the morning, so we got a nice early start before all the sun comes up and heats everything up. So I'm the first one on the water. The others are back here behind me, and they will be coming this direction very, very soon. I'm the slowest moving boat, so that's why we launched me first. And I'm the slowest moving, because I'm older, but also I'm in a canoe alone with a lot of gear. And not just my gear, but I have other gear in here too, so it's a heavy boat. It really is. That sunrise starting to come alive. Right, nice early morning here. It's still very cool out. It's around 7:30, 7:40. And I agree with those guys that getting up and paddling early like this is the way to go. There's a couple reasons for it. The first one is it's nice and cool out. The sun's not on the river yet, so you paddle before it gets hot. Which also means that you're going to get to camp and set up potentially before it gets hot. Another reason to get up early and paddle like this is most of the other campers on the river here are sleeping in a little later and then paddling later. So it gives us the opportunity to have access to more campsites because people are lollygagging at theirs, and we're going to go take the best sites if we can. I mean, that's the goal of every camper. Have the best campsite you can. See some shallow water to the right that I probably want to avoid. Bit of a shallow spot here. And we broke free, so now let's finish the turn. You can really see where the water's cut out the bottom of that rock over the years. Just the constant current.
It was a beautiful morning to canoe some miles down the Green River. I was really enjoying this amazing journey and couldn't stop smiling as I did. And then to make it even better, a blue heron flew by. So here it is again for you in slow motion. This was absolutely an amazing thing to be able to witness. A little while later, I spotted another blue heron just downriver. And this one, as you can tell, I got a lot closer to it as I was canoeing by. We were having this sort of bonded animal-human moment that was peaceful. And then it decided to take off. And you'll see that here in just 1 second.
Beautiful.
And of course, here it is again in slow motion. Amazing. And I'm always amazed how they fly just above the water and never quite touch it. What a beautiful and awesome moment. Sometimes I feel like the most fortunate person in the world. I get to travel and do amazing things like this. A little while later, I was still canoeing. It was many miles today, but totally worth it. What a lot of fun.
Air is still very cool. We've been out on the river for about an hour and a half, maybe 90 minutes-ish. And doesn't feel like it's warmed up much, which is nice because it feels like air conditioning is on right now. Even though the sun's trying to come out, it's also a little cloudy right up where the sun is. You hear a frog in there. Anyway, I was having some thoughts about being here and doing what I'm doing, and we'll talk about those here in just a minute once this airplane goes by. All right, folks, it's day 4, probably 9 o'clock-ish, somewhere around there. Now, that's not really what I wanted to talk about that much. I really wanted to talk about some other stuff, like what I'm feeling right now as we're doing this. First thing, canoeing alone. It's not that bad. I do have complete control of the boat, and I'm doing a pretty good job keeping everything steady and straight. But it's a lot more work to move a canoe through the water, especially when it's full of gear, when you're completely alone in the boat. Having my brother here 2 years ago with me was such a huge deal for me. First of all, he's my brother, and I was glad we got to share a journey like this. But the second part is he was a huge help. The guy knows how to float down a river. He's been a kayaker for many years now, and we've canoed together in the past. And it sure did help to have another person in this boat paddling with me. Because right now, I am behind everybody again on canoeing because I'm just having a hard time keeping up. It's a little bit of a struggle, and that's mostly what I wanted to bring up right now. The struggle of doing a trip like this. Don't get me wrong, look where I'm at. I am absolutely not complaining about anything. I am extremely grateful to be able to come here and do this and be here with some really awesome friends. Thank you guys for bringing me again. I do sincerely appreciate being able to experience all this. Now, the struggle of doing a trip like this is it's physically demanding. This is what they call blind arch. And you can see there's definitely an arch already starting to form there. It's a pretty good size. You can definitely see it's starting to form and look almost like a perfect arch already. All right, I better stop yapping and start paddling because everybody's getting way far ahead of me and I need to make up some time here. So physically, these trips are exhausting. They're very rewarding. The payoff is the reward of being here. The ticket that you pay to get here is the exhaustion and the achy muscles. I'm incredibly thankful to get to do 7 days and 6 nights down the Green River. All right, continuing on the struggle that I was talking about. I guess that's going to be the theme of today's episode is going to be the struggle within, the struggle without. I'll tell you what, this type of vacation is a guaranteed weight loss vacation for me because, you know, you really hardly ever stop moving until you get to the campfire experience in the evening. And then you get to sit around the campfire in your chair and just relax, and everybody can tell stories and jokes and, you know, maybe have some sort of after dinner sweet treat, a dessert of sorts. That's the part right there that is part of my favorite, you know. Stopping and relaxing and just taking it all in is probably my favorite part of all of this. Green River, surrounded by red rocks everywhere. It's absolutely amazing. Continuing the struggle within, the struggle without. Now we've talked about the struggle without. That's the physical demanding parts of boating every day, hiking every day, and setting up gear every day. But what do I mean by the struggle within? Well, that's the mental part of it. The part where you get so exhausted, you think, how can I finish the other days of this trip when I'm this tired? And you got to find the mental fortitude to overpower that feeling of giving up. Not that I've gotten to that point yet, but I do feel the physical part of it, the struggle without, is mentally affecting the struggle within. And you got to find a balance just to keep yourself uplifted and moving forward, one stroke at a time. I'm not really sure how much further we are from B camp, but felt like we've already canoed a good distance, so I'm sure B camp is probably maybe another mile or two, and then the next part of the day begins. We've been canoeing for about 3 hours now, and I'm hoping that B camp's coming up soon because I'm starting to get really tired.
Fast forward 1 hour and about 3 more miles, and I'm still on my way to camp.
4 hours of canoeing this morning. It's been a pretty long journey so far. I'm starting to feel it, getting tired, a little worn out. But I think I see up ahead, mile from here or so, what appears to be people and some canoes. And I'm hoping that they're my people and their canoes. So that means possibly I'm getting closer to B camp finally. Yeah, the closer I get to that area where I thought I saw canoes and people, the more it starts to look like canoes and people. Like I said, I hope it's my people and my friends' canoes, because then I'll be done with the boating part of the day. And don't get me wrong, canoeing is great, I love it, but it is a lot of physical work. You hardly stop paddling the whole entire time, especially on a river where you gotta keep yourself in a straight line as much as possible so you don't get stuck on a sandbar or
some roots on the side of the river here. So yeah, it is what it is when it was what it was. As I'm getting closer, I definitely am starting to feel like these are my people with their boats. Matter of fact, I think I see Terry out there right now. Just over 4 hours of canoeing this day, and a total of about 12 river miles to get to B Camp. But here I was finally, and you can see the crew had gotten here a few minutes before me, and they were starting to unload. But I wasn't sure how far they had gotten here before me, so I felt the need to ask them. Hey guys, how far behind am I?
Like 10, 15 minutes.
Oh. So I was only 10 to 15 minutes behind, thankfully. It felt like I was hours behind because I was moving so slow, but hey, slow moving on the river means your heart will be full and happy as you go along. So here we are, B Camp. I'll tell you, after getting to B Camp and unloading all our gear, I suddenly had a second wind, and I wanted to explore this awesome and beautiful place. But we all took time to set up our gear, get our tents in place, and have our sleeping bags ready to go so that night we could sleep comfortably. So I'm going to take a little walk through the camp here, just kind of show you around. We camped here in 2019 as well. I always love this canyon here. Just a beautiful place, lots of sunshine and greenery all the way around. Just a fun place to camp. You can see my tent and the beautiful backdrop behind. The Green River is truly in my heart. I will always love this place and would love to come back here again in the future. If you're thinking of a canoe river trip, I highly recommend this one. It's very wild, lots of wilderness, great places to camp along the way, and obviously plenty of water if you know how to filter it correctly. What an awesome spot. I'm still blown away that I'm fortunate enough to have good enough friends to take me to places like this. The trail is beautiful. And of course the river and the Chamisa is also breathtaking. Such a beautiful place. I don't even know how to really put it truly into words of what it feels like to be here. The camera never does it justice. But you can get a little taste of what it's like to come and see the Green River in Utah. Wow. I love the American Southwest. There's something about the desert that just feels like home to me. I know it's a bit rugged and it's hard to survive in a place like this, but getting to come out here and canoe and camp for 7 days and 6 nights, it feels like you're in heaven. And if heaven is anything like this, I'll be a happy camper when I pass away from this world. Meanwhile, I just wandered around, got some beautiful shots of the surrounding area. I couldn't believe how awesome this was. The Green River does not disappoint. It's like living in a dream, but only better because it's real. And of course, Matt the Southwest Backpacker provided me some drone shots from up above. This is the Bonot Bend 7-mile loop.
Nice, dude.
So Matt and I had taken a little hike in the afternoon, and he got some drone flying in. And here you can see both shots, the shot from the drone in the lower left-hand corner and the shot of me filming Matt flying the drone.
Nice, dude. Very awesome. I'll get this video to you then too, so you have a little behind the scenes.
Pan up, get the camera there. There you are. Oh, I got it all the way down. I got it the wrong direction. There we go. Like
Ew.
crazy. Oh, this would be nice. There he is.
Whoa.
Pan down.
A little while later, I decided to get barefoot and wander around camp. The sand here was soft, and there wasn't a lot of things that would stab you. So here I am, standing at the edge of impossible. Or, more importantly, the reflection of the Green River with our canoes. What a beautiful day. I still feel like I'm in a dream. It's awesome. Tonight, we had chili dogs, courtesy of Terry and Matt. Thanks, guys. Always yummy. I gotta tell you, folks, this is awesome. I can't believe how fortunate I am to be able to come here and spend some time with friends here. The Green River is just a beautiful and awesome place. It's very peaceful. Helps you get yourself realigned to go back and deal with the concrete jungle. As I've said before, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the single step. And here I was, several steps into it and looking forward to the rest. And of course, what campfire experience wouldn't be complete without a little bit of campfire? Of course, we have our fire pan here that the guys always bring with them, and you have to have this on the Green River. It is a legal thing that you have to make sure you do it properly. Of course, the skies never disappoint. A little bit later in the day, got some unusual and fun-looking clouds here at our campsite at B Camp. We all sat by the campfire and shot the breeze and talked about fun things and enjoyed our time together as the sun began to set. As the evening came upon us and the sun started to set, the land started to come alive again, as it always does at this time of day. Of course, we're all sitting around joking and laughing and just having ourselves a grand time. And really, how can you not? Look how awesome this place is. Just peaceful and nice, and I really love being here. It's great. Of course, the sunsets are always amazing in the Southwest. Keep watching, because you're going to see the sunset get better and better. The colors were so vivid. The way the rock lit up in the afternoon sun was beautiful. And of course, the clouds always capture that sunset. It ends up looking like a painting and not a photograph. It was calm and nice over camp as the sun continued to set. We just enjoyed the beautiful colors as we sat around the campfire for another evening of fun and fellowship. After a night with several hours of light rain, we were all up and about. The early morning air was cool and felt very nice as we prepared to leave. We were getting our gear ready. It would be another nice day to go down the Green River. Alright, it's currently about 7 a.m. We're all up and getting ready to pack up our gear, but it rained pretty hard last night for a few hours. So everything is soaked. At least on the outside of the tents. Inside we stayed okay. But I'm gonna start breaking down this gear soon and get my day started. Yes, yes, yes. Here you can see the dry spot where my tent was at, and all the wet land around there from the night before when it rained. And of course, look how beautiful it is here. That beautiful early morning sunrise and the red on these rocks as the morning light lit it all up in the blue of the sky, I just couldn't stop smiling. I was incredibly happy to be here, and I have to thank my friends for allowing me to go on this wonderful trip.
Well, good morning, Green River. Good to see you.
So we were bringing gear down to the canoes. It was decided to load my canoe up first so that I could get on the river before everybody else, because I'm slower moving as a solo canoeist having a heavy boat. So I took a break, took in the view for a moment, and the packing continued. And as I said, I was going to take off first here. Everybody had planned to do this so that I could get a head start since I was moving a lot slower than everyone else. Here we go. Good morning, Green River. Here I come. It's gonna be a beautiful day.
Thanks, guys. It's floating nicely. It's nicely balanced. The day has begun. It's Wednesday morning. So it's day 5. We're going to canoe about 10 miles today down to a place called Ledge Camp. But before we do that, we are going to pass the Bownot Bend and then do the Bownot Bend itself, which is 7 miles of our 10. First mile will be here down to the Bownot Bend, and then the 7 miles of the Bownot Bend, and then about 2 more after that to our camp. So 10 miles sounds like a lot right now because I'm tired and hurting, but yesterday we did 14 and we survived it somehow. So 10 today probably won't be as bad. But yeah, casual float today, 10 miles, Ledge Camp, and then a layover day there. We'll be there tonight and tomorrow night, and then Friday morning we pack up and head down the Mineral Bottom to take out. Okay, up ahead of me there a little bit in the river. Probably can't really make it out on camera, but there is a big bird walking from right to left toward the shore over by the trees there. I'm assuming it's probably one of those herons that we saw. We've seen 2 or 3 of them so far on this trip. This looks like one of them from here, but when I get a little closer, I'll try to get a better shot. I was right, it was one of those birds. You see it in the lower right-hand corner of screen there. Now it's boat's moving, so it's kind of heading toward the center of screen, but you can see the bird just walking through the water there at the shoreline. This must be a favorite place for them because I saw them 2 years ago when I was here, and I saw them this every day we've been here. We've seen them again. So nature as it happens. Alright, this is looking back upriver from where I just came. I can still see the team up there on the shoreline. I haven't done much paddling at all. I've just kind of floated down the river, so I'm not too far ahead of them yet. They let me go first because I'm paddling alone, and it's taken me a little longer to do the journey than it is for them with two people paddling. So every day I've gotten loaded up first and set out on my journey to give me a little bit of a head start so that I don't get too far behind them when it comes to getting to camp. So beautiful morning, the air is cool. I'm in the shade. That helps keep the air cool for now. Heading down to the Bownot Bend and then Ledge Camp after that. That is exactly what I am talking about. couple ravens over here on the shore. They're eating something. Can't tell if it's something man-made food or if it's something that they got that's natural, but it's actually still kind of chilly out here this morning, especially when you're in the shade for a while. Of course, I'm only wearing a t-shirt, but I am working here and paddling, so kind of warming up the muscles. Ooh, a little bit of a breeze coming up the canyon right now. Nothing that's affecting the boat in the water at all, but it's a chilly breeze. I'm actually feeling a little cold. I may have to do a long sleeve here in a little bit. You know, it's interesting coming on this trip for a second time. It's the return to the Green River. And this trip's slightly different for me because the first time I came here, I was with my brother Daniel. He sat in the front seat and I sat in the back here. And we paddled together, and man, it sure did help to have an extra set of arms in this boat with me. But I will say there is something about the solo part of it that's kind of neat. First of all, you have to be very self-reliant. I mean, there's nobody's going to save you or help you turn the boat or paddle it. You got to be 100% on your own on this. And the one thing I found yesterday, canoeing 14 miles, that was rough, doing it alone. It was really, really tiring and exhausting. And then toward the end of it, I really started to feel almost, I don't know what word I'm looking for, but kind of desperate or nervous, something like that, where it felt like it was never going to end, and paddling alone all that time for 14 miles was a lot to do. And I started to mentally almost give up. And that was one thing I mentioned yesterday on the videos, was you have to have the struggle within and the struggle without, but you also have to have the strength within and the strength without. So physically, you have to be able to pull off this strength-wise, but mentally, up here in your mind, you got to keep your brain in a good position and in a good mood, because it's awesome being out here, but physically it's demanding, and you really start to feel it when you're alone in a boat, especially a fully loaded boat full of gear like this. Yesterday, toward the end of that paddle, it was about 4.5 hours of paddling, I really started to feel my mental state start to slip a bit, where I was physically so exhausted that I was literally starting to become like I was starting to get into a bad mood. And that's not cool. This is a place for good moods and beauty and relaxing. Even if you're getting buzzed around by bugs all the time, it's still a beautiful place. And really, the bugs haven't been that bad. There's these little gnats that are kind of flying around me now. It's a big swarm of them. And then there was some flies at camp last night that were deciding to land on us a little bit here and there, but can't complain. That's pretty minor stuff in the big picture. It's all right. Got a good timing and rhythm going. I think I'm coming up to the Bow Knot Bend here in just a few minutes. I'm probably not going to climb it this year, but I will show you a little flashback of the video from 2 years ago, so you can still kind of see what it looks like.
All right, so we're almost to the top of the Bow Knot Bend here, the part where we can see both rivers. I think it's going to be pretty awesome. Lots of climbing. Definitely out of breath. All right, here's the gap. We came up from down there at the river, and now you can see the river here, and then the river 7 miles away over here. It's a big loop to get back to this point. Awesome.
The views from the top of the Bow Knot Bend were amazing. I had dreamed of being here for almost a decade, and now here I was, in It was even better than I imagined.
All right, there you go, folks. This part of the river on the right is the one we're going down, and after a 7-mile loop, we'll be on this one on the left. Can't believe it. It's just so incredibly beautiful. I would say if you're a newbie to hiking, you haven't done a lot of rugged hikes, this is definitely not the hike for someone who's not experienced. This thing is rugged and on the edge on both sides. One false move and you're gonna be hurting pretty bad.
It's a physically demanding climb. It's a hike and a climb at the same time to get up to the top of that thing. And I kind of rather reserve that energy for the paddling, because I'm realizing when you are physically pushing yourself for, I don't know, close to 10 or 12 hours in a day where you almost don't stop moving, you find out that you have a limit as far as energy is concerned. You have a reserve, and once it's used up, you're borrowing from tomorrow. And that's not good, because that's how you age yourself and how you get older quicker and beat yourself down. Trust me, I've had 50 years of doing that to myself. That's why I look older than I actually am. And I feel older than I actually am. But life is beautiful if you know where to look. So keep your eyes, your heart, and your mind open, and it just might lead you to someplace awesome. Like here, the Green River in Utah. Oh, there's the sun. Feels nice. That high rock right there towards center frame, that's where the Bonot Bend begins as far as the canoe part starts there. The lower part to the right is the actual spot that you can climb up to. Right there in the lower areas, you can hike up there and you can see the river is only 2/10 of a mile from here behind that wall. But you have to go down here past that tall rock and do a 7-mile loop in order to come back to basically where you almost started, which is just on the other side of this wall right here. So yeah, Bonot Bend is awesome. It begins, and you can see just to the right of that big rock, there's a little rock spire by itself. When you hike up to the top of that thing, you get up to that area, and then you can hike to the right along the ridge. It's a pretty cool hike. We were up there 2 years ago. Like I said, I'll show you some flashback videos from 2019. I'm not going to hike it this time. It's just a little bit too much work for me. But I've been up there before, and I've signed the registry box, or signed the register in the box, I mean. So there it is, Bonot Bend. So I got 7 miles around this thing, and then 2 more miles approximately after that to camp. So I'm a mile in so far. There's some debris coming up in the river, so I better start paddling and paying attention. So there you go, Bonot Bend. We love you. Thank you for being here and being awesome. Okay, 1 mile down, 7 to go. Well, that's just 7 around the Bonot Bend, but then about another 2 miles to camp after that. So technically 1 mile down, 9 miles to go. 10% of it's already done. And the Bonot Bend is up here to my right, and I'm looking at it and I can't believe I climbed up there 2 years ago. I don't even see a trail. It just looks like vertical rock to me, but we found a way up it last time, and it was somewhat safe. It was intense, but safe.
There's the bow knot part you climb up to right behind me there. It's amazing to think you have to do 7-mile loop to get back to where you almost began, within 0.2 of a mile of where you started. I'm not complaining. This is a beautiful 7-mile stretch, and it's very special. Holds a place in my heart forever. Matt told me to follow the foam. That's what I plan on doing. This canyon looks like it would be a cool place to camp and explore. Here about 2 miles into the Bow Knot Bend probably. There's a couple of nice big trees over there as well that would probably offer shade for camp. So I'm gonna have to look this up on the map because it looks really neat. All right, back to your regularly scheduled program. All right, up ahead of me is a sandbank. So it looks like I'm gonna have to go river left. Go around that. Got warm today. It's still chilly. The breeze keeps coming in and it's really messing with the canoeing. Why does it always have to be in your face? If the wind was coming from behind, it sure would be helpful.
And here are my good friends Matt and Terry. Matt is the Southwest Backpacker from the YouTube channel, and Terry is the team leader on all these trips. So thank you guys both for bringing me with you and passing on the knowledge and the beauty of the Green River.
Wind's been a little rough coming around the Bow Knot Bend, just like last time. I don't think it's as intense as last time, but it's definitely hindering the boat movement for me. And if I get the boat turned too far into
into the wind, it'll just push me sideways like a big sail. Anyway, we are almost done with the 7-mile loop of the Bonot Bend. That means I'm almost 8 miles into my 10-mile journey, and I'm happy about that. There it is, the other side of the Bonot Bend. Quite magnificent, if I do say so myself. So I'm coming up here in a few minutes to the side of this thing, and when I get there, that means I'll be 2/10 of a mile from where I was 7 miles ago. So the Bonot Bend, it's definitely a classic feature right here on the Green River in Utah. You can hear what I'm saying because the wind is kind of crazy. Check out these weird clouds today. What's up with that, man? Very weird. Got really lucky today. We had a couple windy stretches here and there. Well, more than a couple, more like a dozen. But the wind was never nearly as bad as it was when I was here 2 years ago. And now I'm probably a mile or so from camp. So hopefully it'll stay kind of calm like this. Because I'll tell you, when there's water, when there's wind on the water, it's hard to read the river as well. You can't see the shallows as much, and you're not 100% certain, you know, which way to go without getting into some trouble. So I bottomed out a couple times on some sandbars, but thankfully I was able to push myself out. So after a somewhat windy day off and on, and about 10 miles on the river, I finally was getting closer to Ledge Camp. And here you can see the rest of my party is here unloading the boats, and I'm so glad to finally be here and take a break from paddling. So fast forward to a little while later, and we've got all the canoes unloaded, and we're taking in the view of this beautiful camp. Ledge Camp has been advertised as amazing, and I have to say, it absolutely lives up to that name. Amazing Ledge Camp. I'm just blown away by this entire experience, and now we're going to have a layover camp here. Awesome. Later on, we played the board game Meeple War. This was the second time on this trip. That's because this is a favorite with the group, and I love playing this game too. So much that I ended up with a copy back at home for myself. So after playing Meeple War for a while, the sun started to set. The surrounding landscape was lit up in the evening sun. It was going to be a beautiful night. And of course, dinner a little while later of dirty rice, thanks to Terry. Talk about dinner with a view. Awesome. Speaking of dinner with a view, the sun started to set on the clouds like this just a few minutes later, and I could look over at my tent and just be blown away by where I was going to be camping tonight. The sunsets never disappoint here. And Terry set up the lights again at base camp. These lights were awesome. They illuminated the area and they looked really cool too, especially in the pictures. And of course, you know, what evening wouldn't be complete without a little campfire experience. And as the moon starts to rise above the camp, you realize how awesome this experience really is. Green River Adventure. Morning is here. It's a beautiful day already. I wandered back down the hillside and took my time as I was really enjoying this spot. Peaceful place with a lot of quiet where you could really get inside your head and think. My thoughts were numerous, and my mind felt like this moment right now was possibly a nice dream, or at the very least a great memory in the making. This place was putting me in a great mood, and I felt like celebrating life again. I enjoyed wandering through the forest like this, and I have ever since I was a kid. Nothing will keep me away from the wilderness. As I continued my short hike to the water, I was feeling the beauty of this area take over my wild spirit. I felt the animal within start to awaken. This was an amazing place, and I felt incredibly thankful to be here. What a great day. I stayed down by the water and relaxed for over an hour. And a little while later, a whole bunch of boats came by all at once. Turns out this was a bunch of college students on their fall break, and this is what they decided to do. Awesome. And since we were on a layover day and didn't have much else to do, we got out another card game. This one was called 5 Crowns. I've never played it before, but I really enjoyed it. Thanks for bringing it, guys. And since we were on a layover day, everybody decided to jump into the river and cool off. This was Michael. He definitely jumped in more times than the rest of us. As a matter of fact, you'll see here in a second, he even did flips off this little rock cliff into the water. But here's father and son, Michael and Terry, jumping in together. These two guys are awesome. Terry on the left was the team leader here who organized this entire trip. So thank you, Terry. And I just love this moment of father and son jumping into the water together. It's awesome. Everybody was having a good time. And then it was my turn to jump in, and I finally decided to get the nerve to jump off that, and here you go. I have to admit, that water was really cold, but it felt really refreshing because it was probably 80 degrees this day, and it was pretty hot out in the sun.
Woo! Give it a nod.
Oh! Oh man! Oh! Okay. Oh. Man, when you hit and you go under, you know, it's like you're in total darkness down there with your eyes closed and like I don't know how far under I was, so I just started, you know. Oh man! All right, I'm glad I did that.
Yeah.
Whew.
Do a hair flip.
There you go.
So after taking a dip in the Green River, I wandered back up to my tent to change my clothes because now I was going to go on a hike. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Be prepared, plan ahead, and prepare for your visit. Let someone know of your plans and consider the weather. There is no cell phone service within the canyon, although I had no problem connecting with loved ones with my Garmin GPS unit. Please leave no trace of your visit so others can enjoy this beautiful place too. And I will say this, camping is a lot of work, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I absolutely love everything about camping and plan to continue for years to come. I felt stronger this morning and had a good rhythm going as I hiked down the trail. I could feel my hiker legs coming alive in the early morning air. On our way up, we passed many interesting rock formations. The hiking was rugged but rewarding. The land is just as wild and rugged today as it ever was. I couldn't help myself. I continued capturing video of everything. All around me was some beautiful landscape, and I wanted to take it all in while I was here. I love to capture nice moments and experiences, and then I have it documented and I can edit it down as a memory to share. This was a trip I would never forget. This was an amazing place, and I felt incredibly thankful to be here. I've had the good fortune to be able to live in the American Southwest since 1998. I've taken a lot of advantage of being here by getting out and doing trips like this, hiking, backpacking, camping, and canoeing. Look at this place, it's incredibly awesome. And like every good journey, it must come to an end eventually. But not before there's a few surprises along the way. Little did I know, I was about to see something unusual. I climbed up to the top, I took a look around, and I realized, wow, this place is amazing. So there you go. Helicopter flew by that was pretty low, and that was interesting. Something a little bit different. But as I stood here, I was also above our camp. This is the camp that we all call Ledge Camp because it's on a big ledge above the river, and you can see it's spacious and a lot of shade as well, which is a bonus when it gets a little bit hot out here during the daytime. And then time for some dronification by Matt the Southwest Backpacker. Check this out. Matt the Southwest Backpacker continued to fly the drone over me. And wait for a moment here, folks, because he pulls this drone up in the air and you get a view of our camp and the surrounding canyon land, and it's absolutely beautiful. I have to thank Matt the Southwest Backpacker, that's him right there on the shore, for providing such awesome footage and allowing me to be able to use this in my channel, because this is beautiful. Here you can see him flying up to the Bow-Knot Bend where it just begins. That little spire of rock on the right there that's kind of by itself, in the low spot, that's where you top out at on the trail. The interesting thing about this is that you're only 2/10 of a mile from where the river connects again, but it takes 7 miles of canoeing around the Bow-Knot Bend to get to the other side. What an awesome place. I just love being able to get into the outdoors and explore like this. Nothing makes me happier than just being surrounded by nature and getting to take in these magnificent views. I wandered back down the hillside and took my time as I was really enjoying this spot. Peaceful place with a lot of quiet where you can really get inside your head and think. My thoughts were numerous, and my mind felt like this moment right now was possibly a nice dream, or at the very least a great memory in the making. This place was putting me in a great mood, and I felt like celebrating life again. What a great day. I knew I was fortunate to be here, and I was not going to take any of this for granted. I wanted to take it all in. I wanted to be a part of it all. I could hear the rocks, the trees, the wind, and the sky talking to me. And they were all saying the same thing. Respect us, and you are welcome here anytime. Respect I did, and I felt truly thankful to be welcomed here. A GPS and a map along with good navigation skills are strongly recommended. This area can be extremely hot during spring, summer, and fall, so carry plenty of water and wear appropriate clothing. It is also advisable to bring some snacks with you while hiking here, and don't forget to bring a first aid kit just in case. One last thought. No amount of gear is guaranteed to make a hike 100% safe. Only good judgment and experience can help with that. So enjoy, be safe, take only photographs, and leave only footprints. The landscape felt so alive and full of intense colors. It had me wishing I was an artistic painter and had supplies with me to stop and paint this beautiful desert landscape. But alas, I am not a painter. But I am a videographer. I'm able to capture these moments through the magic of video and a little bit of editing when I get home. And just being here in this environment and getting to see this video again makes me smile. I remember exactly what it felt like to be here this day, and it was great. It was like I was in a dream that I never wanted to wake up from. I was still on the hike, but I was in the memory of the hike at the same time. What an unusual feeling. The best rewards come from honest hard work. Sometimes the amount of work ahead of us seems overwhelming. So just think about that next step, that next section of forest, that next stream crossing. Take one step at a time, and before you know it, there you are. Remember that life is a journey, not a destination. True beauty comes from within, and life is whatever you make it. Yes, life is whatever we make it. And I hope that I've made my life a good one so far. And having experiences like this have definitely led me to believe that I'm on the right track. Thanks everybody for having me on this trip. This campsite was amazing, and I couldn't stop smiling. The weather was perfect, and so was this spot. I sat down with my dinner and took a big sniff. It smelled absolutely delicious. Special thanks to Terry and Matt for providing dinner every single night. It was always yummy. And then the sun started to set. I just was taking in this magnificent view and realizing this was my house for tonight. The sun set on the rocks around us. It started to really get cool outside. It just felt awesome.
Another peaceful, beautiful camp spot. Served us well. Thank you, Ledge Camp.
Ledge Camp was indeed beautiful. Getting to spend 2 days here and 2 nights was awesome because you get twice as many sunsets and beautiful moments just like this. I was so happy to be here. I couldn't stop smiling. My face was starting to hurt from smiling all day long. That was a problem that I enjoyed having. Thank you, Ledge Camp. As I sat there and caught my breath, I looked around in wonder and felt truly fortunate to be alive. What a great day. Here I was having a peaceful moment and not a city anywhere nearby. This was truly amazing. My brain face had a smile on it, and I was a very happy camper. This was our last night here. I was both happy and sad. However, the campfire is always cheerful and warm. We sat here for hours and really enjoyed our last evening. A little while later, we told ghost stories before eventually heading to our tents for some much needed sleep. This was yet another amazing day. Terry set up the lights again at base camp. These lights were awesome. They illuminated the area and they looked really cool too, especially in the pictures. And of course, you know, what evening wouldn't be complete without a little campfire experience. It was our 7th and last day here on the Green River. Welcome to Chapter 7, Ledge Camp to Mineral Bottom. We got up extra early this day, around 5:30 in the morning, to pack all the gear and get the canoes ready. We wanted to get an early start because our takeout was at 11 a.m. at Mineral Bottom, and we wanted to stop along the way to check out some historical inscriptions on the walls, but more about that later.
"7:05, we're on the water. Friday, last paddle here. We will be doing about 8 miles to the takeout, which should place us down there around 10 a.m. and we need to be there by 11, so we'll be there an hour early. We'll get the boats unloaded, get the boats cleaned out of all the mud, and ready to go for when the outfitter comes to pick us up. So, good morning, Green River. How are ya? Last time I was here in 2019, this canyon that you see in about middle of frame there is called 2 Mile Canyon. And that's where we camped on the last night. Actually, I think we had a layover here too. We had 2 nights here because we did a hike up to the windows from here. Last time we couldn't get ledge camp, so we got 2 Mile Canyon camp instead. A little bit further to get into the camp as far as hiking and bringing in your gear. But it's a nice spot, and it shaved a mile or so off of our hike. Well, actually 2 miles because of round trip of doing the windows. So yeah, there you go. 2 Mile Canyon. Beautiful. All right, folks. Your friendly neighborhood James Blackburn here. It's day 7 of 7 here on the Green River. 7 days, 6 nights. Canoeing, camping, hanging out with my friends. I have to say, as we paddle the last few miles out here, it's kind of bittersweet. You know, it's bitter that it's over, but it's sweet that it's over at the same time. Because going home is always a wonderful thing. I have a great partner, great cat, and a great house. I have a really awesome job, and I work for really great people, and you know, it's not the worst life in the world to go back to, that's for sure. But I will say this, I am exhausted. It has been physically demanding, this trip. As much as I love being out here, there is no doubt in my mind that it's work. You know, paddling half a day and then setting up camp and then hiking half a day and then doing it again the next day. Thankfully we had a couple layover days on this one, which was really nice. You know, just being able to relax at a tent and a campsite without having to break down your gear every single morning and get started by 7 a.m. Those layover days are pure gold for me personally. I suppose if I did this more often and I was in a little better shape, this wouldn't be as intense to me or physically demanding. But I am 50 years old. It's the oldest I've ever been. I'm still getting used to it. Hill.com. It's a wonderful, beautiful life. But there are moments and folks that you meet along the way that make you realize life is beautiful. And it is a gift, and we're lucky to be here. Truly fortunate. So take what time you have, love, hate, and take care of each other.
A lot of folks ask me, what do I mean by saying love, hate, take care of each other? It's fairly self-explanatory, but basically what I'm saying is the only thing you should love, and the only thing you should hate is hate. And taking care of each other, we need to lift each other up on this planet. Take care of each other.
Good morning, neighbors. How goes it? What a perfect morning so far, huh?
And a perfect morning it was. Look at those beautiful clouds. The weather was nice. It was cool out. It was cloudy. And we were able to go along here and see more wildlife. I swear I saw these birds every single day, and it was awesome. And seeing them fly, it's even better in slow motion. What can I say? Look at that. To me, there's something really cool about going down the river like this and paddling a canoe. Just being here in the Canyonlands was absolutely amazing, and the Green River, it never disappoints. Look how beautiful this place is. I was incredibly happy to get to visit here. Although it was my last day, so I was feeling a little sad at the same time. I knew that the paddling I was doing now was going to be some of my last on the Green River for this particular year. But that's okay. Life moves on, and the next day, something else happens. You know, the sun always rises, somewhere at least. This morning I was catching the current just right. I was actually making some really good time here, but at some point I thought I might want to slow down and relax a little bit so I didn't get to the takeout point too soon. But you can tell I'm cooking here pretty good. So I slowed down the canoe and just took in the view for a while. I couldn't stop smiling as I did. Like I say in every video, my face is starting to hurt from smiling so much. And that's a problem that I enjoy having. And once again, here are two of my best friends in the world. Terry in the blue shirt in the back, and in the front paddling is Matt, the Southwest backpacker. These two guys, I've known them for several years now, and I can't thank them enough for allowing me to be able to come along and enjoy these sort of experiences together. Thank you guys. It means a lot to me. Much appreciated. A little while later, we all docked our boats on the sand to go on a short hike to this awesome spot to check out some historic inscriptions. The hike was not too bad. It was actually fairly short, maybe a half mile at the most, maybe less. You arrive here at the base of this rock where the famous Denis Julian inscription exists. Don't know if I'm saying his name correctly, but I hope I am. He was a French-Canadian fur trapper whose presence is best documented through his inscriptions. The inscription is on the National Register of Historic Places. It is illegal to damage this significant inscription. So after a quick day hike, we were back at the canoes and on our way. It was fun to stop here and check it out, but like all good things, this too shall pass. We are on our way down the river. You can see I'm hitting the current here again, and Mineral Bottom isn't too far away. Green River. What an awesome, beautiful place. Since this was our last paddle on the Green River, we were all staying close together because we wanted to get down to Mineral Bottom about the same time to take out. There was going to be an awful lot of stuff to unpack once we got to Mineral Bottom, and we wanted to do it as a team.
Follow the foam. The foam on the water shows you where the current is the most strongest, so you can get in this foam river here and kind of just gives you a little extra boost in speed. Like all good things in life, this has to come to an end.
still here about the last mile of the paddle. Almost 50 miles of solo canoeing. First time in my life to do something this big and this epic. I'm kind of happy and sad that it's ending. I don't know how else to describe it. This was one heck of a vacation. I'm a half century old. I'm still out doing crazy stuff. What is life if you don't live it? You gotta get out, gotta push the limits, gotta go above and beyond if you can, while at the same time not hurting anyone else to move forward. That's really the secret to life right there. Move forward, but don't hurt anybody to do it. Yes, always be moving forward. Just don't hurt anybody to do it. That's a good philosophy to have in life. Do what you can to be productive, while at the same time taking care of the planet and each other. We want to save beautiful places like this for future generations. I can't believe I'm so fortunate to even be here in the first place. Mineral Bottom is within sight. Can't believe I did it. 50 miles solo canoeing the Green River, 7 days, 6 nights, 7 friends. So the other 3 canoes had 2 people each, and then the 4th canoe, me, I did a solo. And I'm still kind of blown away by it. Not only that, but I'll be feeling it for about a week because I am sore and achy and tired. That's tired with extra tired in it. Yeah. Mineral Bottom, here I come, Green River. After 7 days and 6 nights and almost 50 miles on the Green River, my journey was now coming to an end. I was about to arrive at Mineral Bottom, which you can see here where all the canoes are already pulled up and waiting. I couldn't believe that I did all this and solo canoed it on top of that. Just because I solo canoed it doesn't mean I did it alone. There was 7 people on this trip total, counting myself, and every single one of them was a blessing to have here and helped make this trip a better trip in every single way. Thank you all. Now back to your regularly scheduled program. Here I am, arriving at Mineral Bottom on the Green River. The feeling I had at this point was happiness and sadness at the same time. Happy that I got to have this wonderful journey, but sad that it was coming to an end. It felt like I could still be out here for a couple more days, and I would absolutely love it. But, like I said before, all good things must come to an end, and this trip was no exception. And it looks like I'm going to hit her in the leg here, but thankfully I didn't. I'm so happy that I didn't bump her. Up for your leg there, sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
I can't believe I did it, but here I am. The boats were starting to be unpacked, and we were about ready to meet up with the outfitter, but not before some beauty shots of the local area. Made sure the canoes were all properly rinsed out first and ready to go. Boy, it looks like we had a lot of gear here for 7 people, but you gotta remember, 7 people, 7 days, 6 nights. We needed a lot of food, water, and shelter. So that's what all that was. Thank you, Mineral Bottom. This place is awesome. It's my 2nd time being here, and I'll be forever thankful. And after a while, everything was packed in the trailer, including the canoes. And we took a break and got some more photos. Or should I say I took another break and got more photos. Just wanted to document what Mineral Bottom was all about, and Labyrinth Canyon. Look these places up online, folks. You'll absolutely love anything you read about this place. There's history, there's geography, there's all this beauty. I can't stop smiling even right now while I'm doing my voiceover. I'm remembering how beautiful this was and how nice and warm out it was. The Green River in Utah, a true paradise. As the outfitter took us out on the dirt road and back to Moab, our trip was complete and our hearts were full. Our souls were recharged. Remember, folks, life is beautiful if you know where to look. Keep your eyes, your heart, and your mind open. It just might lead you somewhere special. Thank you for watching the James Blackburn Experience. Be sure to check my YouTube channel for almost 900 additional video adventures. Thank you for watching. Please like and subscribe. My name is James Blackburn. I live and work in the American Southwest. As a result, I have the good fortune to be able to travel to a variety of beautiful locations. As a professional filmmaker, I document my life through video adventures and I share them with the world. Stay tuned as I travel through the world of movies and the beautiful outdoors. Thanks for watching the James Blackburn Experience.
It's October 7th, 2023. It should be a fun trip. We got 7 days and 6 nights coming up on the river.
We're all smiling. I say this a lot in my videos that my face is starting to hurt from smiling so much. All right, folks, we are officially on the river, heading down from Mineral Bottom. All right, official camp spot for day one. 7 a.m. The earth is coming alive again, and I'm up and getting ready to pack up the boat. Day two, here we come. Roger and I are on the river. I'll be honest, folks, that was a little scary. Day two is behind us. It's about 7 a.m. Sun is starting to come up. Nice, cool morning. I am going to head back to camp and get some breakfast. All right, folks, we are hiking over to a panel of petroglyphs. Matt knows exactly where this place is and had a wonderful dinner provided by Raj Spaghetti. It was so yummy. All right, good morning, folks. Well, it's day 4. We're all packing up and it's early morning, about 6:30, still kind of dark out. It's a good day to get on the river and float about 9 or 10 miles. All right, folks, we landed at Camp 3 on day 4 and look at this awesome view. Beautiful morning so far. Birds are singing, sun's coming up. Very tough paddle today. There's a lot of wind. Water was very rough. 10 miles of that. There's something kind of pretty about the white clouds in the blue skies with the red rock like that. Day 5, wow. I knew there were some ruins back here, but I didn't know they were this close to camp. Footsteps of history right here. Some tall rocks here, folks. These things are huge. We're hiking back into the canyon now. I've only seen videos and photos of this place. Here in person, even better. Still incredibly beautiful out here. We have to get an early start tomorrow to make it down to the confluence. In case you're wondering what the confluence is, that's where the Green River dumps into the Colorado River. And that is where we are meeting the outfitter in the morning. Okay, where it all started and where it all ended. Back at Texas Riverways in Moab. Nice and safe. Check out this company online.
Chapter 1, Beginnings.
All right, good howdy, folks. Welcome to another James Blackburn Experience. Today I'm on my 3rd trip to the Green River right here at Texas Riverways. This is where we meet the outfitter. We're going to unload the trucks and upload the trailers here in just a minute, so stay tuned for that. It's October 7th, 2023. It should be a fun trip. We got 7 days and 6 nights coming up on the river, and we're super excited.
All right, you can see the back of Terry's truck here. Roger's already kind of getting it unloaded. I'll help him out here in just a second. But all this stuff will come out. I'm going to put it on the ground
And then in a few minutes, they will pull a truck and a trailer over here and we will get it all uploaded. So it's going to be awesome.
Gear you need for canoeing the Green River. There are key pieces of gear you need for canoeing the Green River. Some are required by the BLM as a condition of your permit. Others are recommended for a good time to be had, especially if you're going to be out in peak bug season. Remember, canoes can carry a lot of gear. Packing light will make loading and unloading each day more efficient, but you should also feel free to bring along some creature comforts.
Trucks are almost unloaded. A lot of gear for 8 people on a 7-day journey, as you can tell. But everything's looking good. We're on the right path here. Canoes coming down next. Alright, you can see the sun peeking on the rocks back there behind Texas Riverways. Good start to the morning. It's in the 40s right now. It's a little cool, but we are ready. Everybody wants to get on the river and get moving. All right, folks, the morning is beginning here. Here's a couple of the other guys down here. We're all smiling. I say this a lot in my videos that my face is starting to hurt from smiling so much because I'm just so happy and excited to be here. What do you guys think?
Happy.
Looking forward to it. Excited.
Yeah, yep, super excited. My first trip. Can't wait to get on the water.
Looking forward to it. We're almost there.
Although it is a bit chilly this morning, you can tell.
Little cold.
Waiting for the sun to come up. Yeah, but we're all good.
Exactly. All right, folks. Well, stay tuned, and as we get the trailer loaded up here in a couple minutes, I'll show you some of that.
We used Texas Riverways, and they were very organized. If using that shuttle company, you will start in Moab at the company office, load your stuff into their van and trailer, and they will take you to your selected launch point. Then they will pick you up on your desired date and drive you back to Moab.
The game of Tetris has begun.
Canoes are by far the most popular boat type for the Green River, and that is because of the wind. The canyons can get very windy, and while canoes can be tough at a strong headwind, with 2 people they are still more efficient than the alternatives, including inflatable kayaks, stand-up paddle boards, and pack rafts. The other reason to go with a canoe over a different type of boat is that they can carry a lot more gear. Additional information. If you do decide to go with a pack raft or smaller inflatable boat, know that you may have to paddle harder to keep up with your friends in canoes.
Wind is going to be your most common risk factor out there. It's going to be windy. It's always windy here in the high desert. Typically it gets windier as the day heats up.
A few dirty facts. Spoiler alert. You need to pack out all human waste on overnight trips on the Green River. We highly recommend renting a toilet system from an outfitter, one that includes disposal and cleaning after the trip. There are a few things to keep in mind when choosing the time of year you want to canoe the Green River. These factors are water levels, bugs, and weather. There are 5 somewhat simple steps for an unforgettable paddle on the Green River from Mineral Bottom to the confluence. Number 1. Get the guides. Both those books will help you out a lot. Number 2. Choose your dates. Like I said, we went in early October and it was wonderful. 3. Book a shuttle. Go online and research that. 4. Make sure you get all the gear. Number 5. Enjoy the adventure. It's a one-way trip down the Green River to the confluence. Unless you have arms of steel and want to attempt paddling back up the Colorado to Moab, you'll need to arrange a shuttle. Companies will take you and your boats and gear from their compounds in Moab, where you can leave your personal vehicle, to the put-in point at Mineral Bottom. It took about an hour and a half from Moab to Mineral Bottom. This includes the last 1.5 miles with a 900-foot descent on a 1-lane switchback dirt road to the put-in.
Okay, we made it to Mineral Bottom. We will be unloading the boats and the gear here in a little bit. You can see our folks are all heading down there toward the boat ramp. So we're going to start getting unloaded here in just a moment. It's going to be awesome. Definitely a beautiful place. I love the blue skies of the Southwest.
I have done a total of 3 different canoe trips on the Green River over the years. 2 trips through Labyrinth Canyon from Ruby Ranch to Mineral Bottom, and 1 trip through Stillwater Canyon from Mineral Bottom to the confluence. Each one was unique. Each one has its own sense of adventure. I'm not going to describe this trip to you bend by bend and stop by stop, but I will share some video adventures from my YouTube channel to inform and hopefully inspire others to get outside and have adventures of their own. Enjoy the adventure.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I'll take you down here and show you the Green River in just a minute. All right, folks, we are here. Here's Matt, Southwest Backpacker, with me. How about a beautiful day out here, man?
We've got a gorgeous day today, beautiful weather for the whole week. I think we're gonna do pretty well. Yeah, looking forward to it.
I think so too.
Got a lot of good campsites to pick from, and yeah, just getting started.
Yeah, definitely a thumbs up, folks. So stay tuned, because we're about to get on the river here in about a half hour or so, and we're looking forward to it. It's really a much needed vacation. So thanks, Matt, for bringing me again.
You're welcome. Gonna be epic.
As we loaded our gear into the boats while waiting for our turn to launch, a ranger from the Park Service came by and gave a briefing on safety and river regulations, much the same as we'd already received at Texas Riverways.
All right, folks, the trailer and van are unloaded. We have all of our gear here now. Somehow has to fit into these 4 canoes, but it always does. We always bring a lot of stuff on the Green River because we're comfort camping. So all this stuff will very soon be into there. And then we'll be out on the river doing a float in just a little bit.
Join us as we take a canoe trip of a lifetime from the put-in at Mineral Bottom to the takeout at the confluence. The time had finally come. It was time for us to float the Green River through Stillwater Canyon in Canyonlands National Park, and we couldn't be more excited. I wanted to float this stretch of the river for years now.
First boat's away. Kind of.
At the bottom of a cliff at a place called Mineral Bottom, we pushed off in our canoes in the mid-morning white glare.
All right, folks. Roger and I are on the water. Pretty heavy boat. Trying to find our balance, but we are rocking and ready to go. This is going to be great. Last 2 boats are uploading back there right now, and we're looking really good. All right, folks, we are officially on the river, heading down from Mineral Bottom. Very first few minutes here, but as you can tell, it's already a beautiful location just to begin with right here. It's just absolutely breathtaking.
Shortly after 11:30 a.m., we were all on the water.
All right, folks, we are about, 30 minutes, an hour maybe into the paddle. We're just kind of casually floating. But up here to the right, there's something interesting on this rock face up here. Now, you can kind of see right there. It's a rock arch. It's not technically an arch yet. They're called a blind arch. Matt, the Southwest Backpacker, educated me about those. And eventually he says maybe that it will see through to the other side and you'll see sky and it'll be an official arch centuries from now. But you can already see the basic shape. That's pretty cool. So we are on the Green River, having a great time. Beautiful day. Nothing to complain about. It's absolutely perfect. Wow, folks, we are in it. Look at this place, outstanding. It's a casual float. It's nice out. Beautiful views, everything's great. All right, folks, there's just one word I can really say right now to sum up what I'm feeling based on where we're at, what we're doing, what I get to be witness to and part of. And that is wow. Truly is blowing my mind to be out here again. My third time on the Green River, but my first time on this section of the Green River, and my first time with my good buddy Raj, who's up here in the front seat. And we've just been having a great time, man. Tonight we'll get to camp in a while and take a little break, and then maybe later some dinner and some board games, huh?
Yeah, looking forward to it.
All right, folks. Well, stay tuned because the journey continues. And look at those beautiful rocks on the left there. Wow. It's like absolutely breathtaking, this place. And the journey continues. Yes, yes, yes. They're going for it. They're trying to get the little bit of shade.
Canyonlands National Park is a bucket list destination in southern Utah. Canoeing the Green River through the park bumps it up a notch. The river cuts a swath through gold and red sandstone in Canyonlands as it lazily meanders through Stillwater Canyon on its way to the confluence with the mighty Colorado River.
All right, folks. It's been an absolutely wonderful day so far. We're still on the river. However, I believe we are getting fairly close to camp here, probably in the next half hour or so. And beautiful first day. I mean, it seriously has just been amazing. Can't say anything other than that.
And sweaty.
All right, there you go. There's another boat behind me. So yeah, here we are. Green River 2023. All right, folks, we are realizing how much of a commodity that shade is out here. It's a huge difference, in temperature. So we're really enjoying this little bit of shade for just a few minutes. And the view's not bad either. Wow. Look at all these layers here, folks. This is just some intense rock. We're just having the greatest time, too. This is such a beautiful journey. Ooh, there's the sun. Here comes the sun. Doo-doo-doo. And there's the Roger. And there's the Green River.
Stillwater Canyon offers exactly what its name suggests, 52 miles of calm water on Utah's Green River. This beautiful waterway winds through Canyonlands National Park, eventually meeting up with the Colorado River, with these amazing red rock formations. Trips into Stillwater Canyon are ideal for river runners who are interested in a self-guided trip, families, photography enthusiasts, and others interested in spotting wildlife and Utah's unique red rock scenery. Wide, flat spots along the river's edge are called bottoms, and they are usually giving a descriptive name like Mineral Bottom or Hard Scramble Bottom. Sometimes they are named after historic residents such as Tidwell Bottom or Anderson Bottom. Canyons are also named. Horse Thief Canyon is just downstream of Saddle Horse Bottom. Occasionally, trails will climb out of the side canyons to the mesa, or tabletop. Bighorn Mesa rises above Fort Bottom. Although you can hike out of Fort Bottom up to the White Rim Road, you can't actually access the mesa itself at this point.
Must have been a big beaver, man, because he made a big splash. Oh, nice. He just poked up, huh?
Paddling moderately along the Green River swift current with the red sandstone of the canyons towering high above us, we made it about 13 miles to an area near Tent Bottom in about 3 hours or so. Tent Bottom is an area beneath the sweeping rim of the canyon.
I remember this being a pretty epic spot. I want to go check it out.
I made it, brother. Yeah, at least on the first day.
That was a rough one.
I think I got a little pink, but the sunscreen helped a lot, though.
Yeah, we got a late start.
I think we did 11, 12 miles today. It'll about that. That's what Matt was saying it was going to be. We'll have to look on the map because I know we went past Fort Bottom and he mentioned Tent Bottom. I don't know if we're there yet or if we're coming up to that soon, but yeah, this was an awesome day, but yeah, it feels good to stand up again. Okay, so we got all our canoes here. We'll start unloading here in a few minutes, but I want to go up and check out the campsite real quick because Matt said this is a really cool spot, and let's go check it out and we'll come back and get the gear. Oh man, everything's hurting from sitting for the last 4 hours. Oh wow, check that out. Okay, so we got some steppage here to get up, and then back here there are some shade trees, so try to claim a spot that's in the shade if you can. But yeah, this looks awesome. All right, so this is going to be a great campsite. My first time here. Glad these guys shared it with me. This is the trail back down to the canoes. There's Matt, and there's the Green River, looking as beautiful as always. Yes, yes, yes. So down here is where all the canoes are pulled up at the moment. You can see right down in there. So we're gonna get everything unloaded. All right, folks, that's the end of the canoe journey for today. We got all our gear out of the boats and we're bringing it up to the top. I haven't started doing any of mine yet. I needed to take a break. Getting out later in the day and being in the heat and probably not drinking enough water. I got a pretty splitting headache right now. I'm really tired. So I'm taking a break down here by the shoreline and going to rehydrate for a little bit, hang out in the shade, and just kind of regather my senses. And then I'll start bringing my stuff up to the top, set up my shelter, and get all my gear in it for the night. So stay tuned, because, you know, setting up the tent is one of my favorite things, and I'll probably do time lapse of it again. So yeah. All right, while I'm sitting here in the shade and kind of resting and rehydrating, this is my view. Oh man, this is so awesome. Really just enjoying being here and relaxing with my buddies and my friends, and just, you know, 6 more days after this. So yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
The river offers what is considered by many to be the premier calm water canoe and sea kayak trip in America. From the town of Green River to the confluence with the Colorado, the Green River flows nearly 120 miles through Labyrinth and Stillwater canyons, tracing the historic route of explorer Major John Wesley Powell. Stillwater Canyon offers the last 52 miles of calm water on the Green River as it winds through Canyonlands National Park and meets the Colorado River. As you leave the launch point at Mineral Bottom, you can look forward to scenery on the grandest of scales. There are a lifetime's worth of off-river exploration possibilities as well. Throughout your trip, the possibility of discovering your own desert paradise is limited only by your desire to find it. All trip time recommendations are based on paddling about 12 to 15 miles each day, which we found to be a comfortable average for most groups. This pace allows some leisure time during your trip, but additional days should be added if you desire to have days devoted exclusively to hiking or layover camps. We spent much of the afternoon chasing the shade because the temperatures were around 80 degrees Fahrenheit in the sun. There are plenty of spots for tents, but there's not a lot of shade.
All right, official camp spot for day one. Look at that. It's beautiful. All right, Matt, the Southwest backpacker, is camping up there tonight. Talk about an epic, awesome camp spot. Let's go up and take a closer look, shall we? He just invited me up. He said, I got to see the view from up here. So we're going to share that with you guys as well. So hold on for 1 second. All right, dude.
Yeah, it's worth it. Especially the way the sunlight's hitting everything right now. It's like, oh, wow.
Yeah, it's, wow. So there's going to be where he sleeps for the night. And he will see this when he wakes up. Look at that. And that's not all. Let's pan to the left. There's more. Wow. Look at that intense southwestern blue sky. So Matt knows how to pick an awesome spot. He's sleeping out under the stars tonight, actually.
Sleep under the stars. I just got my footprint from the tent and my Z-Light camp pad there. And then this is another camp pad that I got from Kilos Gear. And I got a little pump here that I'm going to activate so I don't have to blow up and use my lungs.
Nice.
I'll let this do the work for me.
There you go.
Couple minutes, this will be all taken care of.
All right. All right. He's testing it out. Wow, that is going to be One of the best campsites I think I've ever seen. All right, back here is going to be Campfire Central. So we're all bringing our chairs back and setting up for that to happen here in a little bit. Nice, the walk is coming in handy. Roger brought that, huh?
Indeed.
Nice.
He suggested it. I thought it sounded cool.
After a nice dinner provided by Terry, some yummy tacos, Matt went over the map and determined that tomorrow we would only canoe 8 or 9 miles, which would be much shorter paddle than what we did today.
So 9 miles total, 8 to 9 miles.
Oh, okay.
It'll be way shorter than it was today.
Today we actually canoed about 12 or 13 miles down the Green River, and it was a great start. These map books come in handy and are very helpful for seeing where you've been, where you are, and where you're going.
We camp at.
Flavor's okay.
Yeah.
Gear required by your permit. Ask your shuttle company about the rental options for this required gear. Here's a list of stuff that you need to have with you legally to be able to do this trip. 1. A leak-proof toilet system. You can also use a wag bag toilet system and store the used wag bags in a leak-proof container. Look that up online to learn more. You also need a fire pan. Even if you don't want to have a campfire, you are still required to carry a metal fire pan. Some shuttle companies rent them, or a disposable turkey pan will suffice if you don't actually plan on having a fire. If you do have a fire, you also need to pack out your ashes. Following a dinner of steak fajitas, we all decided to relax and just hang out and talk for a while. And of course, it never hurts to have a nice campfire. The campfire experience on this evening was particularly nice. And later, we watched the stars emerge in a moonless sky and welcomed the local bats to their evening bug-eating event. The first night in the backcountry is always a late night for me. Why? Because I'm too excited to sleep.
All right, folks, great first day. We had a lot of fun out here. Weather was perfect. And now everybody's kind of heading off to bed, and I'm left here at the campfire alone for a little bit. It's so beautiful, so nice. So I'm going to sign off here and say, love, love, hate, hate. Take care of each other.
Day 1 was now complete, and it was time to retire to our tents for some much-needed shut-eye. It was going to feel great to crash out and sleep for the next 8 hours. The stars were bright, and the camp was peaceful. What a great first day. Good night, folks. Chapter 2. The Incident.
All right, 7 a.m. The earth is coming alive again, and I'm up and getting ready to pack up the boat. But it's a beautiful morning to start with. Day 2, here we come. And it's a beautiful view from up here.
After getting to bed early, I slept very well overnight. And then we were back up at dawn so we could get on the river early. The last forecast we saw said there was going to be strong winds in the early afternoon, and we wanted to get some miles in before then.
All right. Got about an hour to get all this broken down and into the boat so we can get on the river.
Today started as a beautiful morning with cool temps and beautiful skies. The lower temps had me wearing a long-sleeve warm shirt as I prepped my gear for departure. After packing most of my gear, it was now time to break down my tent. This 2-person walrus tent has served me well over the last 20 or so years. It's rugged and spacious enough to be comfortable to sleep in, and I can keep my gear in there too. Gear was being packed. There was a stillness in the air. The morning was indeed beautiful and quiet. It's moments like these that I truly appreciate.
All right, she's coming alive. Sun is just peeking up on top of the rocks there. Everybody's heading toward the boats.
Irish cream and coffee.
We continued to bring our gear down to the canoes. Soon, we would all be ready to paddle down the Green River on this wonderful day.
All right, folks. Roger and I are on the river. We're just kind of sitting in a little eddy at the moment, waiting for the rest of the crew. And we're all going to go down the river together. I think we got about 8 or 9 miles today, so it's not too bad. And it's a beautiful day already, so you can't really go wrong.
Soon the rest of the group would launch, and we would continue our journey together down the Green River on day 2 of 7. It was exciting to be on our way.
All right, good morning, Raj. It has begun.
Beautiful morning on the Green River.
Really is. Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Morning.
Good morning. I feel better if they lead the way. They know this river a lot better than me. You know, when between the shade and the sun, the temps change big time in the morning. It's like it feels like air conditioning right now. My long sleeve saving me. It's a wool shirt, so it's pretty warm. Well, thanks, Raj, man. I'm so glad we got to share a boat together. And we're only on day number 2.
A word of warning. I have to say that this self-guided trip may not be for everyone. It is remote. You need to be prepared for the unexpected. Wind, weather, and water levels can all take this float from easy to what the heck in no time. Knowing this and being prepared is key.
All right, good howdy, folks. Welcome back to another James Blackburn experience. Today is day 2 of our Green River Adventure 2023. So I guess that would make today October 8th, Sunday. We had a great float yesterday, about 12-13 miles. Today we're going to do 8 or 9. And then we're going to have a layover camp tomorrow at the spot we're going to today. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Good dinner last night. Fajitas, thanks Terry for doing that. And now we're just casually floating down the Green River. Beautiful. 10 4.
We got debris up here on the left.
Yep, and looks like some shallow stuff there too, huh?
What's not to love about a 52-mile, 7-day flatwater float through ever-deepening canyons painted in shades of gold and red and brown and white? What history buff wouldn't love to follow in the paddle strokes of Major John Wesley Powell's group exploring and mapping the river in the late 1800s? Count me in. The water fills the entire channel, so that nowhere is there room to land. The walls are low but vertical, and as we proceed, they gradually increase in altitude. Running a couple of miles, the river changes its course many degrees toward the east. Just here, a little stream comes in on the right, and the wall is broken down. So we land and go out and take a view of the surrounding country. We are now among the buttes, and in a region the surface of which is naked, solid rock, a beautiful red sandstone. Major John Wesley Powell, July 17, 1869.
Oh, nice. Ooh, it's like my eyes can breathe again. I love the sun, but man, it's bright when it's coming up from above and down from below, you know, with the water shining it back in your face. Yeah, it's like a double shot. Alright folks, as you can tell, the water on the Green River on most days is like glass. It's just beautiful and calm and just easy to float down. However, we've come to a part of the river where there's some rapids, and I'm going to roll through it. They're not major rapids, but any rapids in a canoe are kind of feel major, so we're just going to follow our buddies and hopefully everybody's fine. All right, so you think where Matt and Terry are?
The Green River is fast moving, but it's usually like glass on the surface. It's fairly easy to navigate and be safe most of the time. However, today we would come up to some minor rapids that also had a bend in the river at the same time. Little did we know what was about to happen. We tried our best to move the canoe safely through the river, but had an incident that went bad really quickly. Here is the incident and the follow-up rescue.
The river turns left up there?
You ready to go left because it'll push us into the rock.
Okay, I see it, yep.
We don't want to get pushed into the cliff.
Gotcha.
So we don't want to get stuck on this stuff over here.
Okay,
So
I see it. Yep, thank you. Oh boy, my heart rate is up.
The original video was 21 minutes long. However, I did edit it down to make it more watchable.
So far, so good.
I have to offer my apologies for contributing to a dangerous situation. To all of my 7 friends, who I consider my family, you all pitched in and helped us without question. Thank you all. To Terry, thank you for jumping in the water and coming to our aid. I will always be thankful to you.
Crap. Shit.
When the canoe finally rolled over and we fell in the river, the first thing I noticed is I go under the water for 18 seconds the first time. The water was moving so fast and it literally pulled me under, and I was struggling to get my head above the surface. For some odd reason, while all this was happening, my right shoulder dislocated partially. This made swimming a lot more difficult, and is one of the reasons I yelled for help. I'll be honest here, folks. I was scared at this point and felt like I was in a bad situation that might not end well.
Okay, my shoulder dislocated.
So let this be a lesson. I should have been wearing my PFD instead of just having it in the canoe with me. It would have helped me get to the surface a lot quicker and helped me stay afloat too. You can see I find my PFD and I put it under my body, and then Terry swims up with another one, and I use that as well.
Help! Help! All right, let's get to the shore.
The dislocated right shoulder made the entire situation an almost deadly moment. Thankfully, Roger was a strong swimmer and was safe. With the aid of Terry and Roger, we all three kicked our way to a small rock shelf and was able to get the situation under control.
Okay. My shoulder dislocated.
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry, guys.
I think we were in the water for about 30 minutes, though, before we were able to find a little patch of just dry rock that we could get up and out of the water.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm freaking out a little bit.
Okay.
I'm trying to calm down.
Just
Because everybody was grabbing gear and helping with the rescue, we actually didn't lose a lot of stuff, thankfully. We lost my hat, my sunglasses, a bathroom tent, and most of a cooler full of drinks. We got the cooler back, but it was empty, unfortunately. But we only lost drinks and not food, and most importantly, no one was seriously injured or worse. Everyone was safe, and I popped my shoulder back in while I was in the water, and it was working almost normally again.
Thank you, Terry, for coming and saving us, man.
got to get over.
I'm trying.
Yep.
I'm trying. I'm trying too. I'm kicking.
I'm on. I'm on. I'm on land.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody take a moment. Let's catch our breath. Okay. James.
Yes.
Your shoulder.
Yeah. It went back in. It didn't come out all the way. It was only a partial dislocation.
Okay, well, thank God.
Sorry, Raj. I tried, man.
It's okay. Happens in the moment. Could have happened to any of us. But we're all going to be alive. And we're not going to starve. Hey, James, get yourself all the way up onto the rock and into the sunshine.
All right, the aftermath. Boat got dumped. Lost all our gear, but I think everybody recovered it for us. And meanwhile, this camera's been rolling for almost 22 minutes, so we got that entire adventure on camera. I'll be honest, folks, that was a little scary. That boat dumped. I went under the water, couldn't touch bottom. Got a shoulder dislocated a little bit out there, but it's back in now. I'm okay. It was scary. I've never yelled for help before, and I had to yell it out because I was having a hard time getting above the water. My life preserver was not on. It was in the boat, but not on when I went under, and that was intense. Yeah, that was intense. That was very intense. Oh, man.
After the rescue, we shed our wet clothing and attempted to warm up. Then we bailed out the canoe, and it took us about 45 minutes to do that. After that, we loaded the canoe back up with our gear, and we were on our way. I can tell you I was looking forward to getting off the river and to camp after all that. we would canoe a few more miles before getting to our camp. Thankfully, we would have a layover day to recuperate from today's event. A rest day was going to be awesome.
Okay. There's a sandbar right behind them, James.
Oh, I see it. I think we got all the important stuff, thankfully.
Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, that's the most important, you're right.
Yeah, most definitely.
Dude, let's go over to the sun.
Yeah, that sounds like shade is not feeling good right now since we're still wet.
I'm cold, man. Enough shade for now.
Let me get us back out to the sun. We need as much as that as we can get right now. Sorry, gentlemen. Yeah, I was shivering cold there too for a little bit. All right, we're back on the river again, on the calm river here. Those rapids got me. I messed up a little bit back there and we got flipped, so everybody's okay, thankfully. And we recovered most of the gear, we think, at least the most important things. Everybody's in good spirits. We're back on the river and we're not too far from camp, so that'll be coming up here in just a little bit. Man, when I went in, I went under. I could not touch the bottom and the current was pulling me and I was having a hard time getting my head back up. And then that shoulder started to come out and I knew I was in a troublesome situation there. I was like, for a brief second, I thought this is how it's all going to end. I went under and then I grabbed the boat and it pulled me back under. I went under twice and I was really struggling to get back up. That was a near-death situation there for a second. But this awesome team of folks we have, man, they really saved us. Pulled together. So that helped a little bit, huh?
There was a good thing about it.
I was planning on getting in the water, just not like that. Yeah, that's pretty wicked. Probably cause a little tidal wave, huh? Hey, Michael. Can I pull over near you? Yes. I'm sorry, I just feel it feels a little safer.
Oh,
if
absolutely.
I'm closer.
You guys had a moment, you know. It's gonna take a little.
Yeah,
bit
it's gonna take a little bit for me to get my confidence back.
For sure.
Because I'm the one who screwed it up. So, but thank you, man. You were just a floating gear island. I caught a glimpse for like a second, but I was mostly trying to save myself.
I had one piece of finger around a piece of gear.
Looks like a nice spot.
Yeah, great for a layover day for sure. Okay, folks. After that incident of getting dumped in the water, you can see I got a lot of gear here hanging out on bushes because a lot of things got wet. So we got my rug, sleeping pads, tent, rain fly back there for the tent. And then here's my backpack that got soaked as well. So I'm going to take everything out of there and get it in the sun and
looks like a pretty awesome spot. We'll have a layover day here, which will be nice just to recover from today's incident. That was really, really intense. So this will be my camp spot for 2 days. Looks pretty sweet. It's in the full sun right now, but hopefully that'll change in a couple of hours. And down below, everybody else is getting set up. Most likely we will have base camp down there where chairs and campfire go. What else can I say? We survived somehow. All right, folks, I've been at camp for a couple hours. Everything got soaked. So over here in the sun, just have everything laying out that got water soakamified, and we're letting it all dry out, including over here, rug, sleeping pads. Back there by the pads are whole first aid kit that got soaked. So been here a couple hours, still drying things out, but I'm about to put together my sleeping area and get that going. And then I'm going to change these boots. As you can see, they are muddy and wet still, so I need a fresh pair of socks and a fresh pair of shoes, which I'll get here in just a few minutes. All right, lots of stuff laying out and drying. It'll probably be the rest of today before everything else is completely dried out, but at least I got my shelter going and everything in there is dry. That yellow bag inside there did not get wet at all, so yeah. All right, folks, we've been at camp now a few hours. Everybody's down here sitting in the shade doing some board games, some card games, and I'm going back up to my tent because I have to change my boots. The rest of me dried out, but my boots and socks are still wet. I have extra socks, I have extra shoes, and that'll be pretty nice. So yeah, why don't we get going on that? Yeah. Things are still drying out. Some of it's dried, and I'll start packing that away here in a little bit, but some of it's still pretty wet. And everything got wet. Even my wallet, cash, credit cards, everything. But we're recovering from it, and we're at this camp for 2 days, today and tomorrow. So tomorrow morning I'm going to be able to sleep in late and really take a day off and not have to paddle. And I am really looking forward to that. Just a nice sleep-in day tomorrow. All right, so you saw where my tent was. Now I'm heading down to the river. Just want to go down and take in the view before the sun sets, before it starts getting cold out. On the way, we're going to stop and look at a couple things though. First thing is, what is this on the ground? It's got a tube on it and goes up to another bag. This is how Matt and Terry filter the water out here. They get a bucket of water, collapsible bucket. They put this stuff called alum in it and causes all the sediment to sink to the bottom quicker. And then they put that water into the red bag. Red means stop, don't drink it. It's not filtered yet. And they have it going through a filter here and another filter down here. And gravity is feeding it all the way down to this green bag. Green means go, you can drink this, it's safe. So we don't even have to pump water with a filter because these guys have it figured out by doing it with gravity. Much appreciated, guys, really awesome. Okay, down here, canoes are all parked, as you can see. Taking the bigger view. Okay, let's go down to the river. Here's the collapsible bucket of water. And you can see, I don't know if you can tell, but yeah, you can kind of see there's some sediment in the bottom. So all the dirt of the water has sunk down to there. Still not safe to drink, it has to be filtered first, but these guys have it down. They've been doing this for over 20, maybe 30 years now. And they have the filtering, the traveling, everything just perfect. Today was the only thing that wasn't perfect, and that was my fault. I have never been in any serious rapids before in a canoe, and it got me a little bit, I'll be honest with you. It was a tough thing that happened today, and everybody's okay. We didn't lose anything major. I lost my sunglasses and lost my hat, and we lost some of our drinks, but we didn't lose food. We didn't lose people. That's the most important thing. Everybody's okay. Here you go. And there's a little bit of rapids here, but it's not as bad as the rapids that we hit earlier that got us into trouble. And we're gonna be going to the right not tomorrow morning, I'm sorry. We have a layover day tomorrow, so we're gonna be at this camp for 2 days. But then the following day after that, we will be canoeing down this another 10 or 12 miles to our next camp. So there you go. Awesome, beautiful, righteous. Yeah, this place is incredible. Really beautiful. I truly appreciate the beauty here, as well as the danger, because we are in the wilderness, really far from civilization. We have to be careful every day so we can have a fun, safe trip. Today was my second near-death experience. It's easy to say that out loud a few hours later, but when it was happening, it was intense. I looked back at the video tonight, and the boat tips over. I go in, and I'm underwater for 18 seconds before I came back up. Now, I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're under the water and you're trying to get to the surface and you're under for 18 seconds struggling to get back to the top, it felt like an eternity. I mean, I was struggling. My life preserver was in the boat. I didn't have it on, and the current was strong and it was pulling me under. The video I watched clearly shows me going under the water 18 seconds, coming back up in just all the gear from the canoe floating. I come up right in the middle of it, and you can tell I am struggling, and I go back under again and then come back up a few seconds later. I mean, I don't think it would be a lie to say that I almost drowned today. The closest I've ever come. It was really a struggle, and what made it harder is my right shoulder dislocated a little bit. It didn't come out all the way, thankfully, but in the water, while I'm struggling to get to the top, this thing came out a little bit, and all of a sudden I couldn't use my right arm hardly. I had to push through the pain and somehow swim with one hand and my feet and get out of the water and grab something that could help me float, because the current was strong. It was pulling me under. It was close. I mean, in the video, you've already seen it. I mean, this video's been edited and put together, and you're watching it in chronological order, so you saw what happened earlier today already. And you know it was intense. And I'm a little embarrassed in some ways, because I got us into a troublesome situation and I couldn't get us out of it. I tried really hard, and it just didn't go well. Once the boat tipped to the left and took on water,
That was it. It was over. There was no more steering that boat at that point. It was just heavy piece of metal. I had to yell for help. I think it's the first time in my life I ever yelled out help, because I knew I was going under the water. I was having a hard time getting to the surface. My shoulder was a little bit dislocated. I knew I was in a troublesome situation. And the water was going so fast and pushing us downriver that it was just really hard to feel any control. And it was way over my head. It was really deep. And that made it scarier, because at least if the water were shallow, I could have stood up and I would have felt like I had some control over the situation, but I didn't. The water was deep and it was moving fast, and it was in control of the situation. I was just a bystander who happened to go into the water. I got us in a troublesome situation, and I feel really bad about it. But the team came together. Instantly, they were over by us, people coming in and grabbing gear and trying to help us. I mean, that was the positive, uplifting part, is we all got to practice a little bit of water rescue, and everybody did really well. I think I'm the only one who panicked. You know, in the heat of that situation, though, you know, I'm going under the water. I mean, I'm struggling to get up to the surface. Yeah, it was scary.
All right, one last look at what's left of the sunset on the rocks over there. It's a cool spot here. Let me back out. You can see we're on a big sandbar up here. You could technically camp right here if you wanted to, but the better spots are back here. Oh, first of all, here, check this out. It's an inlet off the main river, and it comes back here. There's a little pond at the end, and that's where we were able to park the boats. They're all tied off and looking safe. And then back there in the middle, under those trees in the center there, that's where base camp is at. And most of our tents are down there too. It's a nice shady spot. Sun's down, so it's going to be shady the rest of the day now, which is nice. It's going to get dark here in a little while. And there's our camp spot. At least that's base camp. That's where food, campfire, drinks, all that kind of stuff's going to happen. And the tents are kind of dispersed around there. All right, so let's walk in to camp. All right. I'm glad I got a couple days here to bounce back from the incident today, because I really need it. Getting on the river after that incident and floating down it again, every time the boat rocked, it was like my heart skipped a beat. It just scared the heck out of me. Of course, I'm going to have elevated levels of different things going on, only because the incident only happened a few hours ago. Maybe in a couple days when we get on the river again, I'll feel a little bit more relaxed about it. All right, there's the camp walkthrough. Matt's up there doing tamales tonight for dinner. That's going to be pretty cool. It's a big wash here, but none of us are sleeping down here in case any rain happens or a little flash flood. All our tents are up here in the trees. Nice safe spot. In fact, you can kind of see mine in center frame there between those weird bent trees right back there. All right, Matt's got the tamales going. These are always yummy. Gonna have some apples with them too, huh?
Yeah, some apples with them too.
Nice. Well, thank you, man. Thanks for making dinner tonight. I appreciate it.
No, you're right. A little different. We don't have the corn husk on them. I'm hoping this will work out okay.
Pictures that I've already taken.
But we'll make do. I think this will work.
All right, folks. It says it right there. It's the party stack. Bum 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 ba dum bum 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 ba dum. Party stack. And this is technically a party stack too.
Tonight for dinner was tamales and black beans. Thanks to Matt for an excellent dinner. Time for another excellent campfire experience. This is always one of my favorite parts of camping. The smell of the campfire is nice. That I truly enjoy. Yes, yes. But even more so, I love the conversations we have around the campfire. It's a great way to get to know folks better, and it's also very relaxing. Family, friends, and a campfire under the night skies? Yes, please. This is good medicine. Tomorrow is a layover day, so that means I can sleep late. Yay! The stars were bright and the camp was peaceful. What a great second night. Today we canoed about 12 or 13 miles down the Green River. Day 2 was now complete, and it was time to retire our tents for some much needed shut-eye. It's going to feel great to crash out and sleep for the next 8 to 10 hours.
Alright folks, day 2 is behind us. I'm in the tent, as you can see. About ready to go to sleep here in just a little bit. Gotta get into my night clothes and get my sleeping bag ready to go. It's back here behind me. I just gotta roll it out. And gonna get some sleep. Today was intense, I won't lie. So we're gonna call it a night, and I'm gonna crash out. Love, love, hate, hate. Take care of each other. It's about 7 a.m. Sun is starting to come up. Nice, cool morning. Beautiful. Very calm and nice. Just can't complain. Look how awesome this place is.
Chapter 3, Layover Day, an historic hike. Greetings and salutations, my friends. It's another beautiful day here on the Green River in the Canyonlands Park in Utah. It's a layover day, and I get to sleep a little bit later before getting up and enjoying this beautiful day. These layover days are pure gold, especially after the incident yesterday. It's really nice to have a day off the river to relax and later take a hike to explore this beautiful landscape.
Alright, good howdy folks. Welcome to another James Blackburn experience. Today is day 3 on the Green River 2023, and it's a layover day. And as you can see, I'm in this awesome canyon area, and the sun is just starting to hit out here. Just a few minutes ago it came up over the rocks, and down at camp it hasn't even come up yet at all. It's still nice and cool down there, and it's already 9:30 in the morning. But I had to come out here and just, clear my head in the morning, enjoy a little walk, and take in some of this beautiful scenery all around me. This is really, truly incredible. I should probably address a little bit of the incident yesterday really quick, just to get it out of my head for the day. There was a near-death experience yesterday. I'm coming to terms with it. I think the PTSD that was triggered by it is starting to normalize. My brain's feeling better, not as nervous or anxious. I'll be okay to get back on the river tomorrow. I really came out here to just get some sun on my body in the early morning because it feels nice. I am going to head back to camp and get some breakfast. Drank some water already this morning, but I still feel like I need more. And a good breakfast on a layover day like this is always nice, you know. Kind of fuel up the day for the hikes we're going to do later. So stay tuned. All right, folks, time to get out my trusty MSR, which has a stove, and this is the stove here, and the fuel all come in the same pot, so it's a pretty cool little backpacking thing. I haven't used it yet on the trip, so we're gonna make some classic Libby's corned beef hash. That's gonna be so yummy.
While my breakfast was heating up, I checked my solar panel and battery. This is the setup I use to keep my camera and Garmin device charged up for 7 days. Breakfast smelled yummy, and I was hungry and ready to eat soon. The weather was so nice, I didn't even have to wear a long sleeve. I sat here and enjoyed this place and this nice morning air. Time for breakfast. It's nice to chow down and not be in a hurry. The weather was perfect, and I was enjoying my time here at camp. While I was eating my breakfast, I was blown away by the view. This was a great campsite, and the day was already beautiful. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and I was already a couple hundred feet into it. I was feeling good, feeling strong, and ready to explore this beautiful and historic area.
All right, folks, we are hiking over to a panel of petroglyphs. Matt knows exactly where this place is, and I'm excited to see something of a historical nature like this. It's going to be awesome. It's a pretty well-worn trail here. It's easy to follow. Obviously, it gets a lot of traffic.
Matt was taking us to see some petroglyphs that he had found before when he camped here in the past. I was excited to hike with my friends. No rush, just a relaxed hike through the desert. I had food and water with me and was ready to hike for a couple hours or more. First, we will hike to the petroglyphs. Then we will hike to a nearby slot canyon. This day was perfect, and I figured it'll only get better. I am a truly fortunate person to be able to go to places like this with some really great folks. Holy wow! We turned off the main trail and started to head up. I'd like to take this time to thank you folks who tune in and watch my video adventures. You are all truly appreciated. It makes me happy to be able to share some of my life with you all. Now back to our regularly scheduled program. Blue skies, warm sun, good friends, and a hike. Can it get any better than this? We shall see.
This was what we were hiking to see. Crazy part about this is it is way off the ground. So centuries ago somebody climbed up there and made petroglyphs. How neat is that?
Matt offered an idea of how they got to that spot on the wall, and it makes great sense to me. He said that the sand dunes out here move all the time, and when this rock art was created, there could have been a sand dune up against the cliff. After a while here, we continued on our way, back down this sandy side trail to the bottom. Then we hiked to a neat slot canyon nearby. I enjoyed hiking in soft sand like this. It feels so nice under the feet, much better than concrete for sure.
I mean, you'll get in there, come around, and it just kind of walls up and you can't go any further. But it is kind of cool.
Well, and those buttes up above, man, this is outstanding. All right, folks, we are now hiking in a dried up creek bed. You kind of hear it crunching under my feet. And we saw the petroglyphs a few minutes ago. That was amazing. Now Matt is taking us down to a little slot canyon. And then afterwards, we'll hike back to camp, you know, maybe do some board games this afternoon. But yeah, this is most excellent. This stuff has been here forever. It's always changing and growing. That'll probably be shaded, huh?
I was thoroughly enjoying this hike. It felt like a mix of nature and history. Being here is almost like going back in time. These canyons have been here forever. It's an honor to get to explore places like this, and I truly appreciate every moment.
All right, we're at the opening of the slot canyon. I know it doesn't look like a slot canyon yet, but trust me, when we get a little further back, we'll start to notice that. Matt found us some nice little shade here, so I'm sitting down, gonna have a little bit of water, maybe a little energy bar, and then continue back in time.
In this section. Lot to explore, but it's hot and dry.
Yeah, it's a big canyon for sure. That's some serious overhang there. Nice shade too. I didn't know if it went through, that's why I went around it. But so back there, folks, that's the slot canyon. We're getting pretty close. Be there in a couple more minutes. All right, folks, we're a little further into the canyon, and the one thing I noticed over here to my left is a blind arch, and a pretty good one at that. Let's go up and see it a little bit closer. When the mud dries up out here, it kind of looks almost like shards of pottery. It's really neat. This one's still wet, so recently there was definitely still water in here. All right, here's the beginning of a blind arch, the one I just mentioned a couple minutes ago. Just thought I'd show you from another angle. And you know, it's a little hot out here today, probably close to 80. So when the shade comes up, we are all really happy.
because the temperature changes so much. Oh boy, that feels good. It's like a 10-degree drop in temp there. Wow, dude. This is some serious canyon. And it feels like the air conditioning's on in here, which is really nice. So that's the end of the line where the water is, unless you want to swim. And
Oh yeah, see, I was able to walk down into this bowl last time.
so there's a lot more water now, huh?
This could be swimmable. I remember how deep that shit was. It's deeper than what they were saying.
Wow.
Yeah.
And look at all these animal tracks down here. Every critter, looks like deer maybe?
Deer.
Maybe a few other things too.
Goats.
Yeah, so they come down here and they get themselves a nice drink. Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder how deep that is and
Oh, dude, that is
how much further back does this go even? Wow. That's some serious water there. All right, folks. Well, the canyon ends here for us, but it looks like maybe you could squeeze through a little further if we wanted to swim, but we don't want to do that right now. The water's a bit funky, but I'm blown away by all these animal tracks here. Every animal in the neighborhood comes down here and gets water, it looks like. That's pretty cool. What are the holes over here from, Matt? From just water or something, or what would cause that? Like these over here, yeah.
Yeah, once you camera straight up. That's where it comes from.
Wow. So over the years, water's just dripped and formed all these different...
You're gonna see that in Jasper Canyon, and it's wild. I mean, they look like 100,000 little hobbit holes everywhere.
After that wonderful hike, I headed back to camp. I had a few things I needed to do, and I was feeling energetic after the hike. Plus, the energy of this place was giving me a second wind, and I was feeling happy and content.
All right, we made it back to camp. Some of the folks are down there board gaming. I'm going up to my tent to kind of freshen up a little bit and take off my backpack. Good hike. That was an absolutely wonderful hike between the petroglyphs and the Slot Canyon. That was amazing. All right, another classically beautiful day here on the Green River. Down here we have a couple of our canoes, and everybody's canoes are all dried out except for ours. After our incident yesterday, there's still some water down in there. So I'm gonna get in there with the sponge, get the rest of that water out of there and let this thing dry overnight so we have a nice, dry, tidy canoe for in the morning. So, yep, that's my little afternoon thing, and then I'll go back up to camp and I'll start packing up my gear up there and kind of pre-pack anything that I don't need tonight and bring it down to the boat to make it packing, in the morning a little quicker. Well, it's not perfect, but it's a lot less wet than it was a few minutes ago. So incredibly quiet up here. Beautiful.
Back at camp, and all is calm and good in the world, at least right here and now.
Okay, afternoon project before dinner is to pack up all this stuff and get this tarp cleaned off. I want to get all this stuff organized and ready for tomorrow so that I can bring this tote down to the canoe and sort of pre-pack it, have it down there and ready to go. I want any gear that I have up here to be packed up properly and taken down to the canoe. Anything that I'm not going to be using tonight, that is. I'm going to try to pack this stuff up before the sun gets back on my camp here, because right now it's shaded and it's much easier to work when the sun isn't beating on you. So yeah. All right, fast forward about an hour or so. Everything off the tarp is packed into this backpack and this tote, so pretty much ready to go on both these items. However, I still have my bedding and clothing in here that I'll take out here in a little bit, and of course the chair needs to be broken down later tonight after we have our campfire experience.
A little while later, and it was getting close to dinner time. Tonight was Roger's turn to cook, and he never disappoints. Thanks, Raj. Spaghetti is a classic, but it tastes even better out here in the wilderness with my friends. Pile on some Parmesan cheese, and yes, please, yummy! I was literally a happy camper, and I was enjoying everything about this trip. As evening approached, we knew it was time to use the trusty fire pan and have us a campfire experience. As usual, this is one of my favorite things about camping. Campfires are good medicine.
Did you guys get full?
Yeah, thank you, man. That was yummy.
Yeah, that was delicious, man. Thank you.
All right, folks. Had a wonderful dinner provided by Raj. Spaghetti. It was so yummy and filling. And now everybody's kind of prepping gear to get ready to canoe tomorrow morning. I prepped a bunch of gear and brought it down to the canoe already. And now I'm just sitting here enjoying the campfire. It's always a beautiful time.
The stars were all out in full force as we started to retire to our campsites for the night. Time to get some shut-eye and rest up. Tomorrow will be another float day, and we needed to be rested for the 10 or 12 miles of canoeing we will do. Now off to my trusty walrus tent to snuggle down in my sleeping bag and get some rest. Look at my little home. It's always so inviting. This tent has never failed me. It has always been watertight and out of the wind. Makes me smile just to see this. Good night, folks. Love, love, hate, hate. Take care of each other. After getting to bed early, I slept very well overnight. And then we were back up at dawn so we could get on the river early. Chapter 4. Back on the river again.
All right, good morning, folks. Well, it's day 4. We're all packing up, and it's early morning, about 6:30. Still kind of dark out. It's a good day to get on the river and float about 9 or 10 miles. Welcome back to another James Blackburn experience. I've been up since about 5. Didn't plan on getting up that early, but Mother Nature woke me up, meaning I had to visit the restroom. And I'm glad I did. Got that out of the way. And now it's a beautiful morning out. I'm 100% packed and everything is in the boat except for my backpack. So doing pretty dang good. Good start to a beautiful day. Wow, look at that. Well, goodbye to this beautiful spot here in just a little bit. Awesome.
The last forecast we saw said there was going to be strong winds in the early afternoon, and we wanted to get some miles in before then. Today started as a beautiful morning with cool temps and beautiful skies. The lower temps had me wearing a long-sleeve warm shirt as I prepped my gear for departure. After packing most of my gear, it was now time to break down my tent. Gear was being packed. There was a stillness in the air. The morning was indeed beautiful and quiet. It's moments like these that I truly appreciate. We continued to bring our gear down to the canoes. Soon, we would all be ready to paddle down the Green River on this wonderful day. As we packed up the last of our gear, I was attempting to keep myself calm as the river journey was going to begin soon. My mind was on the incident from 2 days ago, and I was definitely feeling nervous about our river time today. We were up at dawn and on the river by 7:30 a.m. for another early morning float. I really enjoy being on the river at this time of the day. The temps are nice, and there's a lot more shade to begin with. But I have to admit I'm nervous about getting back on the river again. I was feeling very anxious, and my heart rate was racing. I did not feel ready to float again. But there was no choice. We had to get some miles done today. I knew after we floated for a while, I might calm down and enjoy the canoeing again. We were off, and the adventure had begun. Soon the rest of the group would launch. It was exciting to be on our way. Other helpful tips. The wind can be gale force in the canyons and tends to pick up in the afternoon. We recommend getting up early and getting some miles under your belt. That way if the wind picks up, you won't be left with 10 plus miles to paddle into a headwind. Either way, be mentally prepared for this challenge. On all 3 trips that I've done here over the years, I've gotten a major headwind coming in on at least one day every time I've ever been there. So it is a real thing to think about and be prepared for.
How you doing, brother?
My heart's racing. I'm shaking a little bit. I know I shouldn't be.
Just calm down. We're good, man.
I think once we're on the water for a little bit, I'll feel.
It's okay, dude. I was a little bit nervous too. Still am. That's fucking normal.
Thanks, brother.
We're good, man. We're good, James.
Yeah, we're on a nice calm stretch here.
Enjoy the float, dude.
I agree. Oh, so quiet and calm out here right now. Okay, my muscles stopped shaking. I feel like the body's normalizing. And I feel like the boat is definitely more well-balanced than the first 2 days, even though it's still not perfect.
And it's a lot lighter, too.
And a lot lighter, yeah. There's less food, less water. That cooler's not full of drinks anymore and ice.
Yeah, let's go a little bit more that way.
I think even my heart rate's starting to decline finally too, and we've only been out here for about 4 or 5 minutes, and I'm already feeling a little better. So I had everything down here in the boat by 6:30, believe it or not, except for my backpack, which had my food and stuff in it. Go with the flow. Go with the flow. Okay, I'll just steer for a bit.
Yeah.
I'm glad I came down yesterday and sponged the rest of this boat out, because there was still like an inch of water in the bottom.
Oh yeah.
And it just feels so much better to not have any liquid in there at the moment.
That was a great idea.
Well, that's what's great for layover days is not only can you do a hike or a board game and just chill, but you can fix or repair or repack things. Like those last 2 days at Jasper Canyon are going to be outstanding, I'm sure.
So I'm sure there's got to be a name for that feature right there.
For sure, yeah, because it's different than the rest. Round with that top on it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's neat.
I'm comfortably warm now.
Nice. Yeah, it does. That does feel nice right now. It's feeling really good. Pretty dang awesome.
As we continued our float down the Green River, my nerves improved quite a bit, and instead of being nervous, I was really starting to enjoy the canoe adventure today. I did wear my life vest today, and I will continue to do so anytime I'm on the water. And let this be a lesson, folks. The reason why they make these things is because we're supposed to use them. They help with safety quite a bit.
Yep, and now we're just following the foam. I'm just going to keep steering us for a bit, let those guys get a little further ahead. Get us turned back into the foam.
The best time to float the Green River from Mineral Bottom to the confluence is in the spring or fall. Temperatures are too hot during summer to spend much time exploring side canyons off of the river. We chose early October for this canoe trip down the Green River, and it was on the verge of being hot. Winters are usually too cold to canoe here, so, spring and fall, check it out online. Water levels can be too high in early spring to find good campsites. Of course, conditions change from year to year, so you'll have to do some research. Check out resources for water flow and weather forecasts when it's closer to your date of the trip.
Okay. Gotcha.
Follow the foam.
Follow the foam. If I see it up there, they're going right into it. Yeah, that's really an impressive rock for sure. All of it.
Dinosaur days.
Yeah. Yep, some dinosaurs definitely saw this rock. It was slightly shaped differently back then, but yeah. Pretty impressive.
There's some shallow stuff over there, James. It looks like.
Okay, I see it, yep. I'll just keep following Terry and Matt.
Yep, great idea.
You'll need a minimum of 3 days just to paddle this section of the river. It is always advisable to add an extra day in case you run into weather, which is likely. Also factor in a number of extra days you'll need for off-river adventures. You've had time to read the guidebooks. What sites do you want to see along the way? Do you want to spend more than one night at a campsite? Maybe have a layover? We took a week for this trip from Mineral Bottom to the confluence because we love hiking and exploring the area. Plus, we wanted 2 of the days to be layover days, one toward the beginning of the trip and the other one towards the end. Layover days were pure gold.
I can't remember who did it, but it was a theme that was like, rock the boat, don't rock the boat, baby, tip the boat, don't tip the boat. Oh,
Yeah, I do remember that song.
Huh?
Yeah, I do remember that song, and it's appropriate to right now, so I will be careful, I promise.
Important notes about water. The water in the Green River is very silty and will muck up your water filter. There's also cattle upstream in the river corridor. For that reason, it's recommended to carry water for the trip. At 1 gallon per person per day, your water weight adds up, and a canoe is the best way to transport water on this trip. However, if you'd rather filter your water, that is possible with the help of something called alum. You also want to carry alum with you to settle the sediment before purifying your water. Alum helps the particles in the bucket of river water to settle to the bottom of the bucket quicker. I'm not an expert on this, so look it up online to learn more. Or, better yet, learn from a friend who is an expert and experienced in the matter. My good friends Matt and Terry taught me, and they have been making it work perfectly for over 20 years now. You'll need containers for fresh drinking and cooking water. Even if you have a water filter, the river water is always silty and cannot be filtered easily. Be prepared to use at least 1 gallon per person per day with extra for cooking meals. Here's a cool tip. If you freeze fresh water in empty jugs and use it in your cooler's ice, when they thaw, the water can be used for drinking and cooking. Plus, you got a piece of block ice that will last in the cooler for several days.
Okay, so let's stay away from the rock. Let's head out this way.
Sounds good to me.
River right.
I am very happy to do that.
Not too much. Let's follow Mikey's trail. It's shallow out there. Follow Mikey's trail.
Getting the permit. The canoe trip from Mineral Bottom to the confluence travels through Canyonlands National Park. A permit is required. You can get the permit online, in person at the Backcountry Permit Office in Moab, or from the Canyonlands National Park Visitor Center when they are open. Note, if you are out for a longer adventure and choose to extend this trip to include Labyrinth Canyon for a roughly 120-mile trip starting upstream at Green River State Park or Crystal Geyser or Ruby Ranch, you'll also need a valid BLM permit. Soon we would find a campsite and be off the river until tomorrow. I was looking forward to camp and the beautiful scenery that would be there. Temperatures in southern Utah can be unbearably hot. The good news is you're on the river, so you can always take a dip. But if camping in 100-degree weather doesn't sound like a good time, save your trip for the cooler fall months. We were there in October, where it was mostly 70s during the day and 50s at night, although a couple days we did get up into the lower 80s. Monsoon season is mid-July to early September in Utah. This brings afternoon storms that can result in flash flooding. If you float during this time, just make sure you choose your campsites carefully and avoid any washes. So when is the best time? It's nice to float the Green River from September through November. But be prepared for cooler evenings and colder mornings. Permits are free and can be obtained by emailing the permit form to the BLM or directly from your shuttle company. Make sure you bring a copy of your permit with you. There are no designated campsites along the river, which means below Mineral Bottom you can camp wherever you want, but it's first come, first serve.
All right, folks, we landed at Camp 3 on day 4, and look at this awesome view. Just beautiful, outstanding, awesome. All right, folks, day 4. We're at Dead Horse Canyon. We're going to be camping here tonight, kind of just chilling out here in the shade above the Green River, as you can see down below. And I'm looking at a formation called Turk's Head. So if you Google that, you can look up this rock formation online. I'm sure there's already pictures of it somewhere. And look it up. That's exactly what I'm looking at right now. So I believe it's that one big mesa formation right there in the middle, with the 2 big rocks on top and the crumbly stuff underneath. So look it up online when you get a chance, and you can see what I'm seeing when you're seeing it and I'm seeing it at the same time. All right, folks, out there is the Green River. It's flowing from the left to the right, going downstream, of course. And the neat thing about it is
sometimes there's a little inlet where you can pull your canoes into and park for the night. So we have all our canoes in here, and we are tied off and ready to go. We'll get these things loaded up in the morning for one more day of canoeing tomorrow before we have a layover day. But what I really came down here to do was, well, you can see there's gear here. Not all this needs to go up to the top, so we're leaving it by the boats for now, and we'll just reload it in the morning. What I really wanted to show you was the little trail that goes back up to where the campsite is. So let's go check that out, shall we? So yeah, this is a trail that over the years has been carved out by people to get up to the camp spot. So you can tell it's like right on the edge here. So just watch your feet, don't trip. Otherwise you're going to take a fall down in the water. Little turnage here. And we're going to come out into a clearing here where there's lots of sun at the moment. Okay, there you go. Lots of good camp spots up here. Not much shade, unfortunately, but that'll change here in a little bit. Folks are down there hanging out in the shade. And over here, well, this will be the kitchen area, of course. Howdy. And then down here, in this little flat, sandy spot to the right, I'm going to put my tent in here once this is in the shade, because it's like 82 out here, which is not bad, but in the direct sunshine it's pretty toasty. But you can see the shadow is slowly growing, and here in a little bit we'll probably all be in the shade, and then we can get camp set up and ready to go. Some interesting rocks up here. Apparently this red stuff is called jasper, so I'm going to look that up online and learn a little bit more about it. Tomorrow we're canoeing about 10 miles to a place called Jasper Canyon. And I'm sure there's lots of jasper in there too, but this canyon's not hurting for it either. All that red stuff is jasper. That's pretty cool. Very unusual rock formations here. Alright, there's the Green River. Camp down below. Not below the Green River, it's above the Green River, but below where I'm at. Awesome. Here's an interesting plant out in the desert. I'm not sure what this is, but it's so delicate looking for such a harsh environment.
Leave no trace. With this being a backcountry trip, you should familiarize yourself with the principles of leave no trace before you go. As mentioned before, you will need to carry out all solid human waste in your toilet system. Also, please pack out all of your toilet paper. For peeing, you should go in the river. Don't trample or camp on vegetation. Know how to recognize and avoid stepping on the cryptobiotic soil. Don't carve your name into rock walls. And don't touch any petroglyphs you might find. For doing dishes, remove all food scraps, lick the plate clean, and then use biodegradable soap to wash. Pack out all food scraps, including apple cores, orange peels, and banana peels. For more information on Leave No Trace as it pertains to canoe trips, search online for the American Canoe Association website.
What an awesome canyon. Wish I had more than one day here. I'd love to get back there and really explore, but just too tired right now. Look at all that chamisa. It's everywhere and it's in full bloom here. It's already out of bloom in Albuquerque, probably because we're higher elevation.
There are a lot of side attractions and hikes to check out, so look those up online and check out your maps. I highly recommend taking a GPS and loading it with a map of the river miles so you can keep track of your progress. The website has a GPS file you can download, as well as a list of high water campsites that you should make note of before your trip. I also recommend a Garmin or other satellite device. This allows for you to stay connected with loved ones, and it has an SOS option just in case you have an emergency situation. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and I was already a couple hundred feet into it. I was feeling good, feeling strong, and ready to explore this beautiful and historic area. Now, when I was on the Green River, I didn't really experience a lot of bugs, but I have heard that the mosquitoes in Labyrinth Canyon and Stillwater Canyon can and will be awful during certain times of the year. The bugs start to come out typically when the water levels drop to a point where the beaches start to be revealed. This typically happens sometime in June. Then the bugs will stick around to mid or late July. However, we were there in early October and didn't have too many bugs to deal with. Mostly just some flies and gnats, and that wasn't even all day long, it was just occasional.
Time for the search for wood. Terry and Matt are already down there by the Chamisa. I'm heading down now. See what kind of firewood we can find out here, because it's not very much. It's been picked pretty darn clean.
Tonight was my turn for dinner, and I was in the mood for some comfort food. Chili dogs and mac and cheese. Yummy! I have lived in the Southwest since 1998, and I never get tired of seeing these amazing sunsets. Holy wow! Time for another excellent campfire experience. This is always one of my favorite parts of camping. The smell of the campfire is nice. That I truly enjoy. Yes, yes. But even more so, I love the conversations we have around the campfire. It's a great way to get to know folks better, and it's also very relaxing. Family, friends, and a campfire under the night skies? Yes, please. This is good medicine. I struggled with falling asleep at first because this area really seemed to hold the heat, and it didn't cool down until later in the evening. But eventually I did fall asleep, and the temperatures were just right for a good snooze overnight. Love, love. Hate, hate. Take care of each other.
Good morning. Day 4 on the Green River. Beautiful morning so far. Birds are singing. Sun's coming up. Who could ask for anything more?
Chapter 5. Jasper Canyon Camp. On the river, I'm at a loss for words, and under a canopy of stars, walls of sandstone, murky water, and twisting side canyons. Memories become lost in time, one day blending into another, and I forget some things but remember the important stuff, like the days and the nights, and where we pitched our tent and saw ancient ruins, the friendships and nature, and the great meals we had along the way. plus some of the most amazing sunrises. It's moments like this that make me truly happy to be alive. Look at all this beauty, folks. Truly good medicine. The morning was indeed beautiful and quiet. As we packed up the last of our gear, I was attempting to keep myself calm as the river journey was going to begin again soon. My mind was still on the incident from a few days ago, and I was definitely nervous about our river time today, just like yesterday. We were off, and the adventure had begun. It was exciting to be on our way. Other helpful tips. The wind can be gale force in the canyons and tends to pick up in the afternoon. We recommend getting up early and getting some miles under your belt. That way if the wind picks up, you won't be left with 10 plus miles to paddle into a headwind. Either way, be mentally prepared for this challenge. On all 3 trips that I've done here over the years, I've gotten a major headwind coming in and on at least one day every time I've ever been there. So it is a real thing to think about and be prepared for. On this morning, we were not so lucky with the wind. It did come in the afternoon, but it was also here now in the early morning. It made the paddle a little more difficult, and we had to make sure we kept the canoe straight in the waves. Obviously, we did not want another incident. Safety was in the front of our minds. We worked hard on these miles today and had to stay focused. We came together as a team and knew we had a safe float ahead of us. It was going to be a challenge, but aren't some of the best things in life a challenge? We were up for it and on our way down the Green River again. As we did our float down the Green River, my nerves improved quite a bit, and instead of being nervous, I was starting to enjoy it again, just like yesterday. And of course I did wear my life vest again today, and will continue to do so anytime I'm on the water. Now for a little bit about the history. In the summer of 1869, a one-armed Civil War veteran named John Wesley Powell put together a 10-man expedition to explore and chart the Green River and Colorado River from Wyoming to the Grand Canyon. Over 99 days and close to 1,000 miles, he and his men navigated unmapped canyons and plunging rapids, enduring searing heat, the destruction of one of their 4 boats, the dangers of rattlesnakes and rock slides and scorpions being as big as a hand, and the loss of most of their hats to violent winds and waves. The trip was not without its controversies. Several of Powell's biographers had made light of evidence that the Major was a bit loose with the facts on that journey, and that he suppressed any publication of rival trip reports by his men. More controversial is the fate of the 3 members of the party who, just 80 miles or so from the end, decided to abandon the expedition, leave the river, hike out of the canyon, and set out across the desert for a Mormon settlement. That they died a horrible death is certain, though whether it was by thirst or by attack in a case of mistaken identity is still debated. More questionable still is the fact that Major Powell, upon reaching the end of his expedition and returning to Washington, D.C., never sent out a search party to look for the lost men, nor even inquire about their fate. Notwithstanding the critiques of Powell himself, His expedition remains one of the great achievements in American exploration. The historian Wallace Stegner called it the second opening of the West after Lewis and Clark's adventure. The last major blank space of blank space on the American map was filled in. Not to mention the contributions to geology, biology, and geography that the expedition yielded. Drawn in by Power's harrowing adventures and vivid descriptions of the desert, and intrigued by the prospect of canoeing through Utah's most famous canyonlands, our party embarked on a 52-mile slice of river adventure, meager by some standards, but just fine by ours. After all, it was October in the desert, and we had no intention of having to quit and walk out.
You gotta be moving like about 4 miles an hour.
Yeah, we're cooking pretty good.
After about 9 or 10 miles of paddling, we arrived at Jasper Canyon Camp, and it was not taken yet. We will have 2 days here, and I was looking forward to it. The canoes were unloaded, and we had the entire rest of the afternoon and evening to relax and do whatever we wanted. After a long float today, I was hot and felt like cooling off and freshening up in the river. I was going to go in full body, but the water was colder than I expected. So I just got in partially and I used the water to help cool off.
Alright folks, I was gonna dip into the river all the way over my head, but it was so cold when I got in up to my waist that I was like, alright, I'm cooled off. Splash some on my head, my face, feel much better. Oh, that was intense. All right, I'll be honest, that cruise here today was rough. There's a lot of wind. The water was very rough. You can still see it's a little choppy, but it was big waves of water almost coming in the boat. 10 miles of that. And we had a couple moments where it calmed down and the wind was gone and we had the glass-like water again. But for most of it, it was a tough, very tough paddle today. But don't get me wrong, folks. Not complaining, just an observation. I still love being here. It's still an amazing place. I mean, look all around me. It's just absolutely beautiful. And you know something, even though I love blue skies, there's something kind of pretty about the white clouds in the blue skies with the red rock like that. Gorgeous.
A lot of color contrast.
Because it was a hotter day, I found some shade and took a rest for a while. This is another one of my favorite things about being in the wilderness. I know it may look uncomfortable, but I was actually quite content in this moment. It was quiet, the shade felt nice, and I was in a beautiful place. Absolutely amazing. And yes, in case you're wondering, I did indeed check this place for snakes and other varmints before I decided to lay down here. After a little nap in the shade, I woke up and yawned some. I knew it was time to get my tent set up for the night. Soon there will be time-lapse of the tent setup. Here we go!
think I got the tent set up because it's starting to rain.
The weather was changing with some high winds and rain coming our way soon. I really needed to get this shelter and all my gear inside before that happened. Thankfully, I just finished getting it all done when the storm hit us. We all retreated to our tents to wait it out.
Alright, got everything in the tent just in time because it's starting to rain a little harder out there. Although it's still gentle rain. It's always nice to be prepared. So here I am in the tent of awesomeness. The rain is getting heavier and the wind is getting crazy. I have this thing completely staked down, thankfully, but man, it's picking up some dust.
It got rough for a while, with some intense winds and quite a bit of rain too. The winds were so bad that several of my tent stakes were pulled out of the ground. The tent also collapsed on me several times during the storm. That was a first for me.
It's been raining off and on for a couple hours, I think. And it's supposed to clear up sometime tonight. But at the moment, it's still coming down pretty good, and I'm just laying in the tent relaxing. Took a little nap, it felt really great.
You know, it rained for hours, and the ground is dry again already. The sand just sucks it up like a big sponge. But I got myself a nice nap in there for 2-3 hours probably. I feel a lot more rested. Now I'm gonna head down to base camp after I take in some more of this magnificent view. Looks like we're lining up for a nice sunset. Beautiful.
The winds can be really strong in these canyons sometimes, but the tent did keep me dry, and I even took a short nap when the storm calmed down some. After the rain, I went outside and secured my tent stakes to the ground and put some heavy rocks on top of them. This seemed to work, and I had no further stake issues after that. Another classic southwest sunset. It was like looking at a painting, only better. Up to this point, I have never been here, only seen it in photos and videos. Being here in person is so much better. I breathed in the canyon goodness and felt the good medicine of the wilderness heal me from within. Then dinner provided by Roger. Some yummy noodles with chicken. Thanks, Raj. And then for the evening campfire, and of course some slow motion, as usual. Under a starry sky, we enjoyed another great campfire experience. Good friends camping together and sharing memories. That's the life I love, and I am grateful for every moment.
All right, folks, that completes, I think, day 5, I believe. Tomorrow's 6. Yeah, day 5. Wow. I can't tell you how many miles we've canoed so far. It's around 40, but it's been an awesome trip. So I'm going to wrap it up here by saying love, love, hate, hate. Take care of each other, and I'm going to be crashing out here in the tent in just a few minutes.
Chapter 6. layover day, and Jasper Canyon hike. Good morning, folks. Welcome to day 6 of 7 here on the Green River. Another layover day, pure gold. Slept in a little later and then relaxed around camp for a while. I love a layover day. There's no rush to do anything. It's all about slowing down and enjoying the moments. We even had some time to do some board gaming at this camp. Today was starting off great. The weather was perfect and we could relax and later go on a hike.
Alright, so yesterday we did have a gentle rainstorm for a little bit, but then it got really intense and the winds were horrible. So a lot of my stakes were getting ripped out of the ground, and while I was inside the tent, it was caving in on the inside on me. So after the storm was done, I went around and put all these rocks where I have a stake at, just in case we get another storm, which is unlikely, but you want to make sure that these things are weighted down properly, because that was a little scary yesterday when the wind's blowing this thing in on me and stakes are coming out of the ground, and yeah, it was pretty intense. The hill.
I decided to go on a morning walkabout and just explore and enjoy some sunshine. While I was doing this, I saw these little critters. They were everywhere and very curious about me. I kept my distance, but it was neat to see this and even capture a couple of nice moments. They did not seem too scared as long as I stayed away. They were definitely watching me and doing a nice job keeping guard.
There's dozens of these things down here. I thought they were chipmunks, but I'm not 100% certain because of the long skinny tail, but I must have stumbled onto an area where they live, because there's just dozens of them. Just a minute ago, one walked up 6 feet away from me, just stared me in the face for a minute and then wandered off. There's 2 of them right on top of the rock. Little tiny things too. Dozens and dozens of these critters in here going about their morning business. And every morning when they wake up, this is what they see. How incredible is that? That little tiny chipmunk, or whatever kind of creature this is, has been popping up on different rocks for the last few minutes and just staring at me. It's very curious, probably not 100% certain what my intentions are, which are just to get video. It just took off, there he goes. But yeah, my intentions are just to get video. I'm not here to harm anyone. I knew there were some ruins back here, but I didn't know they were this close to camp. Right there in the center of the frame, you can see a built wall with an opening inside. So let's go up and take a closer look. However, we are going to tread lightly so we don't damage or hurt anything in the process. But yeah, let's go check it out. Another chipmunk. Wow, that is really built up inside there. Talk about some good masonry work. This could be 1,000 years old or more. I'm not 100% certain, but wow. You can see camp is right down there. And then right up here is this. Pretty neat. Footsteps of history right here. It's really well built and preserved. I have no clue how old it is, but I'll try to find out more information online. I'll add some voiceover in if I learn anything, but yeah, check that out. That is neat. Yeah, it's not really safe to climb up there, so I'm not going to do that and look inside. Plus, you probably should keep your distance when you're looking at historic sites like this anyway, but yeah. Like I said, you can see there's not really a good, safe way to get up there. Most likely, historically, this was probably a granary. Store food in there and stuff like that, because I can see inside a little bit. There's no fire scarring and it's too small really to live in, so it was probably to store food, keep the critters away if they could. Alright, there you go, folks. Footsteps of history right there. Very cool. Really digging being here and just being a part of this beautiful environment, plus having the history here as well. That's just an extra bonus.
I could not find a lot about these ruins online. There are a few pictures, but not much about the history or even the name. In the guidebook, it shows a picture of this and only says, Ruins at Jasper Canyon. Anyway, I was honored to be here and see all of this. Amazing.
And then we began our hike into the heart of Jasper Canyon. It's going to be an amazing day.
The hiking was easy and the scenery was stunning. What a great place to have a layover day. As we explored further up the canyon, it got more and more beautiful.
Some tall rocks here, folks. I mean, these things are huge. We're hiking back into the canyon now. If I'm not mistaken, up in there is where Matt filmed the waterfall a few years ago during a flash flood. Pretty neat. This is kind of neat. There was definitely some water in here at one point. As all this mud dried and cracked, it's a little reserve that fills up occasionally.
Soon we arrived at a place Matt calls the Hobbit Holes. This place was neat. Years of water dripping from the top created all these holes in the rock. It made for a wonderful and beautiful artwork. Plus, it was in the shade and the air was nice and cool. Perfect place and time to hang out and relax. I wish I could describe what it's like to visit a place like this, but words can't do it justice. You have to come here for yourself and experience it firsthand. Then you'll know what I mean.
I've only seen videos and photos of this place, and all of them are awesome, but here in person, even better. This is really neat, Matt. Thank you for bringing me here.
What a grand adventure we were having. The canyon would end at a cool place that I had seen in videos before, but this was my first time being here in person, and it's so much better. I was really enjoying this hike, and this day felt like a true gift. Sitting in the shade in Jasper Canyon and taking it all in. This place was very spiritual for me, and the feeling I had was almost overwhelming. It felt like I was connecting to an electrical current running straight out of the universe.
All right, folks, it is such a pleasure having a layover day because there's no rushing. We could go do a hike to the back of Jasper Canyon there. I got to share all that with you. It was beautiful. And now we're back at camp, take a little break here, and I'm going to maybe get a board game out. All right, folks, it's a little later in the day, about 1:30 p.m. Still incredibly beautiful out here. And I am back at my tent because I'm going to start pre-packing some gear because we have to get an early start tomorrow to make it down to the confluence. In case you're wondering what the confluence is, that's where the Green River dumps into the Colorado River. And that is where we are meeting the outfitter in the morning. But right now I'm back here. I'm going to pull everything out of the tent that I don't need tonight, pre-pack it, and get it down in the boat just to get a head start on it.
Then I heard a guitar coming from the river, and I stopped to listen.
All right, folks, after a leisurely afternoon after the hike, I came back to the tent here and I was going to organize, but I just laid down and crashed out for a little bit. Got a little battery powered fan in there, and that's really nice. And now I am going to start pulling gear out of here and kind of pre-organize for tomorrow morning because we got to get an early start. Got my solar charger going there. It's charging a battery for charging the phone. Right now I have this big tote of stuff I gotta go through, and I always bring this tarp with me, so I'm gonna put everything out on there and just kind of look at what's here and prep it and get it ready for the boat. Okay, tarp is gone, gear is reorganized, everything's put back into here, and in the tent I have my backpack and my dry sack ready to go. I'll show you those here in a little bit, but yeah, beautiful day, wonderful place. I love how this view is the same but different every time you look at it. Just absolutely amazing.
I felt better about being organized and much closer to being ready to go. Now time for some dinner. Tonight was Frito pie that I made. A simple meal, but definitely comfort food and very yummy. A little while later, a big group came down the river and set up camp on this temporary island. I had a feeling they were shooting for camp at Jasper Canyon, but found it taken already when they got here. But nonetheless, they found a nice spot and set up camp quickly. And they were very quiet neighbors. We hardly even noticed that they were there. And I hope we were quiet for them as well. And yes, another amazing southwest sunset. I never get tired of seeing this. Holy wow. I wish I was a painter. Campfire experience on day 6 of 7 here in the Green River in Utah. Today was a true gift yet again, and I'm very thankful to be here. Thanks to the entire team for making this a wonderful trip.
So beautiful, so nice. So I'm going to sign off here and say, love, love, hate, hate. Take care of each other.
Chapter 7. Last Day Canoe and Jet Boat. Good morning, folks. Welcome to day 7 of 7 here on the Green River in Utah. Today we got up extra early because we had to float 10 or so miles to meet up with the outfitter who would pick us up in a jet boat, but more on that later. For now, let's enjoy this beautiful morning together. We were also up at the crack of dawn to load gear into the canoes so that we could get on the water soon. We pre-prepped last night and already had a lot of gear in the canoes and ready to go. It was nice having a head start on it all. Before we knew it, all the canoes were packed and ready to go. The last float on the Green River for this trip. Both a happy and a sad thing at the same time. Happy to have done this, but sad that it's ending later today. The Green River gets in your soul and becomes a part of you for the rest of your days. Then we were in the canoes and on our way. It was definitely very chilly outside, especially since the sun was not up yet. We were bundled up and staying warm, but looking forward to the warmth from the morning sun. We did not have to rush because of our early start, so we kind of had a casual float and enjoyed the scenery along the way. Get the guides. No, this isn't a guided trip. By guides, I mean books and maps. You want to spend time reading through them and familiarizing yourself with the trip before you even put a paddle in the water. Two essentials are Belknap's Waterproof Canyonlands River Guide and the River Guide to Canyonlands National Park and vicinity. Why two guidebooks? Because Belknap's is more of a map book, showing each bend in the river. It has a bit of information, usually historical tidbits, scattered throughout the pages, but its strengths are the maps. On the other hand, Michael Kelsey's River Guide is packed with details on what to see along the way, and when to explore side canyons off the river. It maps out countless historic sites and prehistoric ruins and petroglyphs, or rock art, worth stopping to see. This pair of books works well together. Our copies are well marked with our own notes, including best campsites. It's not hard to find beautiful campsites while canoeing along the Green River. Just keep your eyes open. There's many along the way. I am truly grateful for adventures like this, and I appreciate the opportunity to travel here with great friends. These folks are some of the best friends a person could ever ask for. I still feel fortunate to have met them and be a part of their awesome lives. Thank you all. As I reflect on my time on the Green River, I have come to the conclusion that this is indeed good medicine. Being here in the Canyonlands in a canoe on the Green River, and the feeling of the cool morning air all around me, wow. I would never dream my life would be like this when growing up in the Midwest back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Back then, the only way I knew about mountains and canyons and rivers that were like this was through television and movies, and the occasional photograph. And while those are all great avenues to share this sort of stuff, they never do it justice, like being here in person. Nothing wrong with the Midwest. There's a lot of beauty there, and good folks there too. However, there's nothing like this. We are on a true wilderness adventure and in the middle of nowhere for 7 days and 6 nights. However, I don't consider this to be the middle of nowhere. I think of this as the middle of everywhere, and I truly love being in nature and recharging my spiritual batteries. Soon we will find where the Green River meets the Colorado River. The river will double in size, and the two rivers travel independently side by side until the waters of the Green boils into the waters of the Colorado, and the rivers become one. Of course, as soon as we rounded the bend and entered the confluence, the sky was completely blue, and it looked like we were going to have a beautiful day. Just past the confluence, we saw the jet boat, which happened to be arriving just as we showed up, and they stopped to talk to us. They were heading to pick up additional passengers and told us they would prefer if we went downriver to a site further down the canyon since they had trouble getting the boat to shore today. So we left and headed downstream a short distance, about a mile or two, to a small sandy beach that they suggested. Pickup via jet boat is set for a specific time, location, and date. You can choose to be picked up at the confluence or downstream at the Spanish Bottom campsite. Your gear must be ready to load as soon as the boat arrives.
Okay, so it sounds like we have to paddle for a little while longer.
There are 2 jet boat shuttles operating out of Moab that I am aware of currently. Visit their websites to confirm prices and details. We use Texas Riverways and they never disappoint. Very professional and always nice to us. The Colorado River was much bigger and faster moving, and the water was much more choppy. This made me a little bit more nervous because of the incident that happened a few days ago, but Roger and I were a good team and we were getting through it without any issues, and we were happy to be on the last day, but a little sad at the same time.
That's a big boat.
Yeah, it was.
That's a big boat.
There's a lot of people on there already, too.
There were a lot of kayaks. I wonder if they were taking them down to Spanish Bottom to get in down there.
That's what I'm thinking. They're going to drop a lot of those people off down there above that stuff. Yeah, kayaks and some duckies.
That's maybe the beach there.
Might be the one they were talking about.
Yeah, I'm going to slow us down and just watch what's happening.
Come on, James, help me steer. Let's go.
I'm got us going. I'm just also trying to keep us away from those rocks.
We're not going to hit the rocks.
We're going way too fast, way too fast.
We continued down the Colorado River and looked for the beach that they had mentioned. Our float lasted another 30 minutes or so before we spotted the beach and aimed our canoe for a smooth landing. I was relieved to be almost back on land. The canoe part of the adventure had come to an end, but there was still more fun coming our way.
We're going to have to paddle hard when we get close.
Okay.
I think we want to get a little bit closer left so it makes it easier for us.
10-4. Are we okay?
Yeah, go left. We're good. It's steep here.
Okay. I see a nice sandy spot up there on the left. Maybe we can beach there at the spot.
I pour my heart into the experience, camera, and editing of each of these video adventures. My hopes are to share memories and maybe teach a few things along the way. Not only teach, but also learn and get better at these outdoor adventures. Learning from experience is one of the best ways for me personally, and on this trip, I did learn a few things along the way. I learned that these trips are physically tough, but spiritually rewarding. At the end of each day, I felt accomplished and proud of our team. We all had a safe and fun journey. I also learned that there's a lot more to canoeing than just jumping in and going. It's best to learn from a professional, especially when just beginning. There are a lot of different paddle techniques that are very helpful and will make a person safer in the canoe. I also learned that my life preserver will not be in the canoe with me anymore. I will wear it from now on anytime I'm on the water. On day 2, when we had the incident and the canoe flipped, my life preserver would have helped me tremendously if I was wearing it. So from now on, no float in a boat without a life preserver. At least for me.
Thank you, Alex.
I had to pee so bad.
What? What happened?
We got our gear ready for pickup and cleaned the dirt out of the canoes. We would be ready for the outfitter and make the transition smoother for everyone. The jet boat showed up about an hour or so later to pick us up.
No worries. What do you want first? How are you guys doing? We're good.
James, help me carry this case over to the boat.
Okay. All right, folks. We made it to the dropout point on the Colorado River here in Utah. We got the jet boat behind us. We pretty much got it almost all loaded up. There's Matt, the Southwest backpacker. 7 days and 6 nights on the lower part of the Green River. About 60 miles canoed. It was wonderful. So stay tuned because the jet boat is up next.
Before the jet boat departed, the folks from Texas Riverways gave us a talk about safety and travel. They explained it would be about a 2-hour ride up the Colorado River and that we would cover about 70 miles. They also mentioned to be bundled up because it's going to be a cold ride up the river. We were all ready to go. Once everyone was on the jet boat, it was about a 2-hour ride back up the Colorado River, with some other folks moving at about 30 miles an hour. But I still enjoyed the views and was happy to see the lower end of Meander Canyon. Be sure to bundle up for this ride. It can get really chilly with the wind and the early morning cooler air. What an amazing 7 days and 6 nights. Every day was beautiful, and the group really enjoyed our time together. This was my 3rd trip down the Green River with these folks, and I have done the upper river the first 2 times, and this trip the 3rd time. We were able to canoe the lower river. I have now seen about 100 miles of the Green River through some of the most majestic scenery ever. I have slept here on 17 different days and have been here for 20 days total over the 3 different trips. This trip was great, and the added emergency incident on day 2 really enhanced the entire trip, especially on the days when we were on the water. I was deeply affected by that day, and even after the trip was over, I'm still feeling the emotions of what happened. It was scary, yes, but it was also a learning experience. One lesson I learned: I will always wear my life preserver from now on any time I'm on the water. I also learned that I might need to learn more about canoeing and have plans to do exactly that. I also learned that when good friends and family are together and they authentically love each other, that dynamic will come together in an emergency situation, and everyone will pitch in and help out with no thought other than safety for all. Thanks to the team of great folks on this trip. You are all truly appreciated. After about a 2-hour jet boat ride up the Colorado River, we made it to the takeout point. Soon there would be a bus here to pick us up and drive us back to Moab. I can tell you I was looking forward to a hot shower once we got there. What an incredible 7 days and 6 nights. The jet boat would be unloaded and all our gear would be delivered to Texas Riverways in Moab. The jet boat dropped us off. and we would soon get in this bus for the drive back to Moab. After about a 45-minute drive, we would make our way back to Moab safely. Remember, folks, love, hate. Take care of each other.
Okay, where it all started and where it all ended. Back at Texas Riverways in Moab, nice and safe. Check out this company online. All right, fade to black or fade to something.
Yes. Yeah.
Bushkawanta. Just in case you didn't know. Voiceover provided for free. Dang it. Sorry, dude. Sorry. Sorry. Let me back us out here. Oh. All right, 3, 2, 1. .com. Okay. You forget that things stop working when you've been sitting for that long. Whew. No. I love the sun, but I love the sun, but that must have been like a Sasquatch sneezing, man. That was some power. Camera's still rolling. Holy crap. I finally caught one of the moments. I don't know how it rolled 21 minutes without stopping from the time right before we went in till we got out of the water. So finally I was rolling at the right time when something good happened. Well, something bad happened. It's good for camera, but bad in real life. Just throw it at my face, dude. Okay, thanks.
We get to camp, I'm gonna have to lay out in the sun. Let my fur dry out a little bit.
All right, sounds good. And cut. Cutty cut. Here we go. Straight there, is it? Three, two, one. Went on this little early morning walk, really to get some sun. Where is that sun at? Anyway. All right. Thanks. You can see what I'm seeing when you're seeing it, and I'm seeing it at the same time. And away we go. Go. Yeah. Pretty neat. Sure. Boy, that's some weird lighting.
can't stop smiling.
Thank you for watching. Please like and subscribe. Remember folks, life is beautiful if you know where to look. Keep your eyes, your heart, and your mind open. It just might lead you somewhere special. Thank you for watching the James Blackburn Experience. Please check out my channel for over 1,000 additional video adventures.
Purple Martians.